Time run, no box to the stadium lanes, please. No box to the lanes. All right, lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up. Lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up. Here we go. No box. You should be in the lanes. $5,000 to win Saturday Moneymaker Series. One time run will be offered and one qualifying round for the Super Gas, Super Comp, and Stock and Super Stock groups. And we are about to be on the track. And we are up live on Drag Racer TV. I want to welcome those folks that are tuned in and ready for the Moneymaker Rockin' Super Shootout, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Saturday here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. You got someone at home, you're on the grounds. Grandma Edith couldn't make it to the races today. You can give her a tutorial on how to get on YouTube and Drag Racer TV, and she'll watch you race your car here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Be live all day covering today's event. Welcome Warren Evans and Drag Racer TV here all weekend. So we get ready to roll here into the first and only time run session. No box, getting in and buckled up. Seems like a strange announcement to make, but we've just got to let you know that, no, we do not allow burnouts in the pit area. I'm not talking about your little cousin Eddie. I'm talking about spinning the tires with your super stocker out in the pit area. No burnouts in the pit area. No burnouts in the pit area. That seems like an obvious one. Somebody apparently was just doing one in the back of the stadium lanes by the old restroom area. I hate to put you under the microscope in front of everybody, but that's absolutely ridiculous. Do not do burnouts in the pit area. Here we go. Wade Humphrey and John Baca. Guinness rolling here. The Chevrolet Camaro in the Dodge Daytona. On the finish line, left lane 632, 108.09 miles per hour. Wade was 776, 88 miles per hour. Chevrolet Vega rolling up in the right-hand lane. That is the Paul Wolf and Rob Lutzke driven machine this weekend. This will be Paul sitting behind the steering wheel, taking on Chris Messbergen. Norton Shores Chevy 2 finished number 3 nationally last year in the sportsman category with the WDRA. Went down to the Montgomery World Finals in Alabama and made down to the semifinals. So his finish was number 3 for 2024. Tree Flyers, a 008 reaction time for the Chevrolet Vega, left lane 033 reaction time, and a 595 in the Motor State and Edelbrock sponsored side of the 8th mile here at the Motorplex, and a 727 in the FTI performance lane for Chris Messbergen. Coming up in right-hand lane, it'll be Russ Thompson, the retired physician out of Perry, Michigan, and a couple doctors racing with us this weekend. Driving his Firebird here on the Motor State side, taking on Paul Adamitis, 65 Ford Mustang out of Idlewild, Michigan. It's typically a first run of the day for Paul. Typically his biggest wheel stands in the a little bit cooler air. See the Ford Mustang making his first run down the track. He's out at 29 for reaction time, 048 for Russ in the right-hand lane. Left side, 629.9, 107.65 to a 720 at 95.47 miles per hour. Here comes the Butch Leal California Flash Mopar. This is Steve Atwell out of Walled Lake, Michigan. A good-looking old retro-style Butch Leal tribute car. And taking on Rick Mathis, Cope, Michigan, 23 T-Bucket Roadster. The roads are out in front, right lane 531, 130 miles per hour. The high winded Mopar runs 620, 105 miles per hour. Here comes the F2 Fiero. Andy Wingo, Gaylord, Michigan, 1986 Pontiac Fiero with a 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. And Joel Young, North Branch, Michigan, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Concession stands open up here early this morning, so if you need something to eat or drink, concessions open. Also, the Mid-Michigan Motorplex Souvenir and Fuel Building are open as well. Both drivers out. It'll be a 41 reaction time in the left lane for Joel Young. The Fiero right side runs 536, 131 miles per hour, and a 6053 to 113.70 miles per hour. The Mustang coming up right-hand lane. Ryan Voss, Clinton, Michigan, taking on Ron Smith. The Mulch King sponsored 65 Chevy 2 from Toledo, Ohio. So once again, the run order this morning, exactly what it was yesterday. So once we get done with no box, we'll go into what will be the final qualifying round for Super Comp. You will be behind this no box category. Super Comp, you are behind this no box category. We'll be giving you a call here in probably about another 15 minutes or so. Ron with a 45 reaction time with a Chevy 2. Ryan Voss 061 and a 638 Ron, 106.67 miles per hour. And a 688 at 98.01 miles per hour. A couple of drivers that traveled a little bit to race for this $5,000. This is the Naperville, Illinois Barracuda of Tim Flynn, the FTI Performance Lane. Taking on Brad Talbot out of Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada, 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. Roll up on the right side. Brad with a better reaction time in this pair, 25 and around 6:15, or 12.41 miles per hour. The 6:32, 107.37 miles per hour. Brian Kuda going to race Brad Bird. Brad in right lane, the yellow Chevrolet IROC Camaro from Clio, Michigan. Brian Kuda, 82-year-old Brian Kuda in the left-hand lane. New Boston, Michigan, 1972 Straw Boss Maverick. Brad with an 018 reaction time and a 567 run, 120 miles per hour to a 653, 104.11 miles per hour. Little pickup truck coming up in the left-hand lane. S10 going to race up against the Cavalier of Andrew Hines, driving for Ron Kearns, New London, Ohio. Mentioned it a couple of times. Andrew showed up here back the opening weekend in May and doubled up that weekend, winning both days with the Cavalier from Ohio. .016 reaction time for the Cavalier. And he will run laps time of 5:86.9, 118 miles per hour to a 6:82, 102 for the pickup truck in the left side. Our next pair coming up. Here's another long distance traveler out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky. Jeff Heerman, 1973 Duster in the left-hand lane. He's going to race the Malibu Wagon of Dick Penninger Jr. out of Milan, Michigan. Love lane 638, 109 to a 743. The motor estate side at 91 miles per hour. Couple of pickup trucks coming up. S10s. Ray Lane Heinz Hauler, Britain, Michigan, 1983 S10. New entry here in the left-hand lane. We had a good amount of new entry cars roll in late last night, early this morning, so some of the names not popping up here during this first time run session. We'll grab those tech cards here and get those in here later on today. Racers, do make sure you get your tech card turned in over at the fuel building. Heinz with an 042 reaction time in the right-hand lane, and he will run 627, 109.40 miles per hour. Left lane went 617 at 110.64 miles per hour. Joe Percy Jr. coming up in the right-hand lane, taking on Aiden Lutzke, Chevrolet Camaro and Ford Mustang on the start line. Pretty close race side by side. The Ford runs 6:53. The Chevrolet runs 6:54. Under 3 miles per hour. Dustin Loynes, Pinckney, Michigan. Goonco sponsored 1980 Pontiac Firebird and C-Tech on the door there, taking on the Magic Mopar in the right-hand lane. 17-year-old Preston Bailey, Farwell, Michigan, doing the driving of this machine. An 0:10 and 0:25. Pretty nice reaction times for this pair on their only time run. A 5:83 out of the Firebird under 19. 7:39, 92.36 miles per hour. A good looking Mopar roll up here in the left-hand lane. 73 Duster out of Belleville. Randy Martin making his first run of the weekend. Taking on Jeff Alexander, the Chevrolet Monza from Howard City, Michigan. Jeff with a nice 0:22 reaction time and a 5:98.8, 115 miles per hour. Randy ran a 7 flat, 100 miles per hour. Had a little stumble off the starting line with his Duster. Scott Wright and Mike Stanton Jr., Junkyard Dog, Chevrolet Malibu, Shepherd, Michigan. Got a 635 cubic inch big block Chevy for power with the Malibu. Taking on Scott Wright. Scott will be doubled up, racing for $5,000 here in the no box category, and he'll be back around racing in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association event here later today as well. Out of Oakland, Michigan, 1962 Plymouth Savoy. Mike Stanton out in front. The Junkyard Dog runs a 5:40, 129 miles per hour. Scott runs 6:12 to the 8th mile, 112.24 miles per hour. Jason Jenkins, here's another new entry in the left-hand lane, a Ford Mustang out of Coleman, Michigan, and John Halteman, Chevy 2. John with a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet for power. John's from Bannister, Michigan. Down the finish line here, John runs a 5:93, 114 to a 7:17 for the Ford at 94.33 miles per hour. Well, Chevrolets this time, the Camaro in the right-hand lane, Chris Roth out of Essexville. Joe Stowe, Commerce Township, Michigan. 1968 Chevrolet Chevelle. Joe had an issue. The car's rolling through the beams as the tree's coming down. This won't be his favorite run. Right line Chris Roth at a 005 and a 602, 113. Joe just kind of rolling down through there, 72 miles per hour. Chuck Reynolds and Keith Grubaugh. Chuck with the S10 truck out of Farwell, Michigan. Keith, St. John's, Michigan, retired truck driver, driving his 69 Chevelle. Top 10 racer out here in the season-long points. A red light for Keith by 11 thousandths of a second, and he will run 6:62, 103. Chuck with an 0:75 reaction time and a 6:71 pass, 101 miles per hour. Brian Vlasic and Jeff Pitts waiting their turn. A little mopping going on the starting line there in the left-hand lane. Brian driving the 1973 Dodge Dart Sport in Saginaw, Michigan. Jeff with the Oxford, Michigan 67 Camaro called Iceman. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree drops. An 0.11 reaction time for Brian in the left lane. 0.54 for Jeff. Side by side. Left side 596. Right side 592. 117 miles per hour. Mark Pressey and Kyle Yacko going to run next. Kyle in the left lane, the Daytona out of Trenton, Michigan. The Quick Temper Racing Dodge Dart from Newport, Michigan, being driven by Mark Pressey. Green lights a pair. Better reaction time into Kyle Yacko here in 0.24. It'll be the Mopar in the right lane running 650, 203 miles per hour to 663, 102. Working our way through the one and only time run session being offered here before we go to eliminations. Bill Wilson, Holland, Ohio, 68 Chevrolet Chevelle. Going to come up in the Motor State side, taking on FTI lane, the S10 from Milan, Michigan, David Mullins. A 31 reaction time with the Chevelle, 0.51 for Dave Mullins, left-hand lane. The Chevelle runs 585, 117 miles per hour to 605, 113.45. Doug McCurry, Westland, Michigan. Oldsmobile Cutlass. Going to race Lou Robertson from North Branch, Michigan. The S10 won a bunch of rounds out here opening night last night. Doug McCurry in right lane with a red light by 004 and 626, left lane 571. Racers, if you're coming into the seating lanes, and there's these little orange cones sitting at the back of the lane, that means those two lanes are closed. Don't drive around the little orange cones in the back of the seating lane because you think that they're just set up for construction purposes. They are actually set up to show that those two seating lanes are closed and you can go into two different seating lanes. So, I don't know, seemed like a couple obvious announcements going on here this morning, but got some racers that are maybe forgetting some simple things. If the cones are in the back of the lanes, don't drive around the cones and get in the back of the line in those two lanes. Those two seating lanes are actually closed. Josh Chidden and Mark Martinez. Mark in left-hand lane, Chevy 2. Josh in a Ford Mustang right-hand lane from Spring Lake, Michigan. Mustang they call Foolish Pleasure. Good looking launch, both drivers. Mark's 24 green, and he runs a 605 at 112 miles per hour to a 624 in the right lane, 108.38 miles per hour. The Barracuda out of Team Heinig. This is Jeff Heinig, Harrison, Michigan. Take on Daryl Ciravino. Daryl was not out here yesterday, one of those normal working guys on a Friday. Milan, Michigan. He's here today, and he'll be a player in both the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association event and the $5,000 to win no box category. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4. We will take the NHRA Super Comp class to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Dale runs a 643, 106 miles per hour. Jeff in right lane a 660, 104.60 miles per hour. So once again, we have called Super Comp to the lanes. Dan Gorby, Sheridan, Michigan. Harlan Sharp, Chevy. Gonna make a single run here. So Dan going to get a one and only time run here before we start the $5,000 to win race around noon. Right lane of 625, 109.94 miles per hour for Mr. Gorby. So again, we have called the NHRA Super Comp class to lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp cars, lanes 3 and 4, please. Neil Swain, CJ9 Jeep in right-hand lane from Portland, Michigan. Another single run here. We had a couple broken cars back here causing these singles during the middle of time runs here. So Neil will make a solo shot here down the right-hand lane. .020 reaction time. Finish line, he'll run 5:69, 120.46. Ron Kearns, Milan, Michigan. That's actually discovered not Ron Kearns. Rich Perdue sitting behind the wheel, the Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane, and Warren Smith. Warren feeling good about his weekend as anybody in the pit area. He won the event last night, the Ford Mustang out of Temperance, Michigan, in the right-hand lane. Won the $2,000 opening Friday night event during Moneymaker weekend in this class. Trying to go for another $5,000 today. He keeps doing that, he's got a good shot. 002 reaction time. Perdue in the left-hand lane turned it red, run 6:58. Warren runs 6:14.5. 113 miles per hour, just a skosh quicker than he was out here last night in the final round. Mark Hancock, the Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane. Going to race Clint Bailey. Clint coming up in the right-hand lane out of Clare, Michigan. Mark left side, the top 3 player in the season-long points in this class, and had a pretty darn good opening evening. I think he went to the latter round. Maybe lost to 8 cars last night. First run here for Clint Bailey in the right-hand lane. And a slight issue. An 012 for Mark. He'll be happy with this one on a 6:43.7, 107 miles per hour. Right lane 693, 105.68. Couple red Chevrolets coming up. Andrew Heinig in the right-hand lane, the Vega. And Mark Daniels, South Boardman, Michigan, Chevy Camaro, left lane. Once again, we're looking for Super Comp to the stadium lane. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4, please. Daniels with a 003 reaction time, and right-hand lane Andrew turned on the red light, but then run 6:04, 113 to a 6:04 for Mark as well, 115 miles per hour. Tim Flynn, Will Stackley, Tim left lane, the Barracuda out of Illinois. Will, Milverton, Ontario, Canada, went all the way to the final round. Former world champion, driving his 1980 Charger. Will with a 0:20 reaction time and a 5:66, 121 to a 6:35, 106.78 miles per hour. Kelly Smith and Brad Talbot. Brad in the Cameron left-hand lane. Heidelberg, Ontario. Kelly, the points leader in this class with the pickup truck out of White Cloud, Michigan. A 6:29, 107 for Kelly, and it'll be Brad running 6:15, 112 miles per hour. Ron Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan, 79 Oldsmobile Starfire, taking on the pickup truck of Toby Croning from Byron Center, Michigan. Russ Thompson come out of the Firebird, FTI side, and Pat Nye, Bad Axe, Michigan. Homebrew Dodge Dart. Pat Nye with an 0:19 reaction time with a Dodge Dart, and he will run a 6:30, 108. Left lane 721 at 95.12 miles per hour. High Precision Plymouth coming up of Al McChesney, Calva, Michigan, and Chris Messberg in Chevy 2 from Norton Shores in left lane. We have called Super Comp. Final call for Super Comp to the stadium lanes. Final call Super Comp for your final qualifying session to the lanes, please. Both drivers pretty good lights here at 0:25 to 0:28. Al runs 6.27 seconds, 108 miles per hour. Chris runs 7.27 seconds at 93 miles per hour. Heinz Haller, the S10, and Kevin Huntley, the Dart and right lane out of Beulah, Michigan. Left lane Heinz with a 009 reaction time. Right side Kevin 042 on a 586 run, 116 miles per hour to a 627, 109 miles per hour. Tim Stout, his first run of the weekend, the S10 from Carson City, Michigan, right lane. Again, Jason Mikula, Eagle, Michigan, left lane 66. Chevy 2, J&M Racing. An 012 for Jason, a 003 for Tim Stout. Left-hand lane, a 597, 113 to a 672, 101 miles per hour. Andrew Hines, the Cavalier. Run the left lane this time. The Together Again GTO coming up. John Van Haren making his first run of the weekend. Chesaning, Michigan, 1965 Pontiac. Attention in the pits, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, lanes 7 and 8. We'll take the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association cars to lanes 7 and 8, please. For your final qualifying run, Super Comp, your final call has already went out. You should be already out there in lanes 3 and 4, but we are putting out the call for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association to lanes 7 and 8, please. Down to the end of the line here in our no box category for their time run session. Andrew, the Ohio Cavalier, 025 and a 588. 117 miles per hour. John runs 595 at 115.74 miles per hour. Mickey Adams in the house, Tecumseh, Michigan, 67 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane, taking on Ken Hansen out of Crystal with the Impella. Mickey's first run of the weekend, a multi-time track champion down at Milan Dragway and a multi-time big money winner, 044 reaction time. And he runs 6:01, 114 miles per hour to an 8:43 for Ken, 79.80 miles per hour. Jason Hicks, the Oldsmobile Cullis out of Hitches and More in the left-hand lane. Take a Mike Stokes wheel standing Challenger from Beulah, Michigan. 605 cubic inches under the hood, powering the Challenger. .021 for Mike Stokes, and the Mopar finish line 5:33, 129 miles per hour the 8th mile to a 686 at 100 miles per hour. Ron Smith, Toledo, Ohio Chevy 2, going to run the FTI side here, and Rob Lutzke driving the Vega in the right-hand lane, Kent City, Michigan. Both drivers in, both out on green lights. Better reaction time of the Chevy 2 in an 028. Rob's 51 on the let go and runs 6 flat with a 1, 114 miles per hour. Smith runs 687, 98.43 miles per hour. The Chevy 2 coming up of Dennis O'Connor, Portland, Michigan, making his first run of the weekend. And Jaden Durst, Fostoria, Ohio, 84 S10 pickup truck, one of the best from down there at Norwalk in the Dragway 42 area, up here racing for the big money this weekend. Durst is 005 on reaction time. O'Connor's 034. Chevy 2, 596.0. 114 miles per hour to 646, 105 for the Ohio S10. Pickup truck, Tom Aratigas Jr. Coming up to the Dakota truck out of Ray, Michigan. Former World Super Pro Challenge winner, the only driver to win it on the bottom bulb without a delay box. An 0:12 reaction time for Artigas. Tom will run a 6:44 with an 8 at 106 miles per hour for his 0:12 reaction time. Our final pair of time runs here during the no box class. Sitting in the burnout box, going to be Brian Kiefer, right-hand lane, Clare, Michigan, driving the Chevrolet Malibu. Toby Croning's truck will be in the left-hand lane. It's going to be driven by Dan Fabian. Unfortunately for Dan, he had an incident on the way here that cost him his racing operation. Unfortunately, we had a fire on the way to the track, and Toby has offered the truck for him to race generously today, and he will be driving double duty with Toby Croning. Dan Fabian sitting behind the wheel. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stockers, you should be out there in lanes 7 and 8 for your final qualifying session. So our final pair here in what will be the biggest class, the no box category, racing for $5,000 to win out here later today. Time runs going on here. 0:26 reaction time for Brian Kiefer in the right-hand lane, and he will run a 5:91. Truck runs 6:01 with a 7 at 112 miles per hour. We are getting ready to go into the final qualifying round. We're going to switch things up, going quarter-mile drag racing now. 410s Pro Tree with an 890 index, NHRA Super Comp category. That will also be racing for $5,000 to win, part of the Rockin Super Shootout weekend event that is been put together by Rock Haas in what we are in our fourth year. I believe this is the fourth annual event, and an event that pretty much puts an all-star group of racers together to race for $5,000. All these guys race on the NHRA Tour, and they got a weekend that they run their own independent event, and they're here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, our first pair. Back up from the burnouts, Daniel Hedges, left lane out of Plainwell, Michigan, taking on the man that put this together, the Haas and Carruthers dragster. This is Rock Haas in right-hand lane, 2025 McIlvain car. A little bit different. The goal here is 8.90 seconds to the quarter mile. Most of these cars go way faster than that, so you'll see them hit the throttle stop right off the starting line and kind of roll, and then it'll kick them in the butt and get going. And most of about half of the field running over 180 miles per hour. A 003 reaction time to the left, an 019 to the right for Haas. Down to the quarter mile finish line. Rock Haas, 893. Went 186.33 miles per hour. Left-hand lane an 895 at 173 miles per hour. This is their third attempt in qualifying. They made 2 runs yesterday. Nathan Prost, Terre Haute, Indiana. Miller dragster taking on Pat DeBatis out of Howell, Michigan with an M&M chassis dragster. Prost has had a great start to the 2025 NHRA season. Looking to stick another $5,000 in his pocket here. The driver from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the right-hand lane. Pat DeBatis, a retired police officer over there in the left-hand lane, and Nathan Prost, a 20-year-old out of Terre Haute, Indiana, with a 21 reaction time, 018 for DeBatis. Heading down the quarter-mile finish line, looking for 890s, and it'll be, look at that. Nathan Prost, 890 with a 1 at 184 miles per hour. Misses a perfect run there by 1,000th of a second. DeBatis runs 893.7. So as far as qualifying goes here, 890 with a 1. There's not much you can do to beat that other than the perfect 8,900 run. Pat Martin in right-hand lane out of London, Ohio, taking on the chassis builder, Dean McIlvain. What's Dean doing way up here in the front of the line? He's normally the last car down in the group. McIlvain out of New Carlisle, Ohio, driving a car that he assembled in his own shop. And Pat Martin from London, Ohio in the right-hand lane with an American chassis car. 648 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for McIlvaine. A 005 reaction time for Martin on the 410s Pro Tree. They side by side at over 185 miles an hour down there. 889.9. McIlvaine missed by 1,000th of a second from a perfect run at 186 miles per hour. Pat Martin ran 188 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. Leo Zinda and Rob Goins. Leo, Clinton Township, Michigan. Business owner down there, Ring and Pinion Shop. He's taking on Rob Goins from Orlando, Florida in the left-hand lane. 2019 American chassis dragster. Both drivers using 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolets. The Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association cars should be out there in lanes 7 and 8, please. So Nathan Prost leading the qualifying sheet right now with an 8.901. Only one number can beat that. You run a perfect run. An 890 with a 0 is what they're looking for. Rob Goins with a 008 reaction time for the Florida car on the FTI side. He's out in front and runs an 890 with a 3. Just missed. 176.74 miles per hour. Leo, he's a little quick over here in right-hand lane. Went 884.3 at 182.03 miles per hour. Here's your reigning NHRA Division III North Central champion, Steve Bueller, out of Freeport, Michigan. Driving a McIlvaine car in the right-hand lane. Went all the way to the finals in the Friday night shootout with this car. And he is the defending champion of this event from a year ago. He's racing up against Steve Fields in the left lane out of Carlton, Michigan. It's a 1999 advanced chassis out of Ken Bauer's shop in Ohio. Both drivers in. A little red light there for Steve. Steve Fields. Steve Bueller is 012 green. Finish line, it'll be an 888 at 185 miles per hour to an 891, 173 miles per hour. Comes up another entry out of Team Prost. This is Bob Prost, Terre Haute, Indiana, the right-hand lane, taking on Scott Mackey. Backing up with his Profab chassis dragster, car built out of the Mandel camp down there in Tennessee. Scott, his residence is in Fort Myers, Florida. So this will be their only attempt here on Saturday for qualifying. Next time we see them, it'll be round number 1 of eliminations for the $5,000 to win event here in this class later today. Bob Prost and Scott Mackey getting their one and only practice and qualifying run in here before we go to eliminations. Prost is in. Scott's in. Tree drops an 016 and 024 reaction time. Slightly better to the Florida driver in the left lane. Down to the finish line, it'll be an 892 to an 891 at 188.91 miles per hour for Prost. Chris Fields coming up, our final car here during this qualifying round. Carlton, Michigan, advanced chassis dragster. So Chris Fields, our final driver to go down here in the NHRA Super Comp class. 028 reaction time. How about an 8,900 of the final car? Let's see. Finish line, 887.3, 170.03 miles per hour. So that'll do it for the qualifying for the Super Comp cars. We are getting ready to switch it over to the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Their event number 3 of 2025 will take place here this afternoon. Had a little stick shift shootout out here last night. It was just the stick shift cars that were eligible to race in it, and it turned out to be a really, really good event that Brad Zaskowski captured the win in that one, beating Gary Roy in the Ford Fairlane in the final round. So this will count for their qualifying and set the ladder for eliminations later today for the Stock and Super Soccers. Zach running and Jim Cakel Jr. Jim in the All-Star Performance-sponsored 442 Oldsmobile, Hartford, Michigan. Jim got here a little later in the day yesterday. He has not seen the track yet. This will be his first rundown, taking on the hottest driver in the class, the Oldsmobile Calais of Zach running. He won the last event out here for the Great Lakes Super Sock Association in early May, and also picked up a win out here at a sportsman event during the Memorial Day weekend. Him and Randy, the Super Sleeper cars, both made it to the final round. Zach was the winner of that event. Wheels up for the Oldsmobile, a 43 reaction time for Zach, an 0.55 for Jim. Again, we'll continue quarter mile drag racing here. And a 946, 142 miles per hour to a 1084, 122.96 miles per hour. The Mopar Ford matchup heading to the starting line. Mike Sheehan out of Laingsburg, Michigan. The 1988 Ford Mustang taking on Randy Martin out of Belleville, Michigan. 1973 Plymouth 340 Duster. Both drivers in, here we go. The Mopar with an 0.62 reaction time, green light, red light for Mike Sheehan. Right-hand lane, a 1069 and 126 miles per hour to a 12.04 second quarter mile time at 111 miles per hour. I hear a stick shift car. Right-hand lane, Craig Sarbrough. Grand Haven, Michigan, 66 Chevy Nova out of West Michigan Auto Body. Runs E-Stock on the NHRA side, taking on Scott Bartlett, Lambertville, Michigan. 79 Olds Delta 88. Little small tire, stick shift, 327 cubic inch Chevrolet Nova for Craig Sarbrough. Grand Haven, Michigan, been doing this for a very long time. 70-year-old driver. 0.67 reaction time. Craig will run to the finish line at 1096, 112 miles per hour. That Oldsmobile ran 1218, 107.99 miles per hour. Bobby Lundholm coming up. The Shake and Bake Chevy in right-hand lane out of Charlevoix, Michigan, 1968 Chevrolet Nova. Taking on Steve Chuchelski, 66 Chevy 2 stick shift Stalker out of Richfield, Ohio. Another 327 cubic inch Chevrolet. Actually, both cars with small block 327 power plants. A red light for Bobby by 028. Nice 023 reaction time green light for the stick shift driver out of Ohio. Looks like the 66 Chevy 2 are going to get there first at 1061, under 21 miles per hour to 1130, 117.26. Well, we're going to line up the Olds Achievas against each other. Chris Lozon and Randy running. 1992 Oldsmobile Achievas on the starting line. Lapeer, Michigan for Randy. The Super Sleeper team take on Chris Lozon out of Chatham, Ontario, Canada in the right-hand lane. You're wondering, the Oldsmobile Chivas actually make fantastic race cars. You watch these cars leave the starting line. They work. Wheels up in the air, 060 to a 004 reaction time. It's like Randy out in front in the left-hand lane. He will run a 937, 142 miles per hour to a 982, 135.68 miles per hour. So our next pair. Paul Carr, stick shift, the famed Checkmate stable race cars. This is Paul Carr sitting behind the wheel. Highland, Michigan will be in the right-hand lane. Stick Shift Chevrolet taking on Al Novak. Dexter, Michigan, the Cavalier, new driver, new car team there. Paul in the right-hand lane. The owner of actually both this Checkmate Chevy and the car that Paul McCure races, the 67 Chevrolet Camaro. He owns that one as well, but they had a little wiring issue. Paul McCure's car out here yesterday and actually cooked a lot of the wiring in the ignition in that car, so he will not be competing out here today. An 0:14 reaction time for Paul Carr in the right lane. Checkmate Chevrolet runs 994, 136 miles per hour, and 1103, 122.29 miles per hour over there in the left-hand lane. A little glue going back down on the starting line there. A little liquid resin actually trying to keep the track from getting those bald spots that occur from basically the stick shift cars. When soon they drop the clutch, it'll tend to rip the rubber right down to the concrete, so you got to keep putting the resin down usually multiple times during this class. Vance Cummins and John Denbrock, 2 stick shift hot rods will be coming next. Actually, that is not. That's Vance Cummins in left-hand lane. Vance in left-hand lane. Grand Rapids, Michigan, 68 Dodge Dart, the Rod Shop Dodge. He's making his first run of the weekend. Taking on the Grumpy's Toy Tribute car. Howell, Michigan, 73 stick shift Pro Stock nostalgia car of John Denbrock. Very good field here of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock cars. I'm not sure the exact number, but I'm sure it's between 50 and 60 of these drivers out here racing. Hang on, John. That was a handful. The Vega went right and then went left and thankfully aborted the run out there about 400 feet. He will live to make another run. 11:21 for Vance left lane. So John, he's been going up and down the track pretty good all weekend, but it's known to do that every once in a while. Chris Heminger, the Oldsmobile Cutlass, right-hand lane out of Williamson, Michigan, and John Dinkle, the Belvedere Stage 3 car, Pinckney, Michigan. I think this might be John's first run of the weekend. Little red light start for John. Chris is 0:34 reaction time. Stage 3 car in the left-hand lane with a 1065, 124, doing 1138, 117 miles per hour. There's another stick shift Chevy 2. Steve Carpenter, Jackson, Michigan, right-hand lane. Taking on the Durand, Michigan, Dave Gerald on the left side, the convertible Camaro, stock eliminator car. Carpenter really good with the wheel stands and pulling second gear before the front wheels touch down off the starting line. Came down, had a wheel turn just a little bit there, but he got her straightened out. A red light 029 reaction time. And a 987, 134 miles per hour to a 1075, 124 miles per hour. Bill Rapley, here's one of the highest wind-in cars of the class, the 283 cubic inch Chevy 2 out of St. Charles, Michigan. Going to go down the FTI lane. And Mike Lagos, Cass City, Michigan, longtime super gas racer, has made the switch and joined the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association with this nostalgia Super Stock Barracuda out of Cass City, Michigan. A car he's still kind of working the bugs out. 340 cubic inch Mopar. So Bill is a transmission issue over there in the left-hand lane. The car is jumping back about a foot as soon as he goes on the trans brake, and he will not get a good clean run here. As soon as he went on the trans brake button, the car literally 8 inches to a foot, it jumped backwards. 1287, 107 miles per hour, and he'll just coast down the left-hand lane and go back and probably take a look at the transmission in the Chevy 2. Here we go, continuing on. Chris Roth, he'll be in the left-hand lane with his 95 Trans Am VCR Racing Pontiac 350 LT1 powered car, taking on Dr. Todd Lochner, Midland, Michigan, the physician, driving the 2022 572 Copo Camaro. Going to put out first call for top ET cars to lanes 3 and 4. The top ET, the box class, lanes 3 and 4, please. Box cars, lanes 3 and 4. Copo Camaro on the Trans Am going to run here. Todd kind of rolled off the line there with an 0.23 reaction time. Chris Roth is 0.16. Todd, the right-hand lane, will run 9.68, 139 miles per hour to a 10.73, 123.84 miles per hour. John Nekaporchik, Grosse Isle, Michigan, with the Copo Camaro. He was the first winner of the year. He won race number 1 with the Super Soccer in the left-hand lane. He's racing Mike Wagner, the Motown Missile Challenger, in the right-hand lane. An 0.88 reaction time to an 0.42 reaction time. Pretty good race. Copo out in front here. No, here comes the Mopar. Down the finish line, Mopar. 934, 144 miles per hour to a 947, 142.22 miles per hour. Scott Klingler, VP Racing Fuels sponsored Copo Chevy out of Ortonville, Michigan. He's going to go down the Motor State side. And Rich Perdue, Bay City, Michigan, 1989 Chevrolet Camaro, FDI lane. Good looking launch for Perdue over there. He had an 0.78 reaction time, carried the front end out there about 70 feet. Side by side, Perdue dropping off there. Right hand lane, 10.28, 130 miles per hour. Rich Perdue slowing. He ran a 10.80 at only 98 miles per hour. Hopefully nothing seriously wrong with the Camaro from Bay City. Rick Jacob, Motor City Digital, Plymouth, 1965 Belvedere left lane, taking on Brett Sarbro. Pretty much the favorite Super Soccer, no matter where he goes. A 67 Chevrolet 427 Corvette stick shift car from West Olive, Michigan. Drivers ran the Western Tour earlier with the NHRA out here this year, 2025. Went out to Vegas and ran the Nationals and the Lucas race out there. 0.30 reaction time for Brett. A little issue there. I don't know if this will not be his best run. Left lane, 1072, 121. Brett with a throwaway run right there. Matt Hewitt and Jessica Comer. Jessica left-hand lane, the Martins Oldsmobile Omega out of Lansing, Michigan. Matt Hewitt, the defending points champion of the class. Milan, Michigan, another one of those Achievas. A 0.009 reaction time for the champ, Matt Hewitt. 0.28 for Jessica Comer in the left-hand lane. Matt right side runs 975, 135 miles per hour to a 1215, 107.87 miles per hour. The next pair, a couple of old Mopars heading to the sideline. Paul Racer Brown out of Cass City, Michigan. 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. 500 cubic inches in the right-hand lane. Take on Mike Delahanty. 64 Plymouth in the left-hand lane on Novi, Michigan. Mike made some of the best runs we've seen out of this car, is consistently in the 990s out here yesterday. We have called the one and only time run for the box class to lanes 3 and 4. The top ET box category to lanes 3 and 4, please. Delahanty and Brown, putting them in the stage beams. An 0.82 reaction time for Mike. Paul with an 0.29 reaction time. The big Belvedere stock eliminator car in the left-hand lane runs 9.99.9, 133 miles per hour to a 10.02, at 135 miles per hour. Two stick shift cars coming up here. Grant Sarbro, West Olive, Michigan. Holly EFI-backed Pontiac. He's racing up against the legend, Ben Wenzel Sr., the Hall of Famer, driving the Chevrolet Camaro out of Freeland, Michigan. 82 years old with a 302 Chevrolet and a stick shift. Little red light for the Camaro. Left lane, Grant with an issue on the line there. Ben Wenzel going to go down there. Lights go right up at 10:40, 128 miles per hour to a 12:06, 112.40 miles per hour. Go from 82-year-old Ben Wenzel to 16-year-old Blaine Zaskowski. Ford Mustang out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. In the right-hand lane, the next generation of Zaskos taking on George Wright, his white Ford Mustang out of Carleton, Michigan, in the left-hand lane. Blaine will be the youngest driver in competition in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association with that stick shift Ford in the right lane. Both cars dropping the clutch here. 016 for the youngster, 065 for George in the left lane. Side by side, left lane 10:06, 132 miles per hour, and a 10:33, 129.55 miles per hour. Just put a little bit of that liquid resin back down to those bald spots before we bring our next pair. Dan Colville, the Dodge pickup truck. Yep, it's a stick shift machine. He'll be in the left-hand lane taking on Doug Wright. It's one of my favorite Mopars in this group, the Plymouth Belvedere out of Waterford, Michigan. 67-year-old Doug Wright was a winner in this class out here last summer. A great leaving Mopar in the right-hand lane. Low 9-second car. And it's a foot brake car. There's no trans brake action. It is swapping feet, carry him out there. 0:40 reaction time. Down the finish line, he will run 9:04. 148 miles per hour to 1187, 111.11 miles per hour. This is the next Wright. This Doug's son, Scott Wright, right-hand lane, Oakland Township, Michigan, 62 Plymouth. Taking on the 69 Chevrolet Camaro of Mike Warren with a 250 cubic inch 6-cylinder power plant. An 0:45 for Scott in the 62 Plymouth in the right-hand lane. See what he puts up on his scoreboard. It'll be 964, 138 miles per hour. Mike Warren 6-cylinder car with a 1511 at 84 miles per hour. Varsity Ford Cobra Jet. Patrick Downing out of Petersburg, Michigan. 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang taking on Al Wisniewski. Al with a Superstock A modified 05 Pontiac Sunfire. Chassis builder out of Auburn, Michigan, 414 cubic inches. A red light for Downing in the right-hand lane. Al Wisniewski, left-hand side, runs an 883 at 156 miles per hour. Dropping the parachute out down there. Right lane 1063. 126. We have a little Zasko runoff here. Jim Zaskowski, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 69 Chevy Camaro. Going to race his nephew, Brad. Brad's sitting behind the wheel of the 66 Chevy 2 today. A little issue with his car. kicked his dad out of the seat, and now he's going to be doing the driving in the Chevy too. This car that had a little rev limiter problem out here earlier yesterday on the first run with Dad doing the driving, and this thing stood straight up in the air without a rev limiter. Couple red lights on the tree. Bradley 088 red light. He'll run to the quarter mile at 9:97. Early shut off 119 to an 11:19, 119 miles per hour for Jimmy Z. Charlie Downing going to race another Zaskowski. This is Kevin Zaskowski, Rockford, Michigan. 69 Chevrolet Camaro, taking on Charlie Downing's Varsity Ford out of Britain, Michigan, right lane. We kind of make fun of Kevin every time he's here with his car, and probably shouldn't do that, but if you're a Zasco, typically you are pulling gears and dropping clutches, and this is the car that is an automatic transmission. Kevin Zaskowski, Rockford, Michigan, 69 Camaro, a 008 reaction time. Trouble for Charlie Downing on the starting line in the right-hand lane. This will be a throwaway run for him. Kevin runs 11:29, 116 miles per hour. Once again, he'll be the only Zasco with an automatic transmission. Russ Abrams, longtime NHRA super stocker, bringing up the Pontiac out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. He'll run down the FTI lane. So Russ's first run of the weekend here. Wheels way up in the air. Went a little bit right. He brought it back to the center. 0:35 reaction time. And a 978 at 138 miles per hour for Russ Abrams. The Mountain Hemi coming up. Super Stock B Automatic out of Jake's Automotive. Going to run down the right-hand lane, taking on the Ford Mustang from Carlton, Jimmy Ronzello. The Super B Automatic, our new car for the team out of Jake's Automotive. We've seen this car go down one time yesterday. I believe he had a little issue. Still a little issue. Ford Mustang, left-hand lane, dropping the clutch, pulling gears, 084 reaction time. Ronzello, left lane, will run 928, 143 miles per hour. And so still some new car blues going on for the Mountain Hemi. So that'll do it for the qualifying round for our Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. That will set the field for round one of eliminations later this afternoon, and we are getting ready to switch things over back to the 8th mile for our box category, our top ET class. They are sitting out in the seed lanes waiting for their one and only time run. Jared Ledford Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane, and Nick Serra's Camaro in the right-hand lane. This will be the box category top ET. Right-hand lane, a 007 reaction time, and a 484 at 145 miles per hour. Jared gave him a little head start there, and then he takes off and goes 625 at 109.64 miles per hour. Joe Samolik and Andy Wingo going to be coming next. Joe will be in the left-hand lane. The Advanced Auto Parts, Gia, and Andy Wingo, the Fiero. Right-hand lane out of Gaylord, Michigan. Certainly two of the most unique cars in the category, running side by side here on their time run. Iwatsukiya, it'll carry the front end out there about 150 feet. Gia in the left-hand lane, and Fiero right lane, Andy Wingo, a 5.3 second Fiero. I'm not sure if that isn't the fastest one in the world, but that's what we're going to say. Gia way up in the air, throws a little fuel out the back. That'll evaporate, no worries. Down top end, 567, 121. Andy right hand lane, 538, 131 miles per hour. It's a little Chevy 2 that they debuted out here yesterday. The Bennett family did. B.J. Bennett out of Greenville, Michigan, 1966 Chevy 2. And they did very, very well going to the ladder round, I believe. Ken Hansen, left-hand lane, Crystal, Michigan. Former WDRA division champion with this Chevrolet Impala. It'll be a 0.56 reaction time. A red light for Ken Hansen. The Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane with a 642, 106.35 miles per hour. Left lane 838 and 80.04 miles per hour. Paul Wolf, former track champion, backing up in the right lane on the Motor State side, Olivet, Michigan, taking on the fastest car on the grounds. Michael Savoya, Tipton, Michigan. Blown big block Chevrolet dragster, ran 3 424s in a row yesterday before a 425 during eliminations that took him out. Very consistent hot rod that won the Quick 8 dragster shootout out here during Memorial Day weekend. 4.2 second American chassis dragster in the left lane for Michael Savoya. Perfect light for Savoya, 000 perfect, and a 425 at 165 miles per hour. Paul was 004 and went 501, 136. Never even heard his engine running. Austin Bennett going to race Chelsea Duffy. Duffy Girls Racing out of Amherstburg, Ontario, backing up in the left-hand lane. Rear engine Spitzer chassis dragster in Austin Bennett. With the Nova from Greenville. Small block Chevy powered car will be in the right lane. Awesome with a 003, Chelsea with a 002, and then trouble for the dragster. Slowing down to only 82 miles per hour, actually slowing fairly quickly down there. Attention to the pits, we'll take Super Gas for your final qualifying round to lanes 7 and 8, the far two stator lanes. Super Gas, lanes 7 and 8, please. So Super Gas, check that. Super Gas, check that. Lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, the same lanes you were using yesterday. Stay in lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Mopar, roll up in the left-hand lane. Take on the engine dragster, Rob Lutzke, Kent City, Michigan. The former track champ. Driving the car that actually won here, winning the point series, the American Chassis Dragster. Big block 582 cubic inch powered machine. So once again, Super Gas, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Super Gas. A 006 for Rob Lutzke in the right-hand lane. A 1 thou red in the left-hand side. Rob runs 489.9, 142 miles per hour to a 698.4, 98.50. Here comes the other half of the Duffy Girls Racing team. This is Carly Duffy in the left-hand lane, the Amherstburg, Ontario Dragster. Going to race up against Mike Nietzsche, the chassis builder with a small block Chevy-powered Camaro Roadster out of DeWitt, Michigan. Here we go, tree down and an 029 for Mike, a red light by 003 for Carly. Left lane 488.2, 142 miles per hour. Right lane 546 at 126 miles per hour for the Camaro Roadster. Brown Boys Racing coming up in the right-hand lane. Vance Brown, Charlotte, Michigan. And 21-year-old race car driver taking on Toby Croning from Lowell, Michigan with the S10 pickup truck. A 009 for Vance in the Chevrolet in right-hand lane. The truck with an 022 reaction time. 558, 124 miles per hour to 604, 111.99 miles per hour. David Mullins and Don Deitch going to run. David will be in his truck in the left-hand lane out of Milan, Michigan. Chevrolet S10 taking on Don Deitch in right-hand lane from Rosebush, Michigan, S&W Dragster. A 009 reaction time for Dave in the truck. Rail lane 035 and a 5 flat run for the dragster, 138 miles per hour to a 604, 113.57 miles per hour. Evan Davis, Charlotte, Michigan. Backing up with his dragster rail lane, down John Erskine, 69 Chevy. John making his first run of the weekend. Freeland, Michigan. Bob Miller, the dragster out of Springfield, Ohio, in the left-hand lane, taking on Bob Drews. Drews came clear from Stanton, Michigan this weekend. Red light in right-hand lane with a Monza. Left-hand lane, the Ohio dragster with a 544, 126. Lane Ledford and Kyle Yacko going to run next. Kyle in the left-hand lane, the Daytona from Trenton, Michigan. Lane backing up with his dragster out of Grand Ledge, Michigan. An 0-12 reaction time for Lane Ledford. Kyle Yacko 047. Dragster runs 468, 147 miles per hour to a 663, 102.26 miles per hour. Chevrolet Camaro of Joel Young. Taking on the pickup truck back here that's he's got flames shooting out from the hood here. I'm not sure I'd recommend going to the west. I think I'd go east. You got 1-843-6572, unless it's a 4-7 swap. Maybe you want to check that first. Joel Young with an 061 reaction time and a 6038, 114.02 miles per hour. David Burghardt coming up in the left lane, the Chevrolet Camaro, and Bob Prost. Terre Haute, Indiana, 2015 American. Run double duty, triple duty, something like that. I think they will be in the Super Gas class, Super Comp class, and now the Top ET class. And that's with 3 different cars, I believe. It'll be the first run of the weekend here for David Burghardt, Chevrolet Camaro in the left-hand lane. An 030 to a 005 reaction time for the dragster. Right lane 445, 156 miles per hour to a 682, 80.04 miles per hour. Look at Jim Hamilton on the property in the left-hand lane. The blown dragster out of Fraser, Michigan. First time we've seen Jim in a while. Taking on the Alexander family Chevrolet Vega, Howard City, Michigan. Got him a hired gun this weekend. I think that's Bill Smith sitting behind the wheel. The Chevrolet Vega in stage, waiting on Jim Hamilton. Jim runs the big money races out here, the 50 grander every year. He runs 448 at 156 miles per hour. The Vega with an 013 reaction time and a 612 at 111.22 miles per hour. Keith Helsel and Anthony Benedetti going to take their turn here. Anthony in the left-hand lane. Romulus, Michigan, and Keith with the Chevy 2, Lake City, Michigan. We have a parts call. The Duffy girls are looking for a 5-inch tack. If anybody has a 5-inch tack, go see the Duffy girls. So once again, we have a parts call. If anybody has a 5-inch tachometer, go see the Duffy girls right up here behind the fuel building area. They're parked in their pit spot. So trouble for Anthony in left lane. Hopefully he just backs up a little bit. We'll do a reset. Keith in right hand lane on 584, 119. So Anthony Benedetti getting a reset here, the Romulus Michigan Dragsters. First run of the weekend. And you only get one here, so he wants to make it a good one. A 16 red. He can adjust that easy enough and runs 535, 127.98 miles per hour as our next pair. Gets ready. The Insurance Man Dragster. Doing the burnout on the motor stateside, Steve Smith from Shelby Township, Michigan. Taking on Jeff Burtis. Jeff excited this morning. Big burnout across the start line over there with the Malibu wagon out of Hemlock, Michigan. Steve Smith with an 033 reaction time and a 465, a 003 red light for Jeff Burtis, and a 568.8, 120 miles per hour. James Vanderbrook, Five Lake, Michigan. The 17-year-old driving a 69 Chevelle in right lane went all the way to the finals last night, taking on the good-looking old 65 Impala, Jim Hamilton, Fraser, Michigan. First time we've seen this car in a while. 041 for James Vanderbrook in right lane. And he runs a 608, 113 to a 716, 98 miles per hour. BJ Bennett coming up left lane, the Greenville, Michigan 66 Chevy 2, and Mike Kozlik, the S10 out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. See if Mike can get a good run here. Had a little issue out here yesterday. Car wanted to roll through the beam on him. Now he's in stage. BJ left lane. Here we go. This looks like a good one. A 000 light for Kozlik. Right-hand lane to a 006 in left-hand lane. 627, 111 miles per hour to a 644, 105.69 miles per hour. Tyler McCurry going to be racing the Oldsmobile Cullison right side, and Matt Gramlich left lane, Monroe, Michigan, backing up with his dragster. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. They're about to be coming out here. So final call. So we're going to say the final call is about 15 minutes ago, but I guess we're going to give you a double final call for Super Gas. If you're not yet in the lanes, you need to boogity, boogity, boogity. Couple green lights here, a 26 to a 31, left-hand lane, 473.5, 144 miles per hour, and a 630 for the Oldsmobile, 108.51 miles per hour. Tom Artigas with a Dodge pickup truck in right-hand lane. .009 reaction time. Artigas 6:40.40, 106.19 miles per hour. Taking next pair. Next pair is going to be a single. Skylar Drews, DeWitt, Michigan. Oldsmobile, Calais. Former finalist at the World Super Pro Challenge. An 0:16 reaction time for Skylar. And he will run a lap time of 5:90 with an 8 at 116.08 miles per hour. And we are getting ready to go with the final qualifying run for Super Gas. Before we bring them out, we want to make an announcement. Attention, Great Lakes Sock and Super Sock Association racers. There's going to be a driver's meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer now. Not 5 minutes from now, not 10 minutes from now. It is driver's meeting time for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association racers. Brad Zaskowski's trailer. Head that way right now, if you would, please. So once again, the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association racers head to Brad Zaskowski's trailer for a driver's meeting. And here we go, Super Gas final qualifying round. $5,000 to win this category today. 990 quarter mile class. It's going to be Rock Haas and Steve Mikas. Coming out of the state lanes first, Zarelli Nova from Ashley, Michigan. He's going to go down the FTI lane, and motor stateside Rock Haas is 04 Davis Corvette Roadster. An 0:10 to an 0:22 reaction time. A little more throttle stop action for the Corvette Roadster. Mikas gets out in front, and they close the gap at the finish line. It'll be a 993, 175. Steve Mikas still trying to find his 990 combination there. He went 976 that time, 144 miles per hour. Kenny Simpson and Pat DeBatis. The Mopar truck out of Howell, Michigan, left-hand lane, and Kenny Simpson from Muskegon, Michigan. Chevrolet Nova, and run down the motor state side. Good to see some of the normal bracket racers making an attempt here in Super Gas. Simpson normally just bracket races the Nova. Try to do some 990 racing. An 0:51 for Simpson, an 0:24 for DeBatis. Nova way out in front, same deal. Here comes the Dodge Dakota to close the gap at the finish line, and it'll be 988.2, 174 to a 994.1, 137.32 miles per hour. So nobody hitting the 990 number quite yet. Deacon Kalish, the 2015 Challenger-bodied roadster out of Wakanda, Wisconsin. Can run down the motor state side, taking the guy that won the Friday night shootout here. The Burnin' Money 1937 Coupe of Sam Patrick. Just pretty much the most interesting car in the class to me, because there is hardly any throttle stop action going on over there for the 37 Coupe. Everybody leaves the line and lays over on the throttle stop, then it goes. Sam is hanging on like What are you talking about, throttle stop? A 990, that's about what I can run. Finish line, it'll be a 990 with a 0. Love it. Sam Patrick, the 37 Chevy Coupe, nailed it with a perfect run. And Deacon right lane went 992.4. 158 miles per hour, but Sam Patrick will be number 1 on the list. Tom Diamond and Paul Richardson. Paul in the right lane, 68 Chevrolet Camaro Roadster out of Woodburn, Indiana. Tom Diamond's 27 Ford Roadster in the left-hand lane out of Dublin, Ohio. So Sam Patrick will be number 1 qualifier. Got him a weekend going. So Tom Diamond, Paul Richardson, it'll be Diamond 993.5, 164 to a 994.1 at 169.90. About as quick of a mile per hour as we've seen. Dave Kopsick going to be in the left-hand lane. His first actual qualifying effort here during the weekend. The Cullis out of Eaton, Indiana. And Nathan Prose from Terre Haute, Indiana, driving the Camaro Roadster on the right side. As we mentioned earlier, Nathan's got a year going on the NHRA Tour. He's got multiple victories. Here we are just the beginning of June, and he has been in the winner's circle multiple times on the NHRA side. Got an 18 reaction time here. Dave Kopsick with a 17 reaction. Pretty much a side-by-side one here as they head down the finish line. It'll be 989.8. Look at Dave Kopsick, 990 with a 5 at 165, so that's the second best effort. Nathan just missed 2 thou under the index there. Pat Martin and Scott Mackey going to run. Fort Myers, Florida, Corvette Roadster going to go down the FTI lane, and Pat Martin from London, Ohio, the 27 Roadster. Attention in the pits, double entered, no box entries to the front of the line. Lane 7 and 8, round 1 of eliminations. If you're double entered in the no box category, you've got about a 3-minute head start, make it a 2-minute head start to get to the lanes. Double entered no boxers to the front of the lanes, lane 7 and 8. Pat Martin and Scott Mackey in a good one. Winner light going right hand lane 987. But it is Scott Mackey with a 990 with a 5 in left lane. He will like that time slip. 005 reaction time and 990 with a 5. Steve Fields and Paul Brown are next. Paul in the right-hand lane, the Dodge Roadster body out of Cass City, Michigan. And Steve Fields with a Firebird left-hand lane. So once again, if you're double entered in the $5,000 to win no box race, if you're double entered, giving you a couple-minute head start to get to the stadium lanes. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Paul with a nice 006 reaction time with his Roadster. The Pontiac with an 027 reaction time. Looking for 990s down there, and it'll be a 988.2 and a 989.9. Fields misses by 1,000th of a second. Should have hit a bug. He'd have been perfect. Steve Theodore and Leo Zinda. Leo with a Cavalier in the right-hand lane, Clinton Township, Michigan. Steve with a 63 Corvette Roadster. He'll go down the FTI lane. Lancaster, Ohio. So we have called the double entered no boxers and the $5,000 double entered no boxers. Need to head to the lanes, please. Little red light there for Leo with his Cavalier. High mile per hour car. He'll run a 958 at 174 miles per hour. Somebody turned the knob the wrong way on the Cavalier. 958. That's heading towards Supercom, not Super Gas. Bob Prose in the left-hand lane. Take on the Roadster number 3832. So running down through there, Bob Prost in the left-hand lane with a 992.4. Right lane went 994 with a 9, and then we'll put a right up on Super Gas. Brian Richardson coming out with his brand new to him top sportsman car. Rick Jones Grand Am chassis machine out of Woodburn, Indiana. Just making some tests and tune runs here, basically. Nothing more than a 330-foot, 8th mile run, maybe, depending on how it feels. But the car that will be competing in Top Sportsman in the NHRA side. Racing family out of Woodburn, Indiana. This is Brian Richardson. We are opening up the seating lanes for no box. Round number 1 of eliminations, a 5-grander, all entries, no box. Lanes 7 and 8, 1, 7, 8 fill up, overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Round 1, no box to the lanes. A 1:15.60 foot time. He's going 8th mile. 5:17. If that was actually the first run, that's pretty darn good. 140 miles per hour. Pretty uneventful, and uneventful is good. So we have a little track prep about to go down here in the starting line area. We'll throw some glue back down. We have our round 1 of eliminations coming into the seating lanes for our $5,000 to win Moneymaker no box class. We've got about 10 minutes here as my guess, and we are going to go into round number 1 of eliminations. Concession stands are opened up here in the Mid-Michigan Motorplex behind the second set of grandstands. Also, Motorplex Souvenir Building has brand new 2025 editions of the Motorplex t-shirts, sweatshirts, and hats. And the fuel building's open. We will be on the track here at round number 1 of our Saturday 5 grand no box class. They are in the lanes getting ready to roll. It's getting a little bit quiet. I will make an announcement. We have the Who's Your Daddy race coming up the 3rd weekend in June, a limited field, 150 total entries for that event, and there are still some entries available. Truly not a lot of entries available. That's not a used car salesman tactic, but there are some entries available. If you want to get in that race, go in the office or front ticket booth, one of the two, and get yourself signed up for the Who's Your Daddy weekend. That's a $7,500 to win and $5,000 to win 2-day race with box versus no box final round. They're separated all the way to the final. So it'll be a box car versus a no box car in the final round. And last year it was no box 2, box cars 0. No box won both events out here for the King Tun event out here last September, but we will start hitting social media with that event out here this week and try to get that event filled up. So if you want to get in that race, you can do so. My, oh my, we have a, if you lost your head sock, that's got to be, if you wear a head sock, which is a pretty limited amount of racers, if you wear a head sock under your helmet, it was just turned in the tower. So if you're looking for your head sock, we have it in the tower. And that is definitely the first time I've ever announced that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to roll them out of the stadium lanes for round number 1, but before we do that, we ask that you please rise for the playing of our national anthem. All right, here we go. Round number 1 of eliminations. Getting ready to come out of the stadium lanes. It'll be our largest class, near 100 or a little more than 100 entries in our no box category. $5,000 to win this afternoon. And here we go, Brian Valasic and Kelly Smith, our first pair to go down the track here for round 1 of eliminations. The S10 out of White Cloud, Michigan will be in the right-hand lane. The truck will be on a 629 dial-in. Left-hand lane, Brian Valasic will be on a 596 dial-in with a Saginaw, Michigan Dodge Dart. Opening pair here in round number 1. Valasic and Smith. Green light, red light. Over on the starting line, Kelly Smith gets the win with a truck. On the 629, he runs dead on with a 7 at the end with an 0.14 reaction time. Brian a little bit under and a little bit early. Ron Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan, Oldsmobile Starfire. Be in the FTI lane, dialed in at 8:35, and Bill Wilson from Holland, Ohio. 1968 Chevrolet Chevelle down in at 586. Big head start here going to the Oldsmobile Starfire, Ron Hagar. Tree drops for Bill Wilson. Pretty close race. Only 4,000 separate them. Down the finish line, win line going. In the right-hand lane, a breakout for Ron Hagar. He runs 15 thousandths under his dial-in. Bill Wilson getting the win, 400ths over his dial-in. Andrew Heinig, the Vegan right-hand lane down into a 604, and Russ Thompson. Dr. Russ Thompson down 720 in the left lane out of Perry, Michigan. Finish line winner, right-hand lane, Andrew, 020, down envelope 5. Russ was 024 and 100th over for runner-up on that pair. Little Vega, Paul Wolf coming right-hand lane, North Branch, Michigan, down on a 596. And Joel Young, Chevy Camaro, down 604. The red light for Paul by 004. Joel Young will get the win, and he runs a 6:03.9 on a 6:04 dial-in for the win. Tim Flynn and Ken Hansen. The Impala from Crystal dialed 842, and Tim Flynn from Naperville, Illinois. Barracuda dialed 637. Big head start here to the Impala, and Tim Flynn can't wait. Turn on the red light. Ken Hansen will take this entry to the next round, running an 8:46. He had an 0:16 winning reaction time. Jaden Durst, Chris Messbergen. Chris in the Chevy 2 left lane, down 7:26. And Jaden Durst, Frost Area, Ohio S10, down 6:48. About 100 separate him here on reaction time. Heading down the finish line, win line going left lane on a double breakout. Actually, it was Chris Messberg in the left lane, 0:16 and 5 thou under. Jaden was 0:26 and 8 thou under in the right lane. Dan Fabian, left-hand lane with a 6:03 dial in. And Mark Daniels, the Camaro right lane down 6:04. Only 100 separating their dial-ins here in round number 1. Mark Daniels in total control here with a Chevrolet Camaro. He will get the win, a 6:07 on a 6:04 with an 0:11 reaction time. The Monza coming up in right-hand lane. is Tom Artikas sitting behind the wheel with a 598 dial in, taking on Mark Hancock. The Mustang left lane down 644. Red light in the right-hand lane for the Monza. Mark Hancock with the win. Mark was ready. 007 dead on with an 8. The righteous ride. Oh, we've got a dandy. I said this yesterday. Heinz Haller is terrible at getting in line and picking his opponents. Here in round number 1, he is picking last night's winner, Warren Smith in right lane. Temperance, Michigan, the Mustang down 6:15. Heinz Haller, the S10 left lane down 6:29. Two extremely talented bottom bulb racers running here in round number 1. In a great one, as advertised, an 012 to an 014, win line, Heinz. 014 dead 4. Warren is 012 and 4 thou under in a great drag race here in the first round. Brad Bird and John Botka are next. John in the Camaro, the left lane dialed 631. Brad in the yellow Camaro in the right lane dialed 567. Eighth mile finish line, win line going, right-hand lane, Brad Bird, 043 and 100th over the dial-in. That'll send him to round 2. John had a nice 016 reaction time in the left lane, but then he went 500ths over his dial-in. Steve Atwell, California Flash Tribute car in the left lane with a 620 dial-in, and Brad Talbot, Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada, 82 Camaro in the right lane, down 617. So Steve went in and kind of double bulbed Brad. Brad let him just sit there and think about that for a minute. Now he is in. And here we go. A red light to left lane. Brad was fixing to lay one down here. 000 perfect and a 4 thou under 616.6. Atwell went right on the dial in 620 and a 620, but turned it red by 026. Here comes Tom Artikas Jr. in right hand lane. The Dakota with a 646 dial in. I don't think that was Tom earlier. That would have been some kind of traveling through time thing to get back up here and get in line for the driving the purple truck. Left lane will be Aiden Ludsky, 653 with a Camaro. A red light for Aiden Ludsky. Artigas is 004 green in the truck and right lane. And then he runs a 644.5 on a 646 dial in. The Junkyard Dog coming up. Mike Stanton Jr., Shepherd, Michigan, 541. And Jeff Heerman, Smiths Grove, Kentucky, Duster down 627. Here we go. The tree drops. A slight advantage to the Junkyard Dog. Chasing on the Kentucky Duster. Finish line winner, Dog. 5:44 on a 5:41. Mike Stanton Jr. will go to the next round. Ron Smith going to race Wade Humphrey. Wade in the right lane. The Dodge Daytona Del 776. And Ron Smith, the Chevy 2 left lane Del 687. Ron Smith with a Chevy 2. He's going to go down the left lane. Give a head start to Wade Humphreys here, the Dodge Daytona. Round number 1. Saturday no box. Green light, green light. Smith with a Chevy 2 with a slight advantage. Finish line winner, Smith with the Chevy 2. Wade got there first, went 770 on a 776. Ron a little closer to his dial and will get the win light there. The red Chevy 2 coming up with John Holtzman, Del 590 in the right-hand lane. He's going to race Paul Adamitis Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane. Paul dialed in at 631. Paul Adamitis with the Ford Mustang. John Holtzman with the Chevy 2. Finish line winner, left lane. Paul, 005, couple hundredths over the dial in. Holtzman was dead on a 590 on a 590, but had an 062 reaction time. That's what cost him that round. Jason Jenkins going to race Preston Bailey. Jenkins in the left lane, Del 718. Preston right lane, Del 739. Finish line winner, left lane, Jason Jenkins in an incredible drag race. Jason was 002, Preston was 001, both of them 100th over the dial-in, 2,000 margin of victory in the best run of the weekend there. Jason Jenkins and Preston Bailey. Mark Pressey and Mark Martinez. Chevy 2 in the left lane, 604, the Dodge Dart right lane, Del 652. Both out on green lights here. Slight advantage going to Martinez. Win light going, Martinez. 028, dead on with a 7. Pressey is 041 and 12th out under his dial in. David Mullins going to race Andy Wingo. Andy trying to get our attention back here. And he has broken the Fiero. So Andy has broken his Pontiac back here in the burnout box area. So David Mullins will get a free run here in left-hand lane, Milan, Michigan. He'll automatically go to round 2. Hopefully nothing too serious with Andy as he races his cars. Let's go with that. He can put some runs up and down the track. David with an 010 dead 2 run right there. 12th out total. That would have been extremely difficult to beat. Rick Mathis and Jason Mikula going to run next. Jason left lane, the Chevy 2 out of G&M Racing, going to dial 598. Rick, Copemish, Michigan, T-Bucket Roadster, dialed in at a 529. Rick Mathis, Jason Mikula on the 8th mile. Finish line winner, left lane. Jason Mikula, 5:99 on a 5:98 with a 59 reaction time. Rick went dead on the dial-in, but had an 0.98 reaction time. The Barracuda coming up. Jeff Heine got a Harrison down 6:53, and Brian Kiefer driving the Malibu down 5:91 in the left-hand lane. Head start going to Heine and his Barracuda. Hiding in, waiting on Brian Kiefer. He's bumping. Now he's in his stage. Here we go. Big red light there for Jeff Heinig. Kiefer's 001 green. And he's going to wonder why the finish line looked like that. But Heinig was 470 red in right-hand lane. Brian went to 500s under after his 001 green light. He will advance to round number 2. Pat and I going to race Joe Stowe. Joe, the Chevelle in the left-hand lane, going to dial 650. Pat with a Dodge Dart in right-hand lane, 630. He was a $2,300 winner out here during Memorial Day weekend with the homebrew Dodge Dart. Wheels up in the air for the Mopar and a big advantage on reaction time there. He's going to run 6:30 on a 6:30 dial-in. 009, dead on with an 8 for Pat and I. Joe Stowe was 082 and 8 thou under. Al McChesney, he'll be in the right-hand lane with a 627 dial-in. Calvin, Michigan Belvedere taking on the Duster in left-hand lane, dialed in at a 694. On the finish line here, it's going to be McChesney, 021, dead on with a 6. Al McChesney will go to the next round. Josh Chinden and Lou Robertson. Lou in the S10 down 572. Josh, right lane Mustang down 626. Great race here. Lou Robertson and Josh Chittenden end down through there. It's going left lane. 012, one over the dial-in. Josh was 003 and 3 thou under. Dustin Loynes coming with the Firebird left-hand lane down 585, and Kevin Huntley, the Dart from Beulah, with a 584 dial-in. Here we go. Tree on the way down, both on, both green. 1 thou separate them and react. 100th on dial in. Wind light going, right lane. By 6,000ths of a second. 0.31, dead 2. Beats an 0.30, dead 9. Good race. Kevin Huntley with a win light. Andrew Hines, the New London, Ohio Cavalier, down 591. And Jason Hicks. Olds will be the left lane, down in at 686. Tension in the pits. We need the Super Comp class. So lanes 3 and 4 for pairings. Super Comp, round 1. Lanes 3 and 4 to get paired up, please. We need you. Cavalier and the Oldsmobile here in round number 1. Oldsmobile's green, Cavalier's green. 5 thou separate them. Finish line, wind light going. Cavalier. 0.17, taking 8 thou stripe to be 100th over the dial end. Hicks is 0.22 and 100th over for runner-up on that pair. Neil Swain and Dennis O'Connor. Look at this, the Battle of Portland, Michigan. Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane, down 597. Neil with the Jeep, right lane, down 569. Down the finish line here, wind light going left lane. 597 on a 597 with an 049 light. Neil got there first, went 1,000 under the dial in, running 568.9 on a 569 dial in. Keith Grubaugh and Brian Kuda going to run. The Maverick in the left-hand lane, going to dial 653. Chevelle right lane down 661. Once again, we need the NHRA Super Comp cars to the lanes for pairings, please. Both drivers in. Green lights a pair, and Keith Grubaugh and that Chevelle is in total command as they head down to the stripe. He'll get the win, 668 and 661. He had a 007 reaction time, helped him get the win there. This is a dandy right here, Kyle Yacko and Mickey Adams. Mickey Chevrolet Camaro right-hand lane, Tecumseh, Michigan. Down to 602. Kyle Yacko's Dodge Daytona left lane down 665. So Yacko the win there. Mickey Adams turning the red light on by 6,000ths of a second. Jeff Pitts, Chuck Reynolds heading to the starting line here. Chuck in the left-hand lane. There used to be a Monte Carlo. It turned into an S10. It's dialed in at 670. Jeff Pitts right-hand lane. The Camaro from Oxford, Michigan. Dialed in at 593. So we have called Super Comp to the lanes, and we need you. Super Comp, we need you in the lanes. 4,000 separate them here. Chuck Reynolds, Jeff Pitts here in round number 1. Wind light going. Jeff Pitts dead on the dial in. 593 on a 593. He will advance. S10 pickup truck coming up in the left-hand lane. Going to dial 9640, taking on the Mustang of Joe Percy Jr. Dial 653. Green lights a pair, and a little more than 200 separate them. The better reaction time of the driver in the Mustang. Win light going to the driver in the Mustang, a 6:59 on a 6:53. The truck way over the dial, and they're running 6:70. Will Steckley going to be in the right-hand lane. Went to the finals last night with the Ontario, Canada Charger, taking on the S10 truck left-hand lane. 6:17 dial in the left, 5:67 for the former IHRA world champ. Both drivers out, both green, both good. Finish line winner, Steckley, 006 and 1 over for the win. Left lane 015 and 3 over for runner-up on that pair. Scott Wright, Tim Stout. Tim, the S10 right-hand lane, going to dial 671. Scott with that 62 Plymouth on the left side, dialed in at 611. Well, something going wrong there for Scott Wright. Tim Stout in right-hand lane. He was 001 reaction time. But that did not look right when Scott left the starting line there. Randy Martin going to race Mike Stokes next. Randy with the Duster from Belleville in the left lane. Dial 679. Mike with a Challenger from Beulah. Down 534 on the right side. Finish line here, win light going Stokes. 535 and a 534. Martin got there first, broke out by 0.005 of a second. Chris Roth going to race up against Ron. It is not Ron Kearns, it's Rich Perdue. We will get that fix in the system, I promise. 642 dial in for the Camaro in the left. 601 dial in for the Camaro in the right. In a red light, left-hand lane, Chris Roth was 000 perfect in the right side and runs a 603 on a 601. Roth looking good going to the next round. Clint Bailey going to race Tim Flynn, the Barracuda in the left-hand lane down 637. Bailey, his hot rod in the right-hand lane down 625. Both out in green lights here, 100 separate them. Flynn and Bailey, win light going, left lane Tim Flynn. 638 on a 637, the Illinois Barracuda will go to the next round. Clint Bailey was 500s over his dial, and that cost him right there. So Dan Gorby and Mark Daniels going to match up. Dan on a 624 dial in. Mark in the left-hand lane going to dial in a 605. South Boardman, Michigan. Chevrolet Camaro for Mark. Sheridan, Michigan. 69 Camaro for Dan. Both drivers in, here we go. Tree fires, both out, they're both green. Daniels near perfect here. Finish line, win light. Daniels, 002, dead 8 for Mark Daniels. Dan run dead on the dial-in, but had a 42. So Mark Hancock in left-hand lane with a dial of 645. Ryan Voss right-hand lane, the Mustang dial 638. Both out and they're both green, and 7 thous separate them here. Dial and finish line, win light going. Left lane, dead on the dial with a 9. Here we go back at it. Heinz Haller, John Van Haren, the GTO from Chesaning, going to dial 595. Heinz with the S10, the left lane, dial 629. Pontiac GTO and 83 S10 pickup truck here. Round number 1 of no box. Chris Messberg and Doug McCurry coming up next, right hand lane. McCurry on a 6:30 dial in, and left lane Chris Messberg in 7:26. Attention to pits. Round number 1, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. We need you in the lanes for pairings, please. Round number 1, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Got a bunch of them for pairings. 6:30 for McCurry. Messberg in 7:26. The Super Comp cars should be in the lanes. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Start heading to the lanes, please. You'll find your partner and you can move on up. Both cars in green light starts here. Slight advantage holes will be able to right-hand lane. Chasing on Messberg and Chevy 2. Finish line win light going. McCurry dead 0. 0.26 dead on with a 0. Messberg in left lane 0.43 and 100th over the dial in. McCurry goes around 2 with that entry. Ron Hagar going to race Joel Young. Joel's Camaro left-hand lane going to dial 603. Ron, the Starfire right-hand lane, going to dial 831. Deep stage in Little Oldsmobile Starfire from Clark Lake, Michigan for Ron Hagar, taking on Joel Young. And it'll be a red light for Ron by 009. Young going to be the winner with his Camaro. He's 25 green. Looking for a 603. He lights it up. Dead 5. 603 on a 603. Ron just a little bit under and a little bit early. Russell Thompson's Firebird come up to right-hand lane, going to dial 721. And Ken Hansen, the Impala left lane, dialed 842. So we have Super Comp in the state of lanes. Great Lakes Stock and Super Sockers head to the back of the lanes, please, for pairings. Hansen and Thompson out there right now. Separated by less than 100th. Win light, right lane. By 7,000ths of a second, Russell Thompson running right on the dial in 721 on a 721. Bill Wilson versus Ron Smith. 2 Ohio cars going to run here. The Chevelle in right lane out of Holland, Ohio, dialed 589. Ron from Toledo, Ohio with a Chevy 2, dialed in at 687. $1,000 separate them. Anybody's race here as they head down the finish line, win line, going left lane. Both drivers a 29 to a 30 reaction time. Smith went dead on with an 8 with a Chevy 2. Wilson went 100th over with a 0. That made a margin of victory down there 1,000th of a second. 2 more Ohio drivers on the line here. Andrew Hines, left-hand lane, the Cavalier out of New London, Ohio. Dialed 592, taking on Jaden Durst from Fostoria, Ohio. He's in the right lane, dialed 647. So 2 of the best bottom bulbers from Norwalk running here in round 1. It'll be a 001 red light to a 001 green light. Left lane, Andrew with a 001 green. He will get the win. Durst was 001 red and dead on with a 5. Warren Smith, last night's winner to the right lane, down 614, taking on Brad Talbot. Heidelberg, Ontario Camaro, down 617 in the left. 300 separate them. Once again, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. If you get a pair, please pull them up in the lane so we can keep the process rolling. So if you find your partner, get your lane choice all figured out and pull to the front of the staging lanes. That would help immensely. Green light's a pair here. Slight advantage went to the Ontario car. Win light goes to the Ontario car. 0-10 dead 3, 13 total. Warren was 19 on react and couldn't win that round. Kelly Smith, his truck going to be in the right-hand lane with a 630 dial in. Taking on the Chevrolet Vega in the left-hand lane on Team Heinig, dial 604. And getting to the end of the line here in round number 1 of no box. We see the Super Comp cars ready. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association racers, help us out. If you find your partner, please pull on up in the staging lanes. Green light, good race. Vega and truck. Win light going. Vega. 0-23 and 200ths over the dial-in. Smith was 0-13 and 400ths over the dial-in. Another truck coming up. Tom Aratakis in right lane, down 645. And Rob Lutzke going to race the Vega in the left lane, down 6 flat. Win light here for Tom Aratakis, 0-28 and dead on with a 1. Left-hand lane, Lutzke was 0-09 and 400ths over his dial-in. Toby Croning going to race Jeff Alexander's Monza left lane, 598 to a 604. So Great Lakes Stock and Super Stockers should be in the staging lanes. Once you get a pair, please pull them on up forward. Both drivers in, tree down, red light for Toby, green light for Jeff Alexander. 0-19 in a 599 on a 598. Jeff Alexander moves to the next round. And we are getting ready to roll into the NHRA Super Comp class, round number 1 of eliminations. We are going to turn the microphone over to the voice of Drag Racer TV, Mr. Warren Evans.
Thank you, Jeff. As always, appreciate the opportunity to come up here to Mid-Michigan Motorplex, one of my favorite tracks to visit throughout the year, and get to come up here twice. I'll be up here for the World Super Pro Challenge later on, first weekend in August. Really looking forward to that, but for right now, happy to be up here as part of the Rockin Super Shootout. NHRA Super Comp cars are coming this way right now. 890 category cars, we call them NHRA because really the only sanctioning body that's still running them. Most of these guys I get to see on a regular basis when I travel around the country with the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. So it's a pleasure to see him out here right now. Chris Fields over there on the left side, alongside Rock Haas. And if you're part of the North Central Division, follow those cars on a regular basis, you'll recognize these two guys. They're regulars out there. The Haas and Carruthers dragster over here. New car for Rock over the past about a season or so. Dean McElvain built that new hot rod for Rock. Of course, he and his daughter Elena had been campaigning for a long time together. Elena newly married, and I believe Rock is going to be a grandpa here before very long. Christopher Fields over there out of Carlton, Michigan. The advanced chassis machine, a little older style car, but doesn't matter as long as it meets all the tech specs. Try to run 890. Red light start there for Rock. He turns it red by 0:13. 892 at 177 for Rock, but the red light start got him by 0:13. Chris Fields 888.9 at 169, but took advantage of the red light to stretch it out a little bit and see where he was at. Dean McElvain hustling back from his burnout right now. Usually he's about 70 miles an hour out and about 70 miles an hour back in the McElvain race cars machine. Steve Fields over here on the right-hand side. The Fields Racing, that's the red one. Also out of Carlton, Michigan. Also an advanced chassis machine. I believe Ken Bowers is the advanced chassis builder. So pairing of the same chassis builders once again here. Running it to the quarter mile, top end, wind light for Dino. Dean McElvain with an 891, 181, 007 on the tree. That was 20 total. Nice lap there. So Fields is out. McElvain goes on. Rob Goins out of Orlando. Has his roots up here. I believe he's originally from Michigan before he moved to Orlando, but still part of the group. Pat Nevadas over here on the right-hand side. Pat and Deanna in the law enforcement industry. He's got stories that he probably can't tell you of his time being undercover. You'll see him later in Super Gas as well. The Lionheart machine over here on the right-hand side out of Howell, Michigan. Says he's 34, that's a lie. He's young at heart, but he ain't that young. Top end of the track, how about an 892 for Nevadas? He is over by 23 thou. Rob Goins goes under by 4 thou, 889.6. 4 thou breakout for Rob Goins. Nevadas had him covered on the tree as well with a 022 reaction time. That was the better of the two. Great Lakes Stock, Super Stock. You should be getting paired up and lined up and moving towards the ready line as you will be up next. We'll need to see you in a few minutes. Leo Zinda over there on the left-hand side alongside Pat Martin. These two guys been campaigning a long time as well for the Ring and Pinion Shop. Of course, Leo retired from that business, but still carries the colors for him. For Trayson Asphalt and Concrete over here, Pat Martin out of London, Ohio. They make their way to the top end of the track. Wind light comes on for LZ3. Leo Zinda, 891.8 at 179. He was behind at the starting line, closer at the top end. Margin of victory, 7 thousandths of a second. Pat Martin, 894 on the 890. His day is done here in round one in the Super Comp car. I think we'll see him back in Super Gas in just a little bit. Two more coming at you. Steve Bueller, right side, defending champion of this event. And Scott Mackey over on the left. Mackey out of Fort Myers, Florida, by way of Canada originally. He's working his way south. 2 more years he's going to be in the Gulf of Mexico. 006 red light for Mackey, wind light for Bueller. His win streak continues here. 888 at 184. That was a little bit quick for Steve Bueller. Gets the win via the red light for Mackey. 890 with a 2. How about that? Red and dead 2. Seems to be the way it always works out, to go red and dead on. One of the pros machines coming up here. I believe this is Bob in that wildly colored Honey Creek collision machine out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Bobby along the guard wall there. Father and son pros team out here this weekend. In fact, there's son behind in front of the water box right now. Over on the right-hand side, Dan Hedges, Plainwell, Michigan. Red light start for Hedges. Win light for Bobby Pros. Pros 889.8, 2 thou too quick, but that's okay. 188 for the speed. Daniel Hedges red light start and an 888 at 174. Nathan Pros backing up right now. He gets the bye run. Was the best run of the qualifying session that we had, so that gave him the odd lot bye here in round number 1. Nathan out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Top 5 finisher last year in NHRA Division 3 points. He's having a heck of a year. Could be the year where he locks up a championship, either at the divisional or even potentially at the national level. But this will be the final pair here, or final car in our Super Comp category. Great Lakes Stock Super Stock will be rolling up next. .33 on the let go. Nobody really killing it on the tree here in this session. How about an 890 with an 8, dead 8 at the top at 184. So Super Comp is in the books. Great Lakes Stock Super Stock coming up now. Jeff Ledford going to jump back in here and tell you about the Great Lakes Stock Super Stock, round number 1 coming up. I believe there's almost 60 cars in the category, so should be a great field of cars. 6 rounds of competition coming up here for Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. And Jeff Ledford to tell you all about it.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate that. I'm glad to have Drag Racer TV with us all weekend. Warren said they will be back out here for the World Super Bro Challenge $50,000 to win event in early August as our first pair of Super Stock Eliminator cars come out of the staging lanes. It's going to be Scott Bartlett and Jim Cakel Jr. The 1974 Ford Tools will be on the right-hand lane out of Hartford, Michigan. Dial-ins on the scoreboard down there. 1085 for Cakel in the right lane. Scott Bartlett's Delta 88 is going to dial 1212. He's going to get the head start by about 1.27 seconds. Of course, this class still a quarter-mile drag racing, unlike the no box category, which you can get a second opportunity with a buyback situation. Not in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. It's win or you're done. Your win light don't pop up down there. You are working on dinner plans. The finish line, winner going the right-hand lane, 1093 on a 1085. Jim Cakel Jr. with an 031 winning reaction time. He will be in round number 2. Got a single, which will happen when you ladder roughly 60 cars. You have a broken car here and there. And Al Wisniewski, he's going to get a free run here in the first round. The Sunfire out of Auburn, Michigan. Going to jump over here and make a run down the right side. His opponent not able to make the call here in round number 1. Al just clicks it off on a free run here. He'll be back in round 2 of eliminations later on. 70 miles per hour. And same deal here for Steve Tuchelski, the Ridgefield, Ohio 66 Chevy 2. 327 cubic inch stick shift car. Going to get a single run here in the first round. Very nice 011 reaction time for the Ohio driver. 1062 is what he had on the window, and he runs 1059 with a 121.81 miles per hour. He'll be back in round 2. The Oldsmobile Chiva, Matt Hewitt, the defending 2024 Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association champion. Bell 976, John Denbrock. Howell, Michigan, Grumpy's Toy Vega, going to the left side, which we rarely see out of this car, and he made a crazy run here this morning in the right lane. Actually had to lift. He was obviously heading across the center line in the first 300 feet. Let's hopefully he maybe found something wrong, or John just said, I'll do better. Let's see what happens. Chiva red lights. That is a major upset here in round number 1. Hewitt was a huge favorite in this matchup, and he turned on the red light, went dead on the dial-in. John left lane way over the dial-in, and he was negative 013, and everybody stay away from Matt for a little while. Chris Roth and Mike Wagner are going to run next. Chris in left lane. The Trans Am going to dial 1072 out of Essexville, Michigan. The Motown Missile coming up. Mike Wagner. Challenger dial 935. Round number 1, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. We mentioned roughly 60 cars. We'll narrow the field in half. 2 go down, 1 come back. Both drivers in. Here we go. Christmas tree down. They are not going to have a race here because we've got a red light for Mike Wagner. He turned it on by 19 thousandths. Chris Roth, the automatic winner. He runs 1088 and 039 reaction time. Wagner went dead on the dial on 935 and a 935 with a Motown Missile, but he turned on the red light. Bobby Lundholm in the right-hand lane out of Charlevoix, Michigan, 68 Chevrolet with an 1132 dial-in. Taking on Mike Sheehan, the Ford Mustang dial at 1191. And these drivers earning points towards a season championship with the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. This is event number 3. Finish line here, win light going left-hand lane. Mike Sheehan, a 008 reaction time and 300ths over his dial-in. He will take the Mustang to round number 2. Dr. Todd Lochner in the left lane, Midland, Michigan. Copo with a 967 dial-in, taking on the Motor City Digital Plymouth Belvedere of Rick Jacob, dial 1025. Big advantage here to Dr. Todd. Win light going, Dr. Todd. He has 066 reaction time and about 1100ths over his dial-in. Rick was a little late and a little over his dial-in there, running 1042 on a 1025. A couple of the favorite cars in line going to run here. Vance Cummins, 68 Dodge Dart out of Rod Shop Dodge in the left-hand lane, and Brett Sarbros, 67 Chevy Corvette to the right-hand lane, 1002 and 1121 their dial-ins. Chevrolet Corvette in hot pursuit here. Vans coming in the Dodge Dart. 1121 to a 1002. Top end, win light going. Sarbro on a double breakout. 300ths under his dial-in. Left lane 600ths under. We'll get to see the Corvette again in round number 2. Craig Sarbro. The West Michigan Auto Body, Chevy 2, Grand Haven, Michigan, Del 1097. Zach Running, Olds Calais. The most recent winner on the GLSSA Tour with a 948 dial-in. Craig with the stick shift car in on stage. Now Zach has the Oldsmobile Calais in. Green light, green light. Sarbro with a better reaction time with a Chevy 2 in the right lane. See if he can turn that into a win lane round one. Yeah, he did. 0:45 and 1 over takes out Zach Running in round number 1. Zach was under a little bit and a little bit late. Paul Carr going to race Dave Gerald. Dave in the right-hand lane, Del 1074. Paul, the Checkmate Chevy, Del 994. Attention to the pits. We will take top ET. Top ET. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Stick shift Chevy chasing on the convertible in the right-hand lane. Convertible, the 005 reaction time. Paul Carr is 036. Win light going. Right side, 005 and 1 over the dial-in for the win. Paul was 300ths over his dial. They had an 036 reaction time. So we continue to put that liquid rosin down on the starting line. Try to keep the bald spots to a minimum. Scott Klingler, the Copo Chevy. Left lane down 1030. Let's hope Scott's got a sandwich and a drink in there because he's going to be sitting there for an extra 5 seconds because Mike Warren, 69 Chevy, going to be down to 1509. Get almost a 5-second head start. Green light for the 6-cylinder. Scott's waiting. Here he comes. Half track head start. Down the finish line. Win light going left lane on a double breakout. Mike Warren got there first, went a 10th under his dial-in. Klingner was only about 500ths under his, so the Copo car advances. Kevin Zaskowski, 11:31 for the 69 Chevy Camaro left lane, and Mike Lagos, 68 Barracuda, down 11:53. Kevin Zaskowski and Mike Lagos heading out through there. Zasko already out in front with his Camaro. Touches the brakes, runs a couple tenths over, and he'll get the win light. The Oldsmobile Chiva, the Canadian car, coming up. Chris Lozon, right-hand lane, down 982. And Rich Perdue, wheel standing Chevy Camaro from Bay City, down 1014. Good race here between the Oldsmobile and the Camaro. 6,000 separate them on reaction time. Anybody's race to the finish line. Win light going left lane. 031, dead on with a 4. Chris Lozon was 037, and then about 300ths over his dial-in. George Wright, 6-shift Ford Mustang, going to dial 1008 to the right lane. And John Dinkle, the Belvedere, dial 1067 in the left side. We have called the box class to lanes 3 and 4. Ford Mustang, George Wright chasing on the Plymouth Belvedere down to the finish line. Winlight going, Belvedere. 10:68 on a 10:67. John Dinkle will advance to round number 2. Randy Martin, the Duster in right-hand lane of Belleville, Michigan. 10:67 Island taking on Doug Wright. The Plymouth Belvedere, Waterford, Michigan, down at a 9:06. Seen Doug out here earlier this morning, laying down a 9:03 run, I believe it was. So he's predicting it's going to slow up a little bit here in the middle of the afternoon. Or he's going to hold a couple hundredths in his pocket, which is probably more likely. Wheels up for both Mopars here. Doug Wright, hot pursuit of the Duster. 9:06 to a 10:67. Finish line brake lights, 9:11 and a wind light for Doug Wright. The Belvedere will be back around. Jimmy Zaskowski, the Grand Rapids, Michigan 69 Camaro, dialed 1120. To Steve Carpenter's stick shift Chevy 2, 987. Steve Carpenter already long by the Camaro there. He will get the win in left lane running 10:34. Trouble for Jimmy Zaskowski. Randy running, going to race Charlie Downing. Randy in the left lane, the Oldsmobile Achieve out of Lapeer, Michigan, dialed in at 9:36, and Charlie Downing, Ford Mustang, down 10:01 on the right side. Only 6 thousandths separate them. Randy running the Oldsmobile Chiva. Charlie Downing in the 2014 Mustang finish line winner going to the left-hand lane, the Achieva. 9:40 on a 9:36 with an 0:43 reaction time. Randy running, taking out the Mustang here in the first round. Mike Delahanty and Brad Zaskowski. 66 Chevy 2, left-hand lane out of Grand Rapids, down 988. Mike with his 64 Plymouth out of Novi, down 10:03. Down the finish line here, win light going for Mike Delahanty. An 0:43 light and 2 of the dial in. Brad went down there and let him go, hoping for a breakout, and it did not work. Ben Wenzel Sr. Oh, here's the matchup of round number 1. Look at this. Ben Wenzel Sr., 82 years old, in the 67 Chevy Camaro stick shift, dial 1041. 16-year-old Blaine Zaskowski in the Ford Mustang stick shift car in the left lane out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Here we go. Tree down. They're both green. Only about 18 thousandths separate them. The 16-year-old slightly better on react, but it's still anybody's race. Finish line, win light going. Left lane. 10:37 on a 10:35 with an 0:22 light. Ben Wenzel was 2 over as well, and he had an 0:40 reaction time. John Nekaporchik, the Grosse Isle, Michigan 23 Copo Camaro. He'll make a single here in the left-hand lane. 9:49 a dial in, and he'll run a 9:50 at 141 miles per hour. He'll be back in round number 2, and so will Scott Wright. Oakland Township, Michigan, 62 Plymouth. You get a single run. See what happens here with Scott. He made a, let's say, a bad run last time we've seen this car down the track. It did not leave the starting line the way he wanted that Plymouth to leave the starting line. Hopefully nothing wrong, and maybe you were just into something, or we'll see here. Good time to get a free run. No, there's something going on with that Plymouth. So Russ Abrams coming up in the left-hand lane. He will be a single as well. The Pontiac will be on a 990 dial-in. Ypsilanti, Michigan for Russ. Finish line here, it'll be Abrams with a 985 137, the Mountain Hemi car, Super Stock B automatic, new ride for the Jakes Automotive team, Joe Jacob, 65 Plymouth Hemi car, to Sterling Heights, Michigan. It's a 944 dial-in, but we have not seen a 944 of this car. Left-hand lane, there you go, 951, 141 miles per hour. Much better looking leave there. Jimmy Ronzello's Mustang. Little stick shift Ford 302 Mustang out of Carlton, Michigan. Jimmy Ronzello runs a 928 at 142 miles per hour. Jessica Comer's Oldsmobile. .1215 on a 1215 with a 15 light for Jessica. Dan Colville, the Dodge truck, left lane 1186. So left lane 1693 at 80.54 miles per hour. The Oldsmobile coming up. Chris Heminger, Williamson, Michigan. If you're wondering what the heck, what's going on here with all the single runs, we were wondering the same thing, kind of. But what happened, we think we've figured it out, is there was a stick shift shootout here last night. It had about 20 cars in it. And those cars were all qualified cars in the program for today, and let's say about half of them were here strictly maybe for that stick shift shootout, the Friday night event, and are not competing today. So that's probably what's going on here. We will have a lot less singles in round number 2. Meanwhile, Chris Heminger laying down a great run there. 016 dead 2. Paul Racer Brown, the Barracuda, out of Cass City, Michigan, maybe our final car. This will be our final car in round 1 of the Great Lakes Sock and Super Sock Association before we go into round 1 of the box class. Paul Brown, a top 3 finisher from a year ago with his Barracuda, has an 0:37 reaction time, and he will run 10:04 on a 10:03. Ready to go with round number 1 of eliminations in our box category. And here we go, Toby Croning and Evan Davis. Evan, the dragster, burning out across start line, right-hand lane, Charlotte, Michigan, down 496. And Toby Croning's S10 truck out of Lowell, Michigan. He'll be left lane down in at 6:04. Don't forget, concession stands open here all afternoon. You want to grab yourself some ice cream? They have hand-dipped ice cream over there at the concession stand. So cheeseburgers and chicken strips and french fries. It's a concession stand right behind the second set of bleachers. Green lights a pair here. Toby Croning and Evan Davis. First pair in box. It'll go left lane. An 0:12 reaction time and 2 over the island for the win for Toby Croning. Evan Davis in the right-hand lane with a 5 flat run on his 496, and that cost him right there. Andy Wingo, John Erskine going to run. John left-hand lane, the Camaro down 629. Berlin, Andy Wingo. Fierro going to down at 538. Andy with an issue earlier with his Fiero. Looks like they've got that car fixed, and he'll be ready to roll here in the box category. He did turn it red, though. 19 thou red. John Erskine with a win light, and he runs a 623 on a 629. Wow, look at this one. The fastest door car on the grounds taking on the fastest dragster on the grounds. Michael Savoya with a dragster in left-hand lane, Odell 426. Nick Serra's Camaro right lane, Dell 484. Just want to remind folks the speed limit in the pit area is 10 miles per hour. Michael Savoya. This dragster giving the head start to the Camaro. Camaro turned on the red light. Dragster with a free run here on a 426. He runs 425 with a 2 at 165 miles per hour with 007 reaction time. Kyle Yacko coming up in left-hand lane to Daytona, Dale 669, taking on Mike Kozlik. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Truckdale in at 627. Kyle Yacko, Mike Kozlik running down through there. Win line going. Right lane, Kozlik on a double breakout. Kyle Yacko was 000 perfect in the left lane. It went down there, went 8 thousandths under. Kozlik was 013 and 3 thou under. Mike Kozlik goes to the next round. Jared Bennett in the right-hand lane out of Comstock Park, Michigan, driving the Chevy 2 down 642. Taking on Joe Samuelix, wheel standing Gia, left lane down 565. Gia in control here. He'll go down there and touch the brakes and get the win at 6:15. A 005 reaction time for Joe. Jared did not go on green. Vance Brown, Monte Carlo down 557, and Carly Duffy. Duffy girl drags her down 488 in the left. Both drivers into the stage beams here. Vance Brown leaves, he's green. Carly leaves, she's green. Down the finish line, win line going. Left lane, Carly. 489 on a 488 with a 26 light. Vance was 002 green and took too much finish line, breaking out by 12 thousandths of a second down there. Don Deach going to race David Mullins. Mullins in the left-hand lane. That's 10 down 606. Don with the dragster down 5 seconds flat. A red light by 006 for Deach. David Mullins is 002 green. David 002 green and 200s over the dial in. Don Deach 006 red. Bob Drews and Matt Gramlett going to race. Matt in left-hand lane. Direction down 473. Bob with the Monza down 598. Attention to the pits, we will take Super Gas, round number 1 to the lanes. Get paired up for Super Gas, round 1 of eliminations. To the stadium lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6. Bob in stage. Matt's wiggling that dragster forward. Now he's into the stage beams. Here we go, red light, it's over. Drews turned it red by 007. Win light left lane. Matt's 026 and 6 thou under for the win. Once again, Super Gas. to the stadium lane. Super Gas to the lanes for pairings. You'll go in lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas lanes 5 and 6. Yourself paired up and matched up and pulled up, and we'll get you ready for round number 1. Austin Bennett going to race Chelsea Duffy. Duffy Girls Racing out of Amherstburg, Ontario, Canada, dialed 477. Austin Bennett, the Nova, dialed 641 out of Greenville, Michigan. Green lights a pair here, 6,000 separate them. Finish line winner going left lane, Chelsea Duffy, 479 on a 477 by 5 thousandths of a second. She grabs the win light, goes around number 2. Bob Miller and Paul Wolf next. Bob in the left-hand lane with a 543 dial in. Paul in the right-hand lane, dial 501. Both out and both green. Finish line here, win line going. Paul Wolf, 007, dead on with an 8. That'll do the job just about every time. Bob Miller was 043 on the let go. That ruined his round number 1. Steve Loeb and Rob Lutzke. Rob right lane down 487. Steve's Camaro left lane down 535. Not 100% sure. I seen Steve make a time run with this car. No, he was here with it. He did make a time run. He was here over Memorial Day weekend and broke the Camaro. Got it all fixed back up. 535 in the left, 487 for Rob's Dragster in the right. And a red light by 004 for the Camaro. Rob gets a gift here in round number 1 because he flat missed it. Runs dead on the dial in, but he missed the green light there at a 102 winning reaction time. Mike Nietzsche and Jim Hamilton. Jim in left lane. One of those baby blowers on top of a big block Chevrolet with a 448 dial in. Mike Nietzsche's Camaro Roadster going to dial 547 on the right side. Once again, Super Gas. They're looking for you in the stadium lane. Super Gas, round 1 of eliminations to the lanes, please. Finish line here, Nietzsche with a win, 010 reaction time. 100th over the dial in, he will advance. Dragster was 059 and then dead on the dial in left lane. Jim Hamilton, left-hand lane, the 65 Impala, down into the 716, taking on Jimmy Johnson. The 65 Belvedere, a couple 1965 hot rods here. 589 in the right, and give a big head start to the Impala, down 716. So racers, make sure your dial-ins are on the right-hand side of the race car, the passenger side. Red light here for Jim Johnson by 008. He's not going to like this time slip. I'm sure it'll go dead on. No, 593 on a 589. Left lane, the Impala had a 118 winning reaction time. Tim Stout going to race Randy Whitaker. Tim in the right lane down 671. Randy in the left lane down 653. Randy was the winner out here in this class last night with the Gen 1 Dodge Daytona. Let him down through there, win line going for the right-hand lane. Randy had a better reaction time by 0.02 of a second, but it was Tim Stout ran closer to the dial in, a 672 and a 671, getting him the win light there. The Jeep, Neil Swain in the right-hand lane, and it out 568 and taking on Dave Burkhart, 68 Camaro, 662 dial in. Final call for Super Gas. Final call, Super Gas to the lanes. A red light for Dave Burkhart, win light going Jeep and Neil Swain. Dave just pulled his foot out of the throttle there. A 569 and 568 for Neil. Anthony Benedetti going to race Keith Helsel. 67 Chevy Nova to Lake City, going to dial 584. Anthony backing up with his dragster, left lane dial 535. Keith Helsel with a perfect light. Dragster got work to do. Finish line winner, Keith. 000 perfect and a 585 on a 584. Anthony Benedetti was 017 with his dragster and a couple hundredths over. Keith laying one down here in round number one. Lane Ledford backing up with the dragster in the right-hand lane. Grand Ledge, Michigan. He was a winner out here over Memorial Day weekend. He's the reigning WDRA division champion, won the bracket finals down at US 131 last fall, down 469. And Chris Davis, Charlotte, Michigan. Big block Chevy dragster in the left lane, dialed in at 497. And a red light by 001 here in round number one for Lane Ledford. It'll be Davis with a win. Left-hand lane, he was 007, 2 thou under. Lane is 1,000th of a second red and dead on the dial-in. Skylar Drew is going to race Jared Bennett. Chevy 2 left lane, 645. Skylar with the Oldsmobile KLA, down 591. A big old red light there for Skylar. He let go on nothing. Bennett with a win. He's 004 and dead 2. 6 total in the left lane. Tyler McCurry. The Oldsmobile Cutlass left lane down 630. He's taking on last night's runner-up, James Vanderbrook, the 17-year-old, driving the Chevelle, down 608. Winley here in right lane, 620 on 608. McCurry losing traction on the starting line there. Bob Pro's going to race Nate Alexander's Vega, being driven by Bill Smith. Bill in right lane down 611. Bob, Terre Haute, Indiana, drags it out 447. Both drivers in. Here we go. Bill Smith. He's out of the gate with a 001. Trouble for Prost. Don't go under the dial, and Bill, you'll be a winner. He went on 613, 110.97. I think that's all it would go. He's going to be the winner. Trouble for Bob Prost on the start line there. Jeff Burtis and Steve Smith going to run next. Steve will be in the right lane as Dragster with a 467 dial-in. Jeff with the wagon in the left-hand lane, going to down at a 569. Steve in hot pursuit. Jeff Burdess out in front. Finish line Burdess. 003 reaction time and 100th over his dial-in, running 570 out of 569. Smith went under his dial-in. Didn't matter. He was behind on reaction time, 028. And it will be Jeff Burdess going to round number 2. Double entered no boxers. You're on a standby. If you're double entered and no boxer, I'm going to call you here in just a minute. Double entered no boxers. Going to make some room in the lanes out there. We'll be calling the double entered no boxers for round 2 here in just a minute. Meanwhile, Super Gas getting ready to come out of the stadium lanes. We will turn it back over to the voice of Drag Racer TV, Sir Warren Evans.
Thank you, Jeff. Round number 1 of Super Gas coming at you right now. And just like in Super Comp, first one out. That's Rock Haas over there on the left-hand side. The Haas and Carruthers Corvette. Staging up left side of the track. They're looking at 990s up on the scoreboard. 5/10 Pro Tree that they'll be letting go off of. Pat Martin over here. Over on the right-hand side in his little 27T. Corvette headed down track right now alongside Pat Martin's machine, and Rock Haas continues his winning ways. Rock, your winner, 993, 165 miles an hour. Got to the final round last night in Super Gas. 995 and out at 160 for Pat Martin. Pat DeBottis. Deacon Kalish coming up next. DeBottis over on the left side. A Mopar man, no doubt about it. Pat Deanne's machine out of Howell, Michigan. Pro Stock Style 2000 Dakota. Deacon Kalish, the Roadster out of Wakanda. Top end of the track. It's going to be a dead 4 for your winner, Pat DeBottis. 990 with a 4 at 171, drops it on the number. Dead on with a 4. Deacon Kalish got down there, took 3 at the stripe and broke out by 3. 987 at 159, a 300 breakout for Deacon Cowish. Steve Mikas over here on the right-hand side. Probably the most popular winner ever at the World Super Pro Challenge, taking on Tom Diamond. Diamond's a little roadster, kind of a partner car to Pat Martin. Finish line, it's gonna be Mikas. Turns on the win light. He breaks out by a little bit less. 989 on the double breakout. 003, 989.0. Nice lap there. Tom Diamond a little bit further off the starting line, 023, and then he breaks out by more. 986, 4 under on the 990. So Mikas, nice lap. He'll be back for round number 2. He may not race super gas all the time, but anytime you see him here at this racetrack, he is tough. Sam Patrick, Paul Richardson, one half of the PNR Express over here. That is the Camaro right side. He is laying down a charge to try to catch Sam Patrick. Patrick breaks it out by 5. He goes 985, 5 under at 136, so last night's winner is out. Paul Richardson, 006 on the let go, dead on 5 at the top end. 11 thousandths total for Paul Richardson to move on to round number 2. Scott Mackey. No, I'm sorry. Steve Theodore left side alongside Nathan Prose. Theodore, Lancaster, Ohio for Fast Lube. Over there on the left-hand side, right side, the Honey Creek Collision VP Fuels machine of Nathan Prose. Prose, little Camaro. On the charge, they're both sizing each other up as they get to the top end of the track. It is going to be Prose taking the win. He had the better light, 016 to 031. And then a 993 beats a quicker but losing 992. Attention, no box. Double entered, no box. We'll take you to lanes, please. Double entered, no box. We will take you now to the staging lanes for round number 2. Double entered, no box to the lanes for round number 2. 2 more door cars rolling up over here. This is Leo Zendo on the left side. The ring and pinion chop machine. He'll pull his Cavalier up alongside Kenny Simpson. Muskegon, Michigan. Little purple Nova over there on the right-hand side, trying to run a 990 here in the quarter mile with that car. The Cavalier stretching it out, gets there for the win. They're both 996 at the top end. The 996.9 for Zenda beats the 996.6 for Simpson. Simpson 136 on the speed, 165 for Leo. Leo better on the reaction timer by about 200ths of a second. Dave Copestick. That's the Riverpool's Oldsmobile Cutlass. The old school super gasser over here on the right-hand side. Taking on that little roadster on the left, the multicolored machine. Red light start for that roadster on the right. So he is out of here. Copestick, 986. 166 for Copestick. 984, 152. That was too quick. 021 red light. That was too early. 0 for 2, and he is out of here. Scott Mackey rolling up now alongside Steve Fields. Fields, the ring and pinion shop, full-bodied Firebird. Mackey, the Floridian, in the Corvette. Once again, double entered, no box to the lanes. In fact, we'll take all no box to the lanes. We'll take all of you in no box to the lanes. Double entered first if possible, but all entries in no box round 2 to the lanes. Red light start for Fields. Win light, Scott Mackey, 3 under 987 at 167 to take the win. as Steve Fields 002 early reacted to green, and then goes 992 at 154. One more pair rolling out of the water box right now over on the left-hand side. That's going to be Bob Prose. Prose, you saw him earlier in Super Comp. You saw him just a few minutes ago in box. Here is his third car, the Camaro Roadster, left side for Honey Creek Collision out of Terre Haute. And he's paired up alongside the little Mopar Roadster over here. On the right-hand side, being driven by Paul Brown out of Cass City, Michigan. 27 Dodge Roadster, he calls it over here on the right. Both of them let go green. The little Dodge is in control of this one, and you see it on the scoreboard. Takes the win with a 992 at 157. He was 16, letting go of the button. Prose was behind that by 2 hun. He goes a little closer, 991 at 166. Total package added up for Paul Brown to pick up the win here in round number 1 of Super Gas. Once again, no box, no box. We'll take you to the lanes, please. No box. Doubles and singles, no box. Doubles and singles, we will take you to the staging lanes, please. Going to do a little track prep out there as you see the broom and drag. Mike Ledford out there just keeping everything pristine out on the racing surface there for the first 100 feet or so. He'll make a lap or 2 in each lane. And then we'll be ready to go with our no boxers. They're racing for $5 grand today in no box. That's a pretty outstanding payout as part of the Moneymaker Series here at Mid-Michigan Motorplex. I believe they have a handful of those races throughout the season. All of them big money races. The no boxers getting the benefit of that this weekend. Also, attention in the pit area, if you have lost your head sock, don't know how that happened, but if you've lost your head sock, we've got it up here in the tower. What a beautiful day for drag racing out there. We couldn't ask for a better day. Yeah, just a little touch of a breeze out there, but wispy clouds and beautiful sky and perfect temperatures. It's about as ideal as you're ever going to find on a Saturday race day. As I mentioned before, the World Super Pro Challenge, I get the opportunity to come back up here and broadcast that for everybody here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. I think I've been doing that for maybe 5 or maybe as many as 6 years. And that's always a great drag race, the OG50, they call it. And for you racers that have only come up here for this event, you're more than welcome to come up and be a part of that. 4 days of drag racing culminated by the $50,000 to win main event. Several feeder races on either side of that. If you've never been a part of it, you'll want to be a part of it. It is one of the legendary big money bracket races in the country. It draws a star-studded field of big money racers. But not always the touring guys that pick up the money. You get more than your share of the locals that get to take home the Happy Gilmore check at the end of the day. So if you're not a part of it, you want to make sure you are. You can find out about it on the website, Mid-Michigan Motorplex website. I believe it's midmishmotorplex.com. Also, if you've not had a chance to get over there and get some ice cream, I myself and my physique would highly recommend it. It's pretty obvious that I'm a favorite, I'm a frequent flyer over there to the ice cream bar. They got lots of other great food choices over there as well, so stop by over there. They have also got t-shirts available, all sorts of apparel here to represent the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. And also, I believe the fuel station is open as well, so I think everything is open on property right now, so we can get you fixed up all the way around. So stop by, see what we can do for you. Mike putting finishing touches on the racing surface out there as we get set to go into round number 2 here in No Box. No Box, you should be in the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. Go ahead and get the lanes loaded up. If you're doubled, hopefully you're towards the front. You'll have to hustle right back up here. In fact, consider this final call. Final call for No Box as we go into round number 2 of eliminations. For those of you tuned in on Drag Racer TV, happy to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying the show. Shout out to folks out there in the chat bleachers today. I haven't seen Barn out there today, but usually Barn is keeping us all in line out there online. Yeah, we did have a moment of buffering earlier, but hopefully we're past that. And should be excellent coverage for the rest of the weekend. Don't forget tomorrow, a third day of racing action here with not only the Moneymaker Series, but our Super Gas, Super Comp cars, and the Great Lakes Stock Super Stock Association. They'll all be racing again tomorrow as a part of this 3 days here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. So if you're looking for a place to go racing tomorrow, I'm sure we can accommodate you. If not, you can always tune in and watch. It's better than watching the rain in Bristol. In fact, the people in Bristol will tell you it's better to watch this than to watch the rain in Bristol. So it sounds like the tractor has found its parking spot. Some motors coming to life back there, and in no box. Couldn't think of what I was talking about. Yeah, no box. 8th Mile Racing, dial them in here. Taking care of some administrative stuff up here. As tech cards still keep trickling in, so we're trying to get everything lined up in the computer as well. So no box round number 2 coming up, and Jeff Ledford back from his sabbatical. And he'll tell you about round number 2 coming up with Ron Smith and Dan Fabian.
Thank you, Warren. We get going with round number 2, $5,000 to win, no box category. Ron Smith and Dan Fabian on the sideline. Dan driving Toby's truck down 604. Ron with a Chevy 2, 687. Green light, red light. Winner going Ryan Smith with a Chevy 2. Toledo, Ohio Mulch King car will go to the next round, running 200s over the dial in. A 689 on a 687. Their next pair, Kelly Smith, Brian Kuda. Kelly in the truck down 630, 659 for the Maverick of Brian Kuda. Our biggest class here on the grounds, the no box category, racing for $5,000 here this afternoon. Roughly 100 cars in round number 1. And a winner for Kelly Smith, 632 on a 630 at a 20 winning reaction time. Brian Kuda was 100th over the dial in, but had an 068 reaction time. Brad Talbot, the Heidelberg, Ontario Chevy Camaro, coming up in the left lane. Going to dial 616. Warren Smith. We'll dial the same, 616 with the Ford Mustang for last night's winner. And I think Warren did not have very good luck in round number 1. He may have went down twice in 2 very good races. So we're talking about the 50 grander coming up early August. Warren, there's a 32 car no box field involved with that, and it fills up in about 2 seconds every year. And Warren was the winner of that last year during the 50 grander. He's 005 here, and he loses again. Brad Talbot in the left lane, 012, 1 over. Warren is 005 and 2 thou under with the Mustang. 3 in a row for Warren there. Bill Wilson, the Chevelle, right-hand lane, Del 589, and Chris Messbergen, Chevy 2 from Norton Shores, Del 725. Foot brake and Chevy 2 up against the trans brake equipped Chevelle, and they're heading down the finish line. Winner going Chevelle, 590 on a 589 with an 024 winning reaction time. Messbergen was a couple hundreds over and an 033, not good enough on that pair. Mark Hancock going to race Ken Hansen. Hancock with the Mustang in the left-hand lane. Cedar Springs, Michigan, down 645. Ken with the Impala, right lane, down 842. Down the finish line, win line going. Mark Hancock, 0-10 and 100th over, beats an 0-16 and about 400ths under for Ken Hansen. And Mark Hancock continues to have a very good 2025. Tim Flynn, the left-hand lane, the Barracuda with a 6:39 dial in, and Andrew Heinig, the Vega, with a 6:04 dial in. Good race here down the finish line. It's going right lane. 0-19 went over Andrew Heinig. Tim Flynn was 0-21. Got there first and went 2 thousandths under the dial in. Mark Daniels and Heinz Haller. This will be a great race just because Heinz Haller's in the left lane. Every run he's had this weekend has been about a 200 package, and he's won like 1 out of 5. Haller in the left-hand lane, the S10 dealt 6:29. Taking a Mark Daniels. Camaro right lane dealt 6:04. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green lights a pair, and as predicted, an 0-10 to an 0-18. Finish line winner. Right lane 0-10, 100th over. Heinz is 0-18 and 200ths over for runner-up on that pair. The Vega coming up. Paul Wolf, the right-hand lane, going to dial 6 flat, and Brian Velasic, the Dodge Dart, dial 594. Win. Oh my, Lou Robertson 0-14 dead 0 for a victory right there. As Jeff Alexander will be in the right-hand lane with the Chevrolet Monza down to 598 and 694 for the Mopar in the left-hand lane. Mopar's out green, a red light by 008 for Jeff Alexander. We'll take him out here in round number 2. Left lane a 698 at 98 miles per hour on a win light. Dennis O'Connor, Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane, going to dial 597. Ron Hagar, the Oldsmobile Starfighter right lane, down 831. $2,000 separate him here. O'Connor and Hagar down the finish line. Win light going right lane. Hagar. O'Connor got there first. Went 595 and a 597. Giving Ron the win. He's a couple hundreds over his island. Jaden Durst, the Ohio S10, 649. Taking on Kyle Yakos, Daytona, 668. Kyle Yackel in the Daytona, Jaden Durst in the S10. Down the minutes line, win line going, Jaden Durst, 0.20. And a couple over the dial-in. Yackel's a couple over as well, but he had an 0.44. The Napa Mullins pickup truck, David Mullins, dialed in at 6.08. And Andrew Hines, Cavalier out of Ohio, dialed 592. Both out on green light starts. Here's slight advantage to the driver in the Cavalier. Down the minutes line, winner going Cavalier, 0.10, taking 7th thou stripe to be 100th over the dial. And Mullins nailed it, 6.08 on a 6.08 with a 27 light. Not a terrible run. It's not good enough on that pair. Keith Grubaugh going to race Preston Bailey. Preston down 7.39. Keith in the left lane down 6.61. A red light by 008 for Preston Bailey, so Keith Grubaugh in the Chevelle advance. Left-hand lane, a 661 on a 661 for Keith. He'll go to the third round. Wade Humphrey going to race Brian Kiefer. We'll make sure Preston gets off there. He was just not real tickled with the red light, and he's cruising. Wade and Brian waiting here. Wade in the right-hand lane. We've got dial at 776. Left lane Brian Kiefer. We're going to dial 587. Well, this one's taking a while. There, now we're ready to go. Tree and away down, green light, left lane, green light, finish line. It'll be a win, left-hand lane, a 589 and 587 with a 006 light. Joe Percy Jr. and Mark Martinez. Mark in the left-hand lane with a 603 dial in the Chevy 2. Joe Percy to the Mustang right-hand lane down 655. A 005 to an 033 reaction time here. Down the finish line, win line going, left-hand lane, the 033 gets it. Mark Martinez, 033, dead on with a 2. Percy was 005 and 3 thou under his dial in the right lane. Mike Stanton Jr. and Jason Mikula. Jason left-hand lane, dialed in at 597. Junkyard Dog dialed 541. Win light for Mikula, laying down a perfect 000 reaction time for Jason Mikula and 300s over the dial-in. Get him yeah, this is no box. Yep, that'll get him a ticket to third round. Jason Jenkins, the Mustang, dial 718, and Andy Wingos Fierro, dial 540. We were up here talking about the no box category. If you're just sitting here watching the screen, you might be mistaken thinking you're watching box, because it has been tough. A red light for Andy Wingo. Jenkins is 002 green in the left lane. And he runs a 7:22 and 93 miles per hour. Paul Adamitis coming up with his Ford Mustang and run down the FTI lane. He's going to race Jeff Heining's Barracuda, 6:55 to a 6:34. It'll be a red light for Paul by 0:23. Jeff Heining with the win in the right-hand lane, and he runs a 6:61 on a 6:55. Paul was dead on the dial in 6:34 and a 6:34 with his Mustang, but turned on the red light. Brad Bird and Steve Atwell wait their turn here. Brad with the IROC Camaro down on a 567. Clio, Michigan, taking on Steve Atwell. The California Flash Butch Leo car. We thought this was like a replica car. This is an exact. This is the car that Butch Leo raced back in the 1975. Steve Atwell bought it up, and he's racing himself. Wall Lake, Michigan, 75 Dodge Dart Sport. Well, Brad Bird's in control here. He had a much better reaction time, and that'll get him the win of 5:79. He will go to the next round. Steve, not the best run there with the Mopar in the left lane. Jeff Heerman and Neil Swain going to run. Neil will be the Jeep CJ9 in the right-hand lane. Delled 5:69. In left-hand lane will be Jeff Heerman. 73 Duster, Delled 6:29. Rolling through round number 2 of our biggest class, the $5,000 to win no box category. Jeff Heerman, Duster out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky, in the left-hand lane, taking on Neil Swain, Portland, Michigan Jeep. Both out, they're both green. Couple hundred separate them. Down the finish line, winner going Jeep, 5:71 on a 5:69 with a 13 reaction time. Jeff was 0:38 and a hundredth over the dial in. Aiden Lutzke going to race Rick Mathis. Rick in right-hand lane, Coatmich, Michigan, 5:29 dial in, 1923 T-Bucket Roadster, taking on Aiden Lutzke's Camaro down in at a 6:56 left-hand lane in Langston, Michigan. Red light for Aiden Lutzke, so the little T-Bucket Roadster will advance another round. On a 5:29, he runs at 5:20 at 131 miles per hour. Left lane, Aiden, one over the dial in. Mark Fressy coming up in Dustin Loynes. Dustin Loynes in left-hand lane, the Firebird 586 dial in. Mark in right-hand lane is 71 Dodge Dart. Newport, Michigan, dialed in at 6:50. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light. Green light. About a hundredth and a half separate them. Advantage Loins. Win light. Loins. 590. 590 on a 586 with an 022 reaction time. Mark was 400ths over his dial and had an 036 reaction time. Josh Chinden and race Lou Robertson. Lou with the S10 down 573. Josh in the Mustang down 625. Green light, green light. Advantage Ford. Win light Ford. 005 reaction time and 3 over the dial in. Josh Chinden with a good win. Lou Robertson was 3 over as well and had an 044. Tim Stout going to race Joe Stowe. Joe with a Chevelle left lane down to 650. Tim 671 with the S10. An 013 and an 023 for reaction times here. Win light going Stout, 013. Dead on with a 7. Joe is 023, dead on with a 5. Stout with a win. John Hulteman, Chuck Reynolds. Reynolds truck down 672. John Hulteman, Chevy Nova down in a 590. Attention to pits, we need Super Comp. Round 2 of Super Comp. Round number 2 of eliminations for Super Comp to the stadium lanes. Lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp. Lanes 3 and 4. Reynolds with a win there at 013, 2 over. Right lane was 027 and 1 over in a great race. 003, the margin of victory down there at the finish line. 3,000ths of a second. Will Steckley will be in the right-hand lane. Charger out of Milverton, Ontario, down 567 and 658 in the left-hand lane for the pickup truck. Too close to call on reaction times here. Win light going, Steckley, 573 on a 567. A little closer to the dial in. The truck in the left lane was a 10th over. Dan Gorby will be in the right-hand lane. 69 Camaro down 625, taking on the red Chevrolet S10 in the left-hand lane down 621. Five thousandths separate the reaction times. Win light going left lane. Dan Gorby got there first and went 4th out under the dial in. Left lane 100th over the dial for the truck. Truck with a win. Chris Roth going to race Jason Hicks. Jason in the left lane down in at 687. Chris in the right lane down 603. Green lights a pair here. This time it is Jason Hicks with a 005, and he runs 1 over the dial in for the win. Chris Roth a little under and a little bit late. Pat Nye's Homebrew, 68 Dart down 630, and Brad Talbot's Camaro left-hand lane, 617. Red light for Brad Talbot. Pat Nye with a win. He'll go another round. 021 and 100 over the dial in. High Precision Plymouth. Al McChesney, Calaba, Michigan, taking on Chris Messberg and Chevy Nova. 726 and 627 their dial ins. Finish line and a win light for Al McChesney. By 100th of a second, he's 0.25 on React and 300 over the dial in. Al McChesney in the Belvedere will be in the third round. Clint Bailey going to race Mark Hancock. Mark in the left-hand lane down 6:45. Clint right lane down 6:30. We have called Super Comp to the lane. Super Comp has been called to the state of lanes. Super Stockers should be getting ready. You'll be called here very shortly. Win light for Mark Hancock, continuing to mow him down. 0-10 light and 2 over the dial-in. Mark advances. Clint Bailey was dead on the dial-in but had an 0.80 reaction time. Tim Flynn's Barracuda left-hand lane down in a 6:38, and Kevin Huntley, the Dodge right lane down 5:84. Both out and they're both green. It is Kevin Huntley with a better reaction time here. Down the finish line, it'll go Kevin Huntley. 5:86 on a 5:84 with an 0.16 winning reaction time. Well, here we go again. Heinz Haller, he picked a good one here. Tom Artikas in the right-hand lane, the Dakota. You just can't make this up. Tom in the right lane down 6:46. Heinz in the left lane down 6:30. Final call for Super Comp. We've got nobody in the lanes. We need cars, Super Comp. First call for Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock for your round number 2. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock to the rear of the lanes. Get paired up, please. So Heinz Haller and Tom Artikas with their trucks on the line. This is round number 2. This could be a final round. A 006 and an 018. Finish line winner, Artikas. Oh my Lord. Tom Artikas, 006, dead 7. 13 total. Heinz Haller is 18 on the let go, can't win. Mark Daniels going to race Ryan Voss. Ryan in the right lane down 6:40. Mark in the left lane, the Camaro down 6:04. Mark in the Camaro on the chase here in the Mustang. He gets a win, running dead on the dial end. 6:04 and a 6:04 with a 1 at the end. 0:19 reaction time. Ron Smith going to race Russ Thompson. Ron in the Chevy 2 down 6:88. Russ in the Firebird down 7:21. Mike Ledford, pick up your radio, please. Chevy 2 up against the Firebird. Win light, left lane. Chevy 2, 7,000ths under the dial and 0.26 reaction time. Russ Thompson running 500ths under in 0.37. Win light, Ron Smith. John Van Heren's GTO, the Together Again car dialed in at a 595, taking on Bill Wilson. Holland, Ohio, 6-seat Chevrolet Chevelle in the left lane, dialed in at 589. Red light in the left-hand lane. John Van Haren with the win light, and he runs a dead on with a 4.091 winning reaction time, 595.4 on a 595. Mickey Adams going to run Ron Hagar. Mickey to the right-hand lane, down 6 seconds flat. Ron left lane, down 8.33. We've called both Super Comp. Super Comp should be in the lanes. Gray Lake Stock and Super Stockers should be heading toward the lanes if you're not already there, and get paired up and matched up and ready for round number 2. Ron Hagar, Mickey Adams. Win light, Hagar, 0.10 and 2 over for the win. Mickey is dead on with a 6 at the end, but he had an 0.54 reaction time. Jeff Pitts going to race Toby Croning. Toby left lane, 6.05. Jeff in the right-hand lane down 5.93. In a red light by 002 for Toby Croning. Jeff Pitts will be in the third round, and he runs a dead on with a 4, 117 miles per hour, 593.4 on his 593. Toby's dead on with a 5 at the end, but a 002 red light. Brian Malasik going to race Mike Stokes. Brian left lane down 596. Mike with a Challenger in the right lane down 535. Mike in hot pursuit, but it is Brian Balasik with a 000 perfect reaction time in the left lane, and he runs 1 over the island for the win. Mike was 1 over as well and had an 0.35. Warren Smith. Warren down to his final chance here. The Mustang in left-hand lane. 6:16 dial-in, taking on Doug McCurry's Oldsmobile in right-hand lane down 6:30. Super Comp pairs, please pull forward. Super Comp, you're paired up. Please pull forward. You're about to be on the track. So the Righteous Ride, Warren Smith in the left-hand lane. Last night's champion of this class, taking on Doug McCurry. Warren taking no chances here. He's 005 on React and gets the win. 6:18 on a 6:16. Doug McCurry with an 031 light, then went under the dial in a little bit. Jeff Alexander coming up in the left-hand lane. The Chevrolet Monza dialed in at 598, taking on Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan. He'll be in the Motor State side. 6:30 dial in. Once again, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, we need you in the lanes. If you're not there yet, get paired up and move forward. Trouble for the Monza there. The red light hanging on the Christmas tree. 091 win light for Kelly Smith. Our next pair, Jaden Durst, Foster, Ohio, S10, right hand lane down 647. It'll be a 605 dial in. What is Chevrolet Vega? Heinig Racing Chevrolet in the left. Jaden Durst, the kid from Ohio in the right. 647 and a 605 dial in. Eighth-mile finish line, win line going. Jaden Durst, 0-12 and a 100th over the island. That'll get him the win. 100th over for the Vega as well with an 0-39. Andrew Hines and Ken Hansen. Ken in the left lane, the Impala. The FTI Performance side, dialed 842 in the Motor State lane. Andrew Hines out of New London, Ohio, dialed in at a 589. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association racers, you get paired up, please move forward. Ken Hansen, Andrew Hines. Here we go. Tree fires. Big head start here for the Impala. Cavalier waits. Here he comes. Too close to call on reaction time. Down the finish line. Win light going. Impala. 8:43 on an 8:42 with a 37 reaction time. Ken Hansen will advance. John Bach and the FTI side. The Camaro with a 6:33 dial in. And Tom Aratikis with the Dakota and the Motor State side dialed in at 6:46. Artikas, the former World Superboat Challenge winner, driving the Dakota now. He won it in the Barracuda. Take it on John Baca's Camaro as they head down the 8th-mile finish line. Win light going. Motor State side, Tom Artikas Jr., 0:32 reaction time and 5 over the dial-in. Tom will take that entry to the 3rd round of the 5 grander. Once again, we need a Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association cars. You get matched up. Please pull forward on down the staging lanes. Puts a wrap on round number 2 of No Box. We are getting ready to go into a Super Comp round number 2. We are going to switch it over to a Super Comp and quarter mile. With that, the voice of Drag Racer TV, Warren Evans.
Thank you, Jeff Ledford. Round number 2, Super Comp. We've cut the field in half. Steve Bueller, Nathan Prose. First pair out of the water. Bueller left side, Freeport, Michigan. McIlvain built car over there on the left side. Right side, the Miller Chassis Machine and Nathan Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Not sure where Allison Prose is this weekend, and not sure why Autumn Height doesn't have her car out, but the Prose boys are playing this weekend. Steve Bueller over there on the left, defending division champ, defending event winner. Both of them trying to put an 890 up on the scoreboard. Well, I think the old man's going to give the kid a driving lesson here, but I would be wrong. How about that? Bueller was 004 on the tree and lets it slip out of his grasp. 895, 167, not close enough. by 0.003 of a second. Nathan Prose with an 8.93 for the win. Chris Fields and Bob Prose. Fields left side, Prose right side. Just watched his boy turn on one light, same side of the track. Bob will try to do the same. Chris Fields, Carleton, Michigan over there on the old school Super Comp car. Both of them off on the green. One of them 400 behind. Pays for it at the top end as Bob Prose, 024, 893. They were set up identical, as a matter of fact. They were both 893, father and son. 176 for the speed. Chris Fields was 64 on the let-go. That was 400ths behind. 891 at the top end. He is out of here. Dean McIlvain and Leo Zinda come up now. McIlvain left side, the chassis builder out of New London, Ohio. And from Clinton Township, Michigan, the Ring and Pinion Shop machine of LZ3. Leo Zinda the third. He will stage up on the right side. I said New London, I meant New Carlisle. Apologize there. One of them really missed it. Really missed it. And somehow gets the win. Dean McIlvain was 106 on the tree and went 890 with a 4, dead on 4 to take the win. Leo Zinda was behind by 500ths at the starting line, goes 895 at the top. But it's McIlvain moving on to the next round, as will Pat DeBottis. DeBottis, Howell, Michigan. He'll roll up left side. He gets the bye run here based on the ladder. You hear the throttle stop doing its thing out there. He's full bore headed to the top end of the track now. 889.7 on the 890. Goes under by 3 thou. That's okay, as he had a clean look at it. He'll go on to the next round. 4 cars will be back in the semifinals. It'll be Prose, McIlvain, and DeBottis in the semifinals in Super Comp. Great Lakes Stock, Super Stock competitors, if you find your dance partner, please pull up. We need to keep the program moving here. And you started out with a whole bunch of you. Half as many this time around.
Here we go. Let's start around at number 2, the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. Jim Cakel Jr., Hartford, Michigan, Oldsmobile 442, going to be on 1086 dial in here. He is the buy run. And he runs a 10 and 90 over here in the Motor State side, 121.40 miles per hour. Here's our first pair. Chris Heminger, Williamson, Michigan, Oldsmobile left lane. He's going to dial 11.40 seconds. And Paul Racer Brown with the Barracuda right hand lane going to dial 10:04.
All right, we're back at it. Chris Heminger off and running on his 1140 at the quarter-mile mark. But he breaks it out by 6, 11:34, 6 under on the 1140. Racer Brown for the win, 10:06, 127 miles an hour in the Barracuda. 2 more stock competitors coming up. One of them clutch car over here on the right-hand side. That's the little Chevy 2 of Steve Tuchelski. The Chevy 2, he'll be dropping the clutch on a 1060 prediction. Jessica Comer alongside. The 77 Oldsmobile. Red light start for the little blue car. Win line for Jessica. Jessica gets the automatic win, sees a win light down there, 12:19. 107 for the win for Jessica. Steve Tuchelski dropped the hammer 91 thou too early, 10:77 at 111. Mike Sheehan coming up now. Little fox-bodied Mustang over on the left-hand side alongside the ragtop Camaro of Dave Gerald. Here comes the Camaro on the charge, trying to gather up the pony car at the top end. Wind light's going to flash. Over here on the right-hand side, the Camaro, 1075-2, dead on 2 for Dave Gerald. He was a little bit behind up front, but Mike Sheehan runs 6 off of the number, 1197 on the 1191. Too much gap there. Gerald dead 2 at 123 for the win. Chris Roth, now the VCR Racing Firebird over there. Super stock machine over on the left, that's the blue one. And here's Charlie Downing on the, Patrick Downing on the right. The Cobra Jet, 1064, 1073 up on the scoreboards. They are 6 thousandths apart. Blue car out front by a little bit. Here comes the Mustang. It's going to be Downing for the win, 1071. Getting the job done. He was 15 on the tree, 1071 at 118. Patrick Downing going on to the next round. Chris Roth, 1081 on the 1073. He was 8 off. Downing was 7 off. Roth was 21 and Downing was 15, and that's how the math worked out. Advantage Downing by 15 thousandths of a second. Russ Abrams waits in the water box right now alongside Doug Wright. Doug Wright, that nostalgia super stock machine alongside the GTF automatic Firebird over there on the left-hand side for Russ Abrams. Ypsilanti, Michigan, the 91 Formula 454 equipped big block machine. Got a 982 on the window. He'll get the head start. The old AA factory experimental Plymouth over here on the right side. Doug Wright will be on the chase with a 908. They both carry the wheels out past the 60-foot. The Firebird with the advantage, but slows at the top end. And Doug Wright saw that as it happened and got on the brakes down there at the top end. Abrams was 10 on the tree, but slows to a 12.67. Coasting at 61 miles an hour. Doug Wright closed the gap in a hurry, drove around him, and then backed out of it 9.47 at 113. Al Wisniewski, Auburn, Michigan. The A-modified super stocker, that is the Pontiac on the left, alongside Mike Delahanty out of Novi, Michigan. He's the organizer of this circus. 10:05 and 8:83 up on the scoreboards. Delahanty off and running. It's green on both sides. Drag race coming at you right now. Little Cavalier close, or the Sunfire closing the gap. Gets it done. How about a dead on 4 for the win? As Al Wisniewski, 8:83.4 at 155, takes the win. Delahanty knew he was coming. Tried to stay out front, broke out by a little bit. 10:04.7 at 132, but was locked out on the starting line as Wisniewski was 0.22, dead on 4, 0.26 total. Delahanty was 89 and had no mathematical possibility of winning that race. Attention in the pit area, we need box. Box to lanes 3 and 4. If you're doubled in box, we'd like you to come up first. If you're doubled in box, we'd like you to come up first, but we need box to lanes 3 and 4. Rich Perdue and Scott Wright come up now. The GT car over on the left-hand side, alongside the old school nostalgia super stock machine Wright, Scott Wright. Rich Perdue dialed a 10-14, gets to go first. The 62 Plymouth 4-door machine over here on the right-hand side. He's been fighting it a little bit here today. Not exactly sure what's going on, but it's definitely not been hooking up and going like he'd like. Well, that's better. Reduced his starting line RPM a little bit. Now he's got a chance. Perdue's got the better light, but the Mopar gets it done. How about dead zero at the top end? Scott Wright, 9.69.0. Dead zero. 32 on the tree. Nice lap there. Perdue was 13 on the tree. That was better. It goes 25 thou off. 10.16.5 on the 10.14. So Scott Wright gets that win by 6 thousandths of a second. Old school, new school. First generation Camaro alongside the Copo. Kevin Zaskowski, Todd Loeffner, excuse me. The doctor over here on the right side with the fancy new Copo. Kevin Zaskowski off and running there. Zaskowski off the starting line, 8 thou too early. His red light start. The Copo wasn't going to get it done had it not been for the red light, because he was 270 on the tree. Can't do that with any of the Zaskowskis. But Kevin turned it red by 008 and did him the favor. 11:37 at 116 for Zaskowski, the Copo, with just kind of a terrible run, but guess what? It's a winner. John Denbrock, the Little Vega, the Grumpy's Toy replica machine. Of course, it may be a real Grumpy's Toy Vega, I don't know. Dan Coville over here on the right-hand side, and that's the goofiest looking 88 Camaro I've ever seen. Red light start for the little pickup truck. Here comes the Vega on the charge. He'll drive it straight on through to an 881, might as well. See what it'll do. As Coville comes off the starting line, pulled him out of the beams way, way too early, and then coasts on through to an 1865 at 62 miles an hour. How about this matchup in the water box right now? Scott Klingler, Brett Sauerball. Sauerball, the AA stick, 67 Corvette, right side out of West Olive, Michigan. He'll drop the clutch and try to go 10 flat. Alongside the Copo of Scott Klingler out of Ortonville, Michigan. I've seen that car go to the #1 spot at NHRA events. Wow. It does look fun. E-ticket ride over here on the right-hand side. I'd take either one of them. But neither one of them wanted to win that race. Sourball finally did it, 10:15 on the 10 flat. 128 for the speed. Scott Klingler in the Copo missed it up front by a little bit. 10:38 at 131. He was a little behind down there at the top end as well. So 0 for 2 gets you nothing. Lane Zaskowski and John Nechaporchik. Nechaporchik out of Grosse Isle, Michigan. In the Copo. Rattled the tires there on the Copo. Zaskowski, hope he's got a rear view mirror in it. He's good enough, 10:37 at 124. Nechaporchik was 12 on the tree, and that was the best part of that run. As it rattled the tires right off the starting line. He might have been a little bit out of the groove when he staged it up. Anyway, his Copo with 26 seconds at the finish line. Randy Running awaits his opportunity now, alongside Craig Sourball. The West Michigan Auto Body Machine over here on the right-hand side, alongside the American RV Hot Rod on the left. Randy Running out of Lapeer, Michigan. The factory GTE machine over there on the left side. I was told factory GT means it's got a crate motor in it, which could in fact be the case. Craig Sourball over here. His 66 Nova, the high-flying machine. One of the standout runners in D3. Grand Haven, Michigan, the home for that beautiful little Nova. Over here on the right. Left side probably rolled out of F.J. Smith's shop when it was built. F.J. built a lot of those Achievas. Top end of the track, wind light, left side for the Achieva of Randy Running. 9:42 at 131. He won that race by more than a tenth of a second. Sourball 10:99 on the 10:98. But he was late dropping the hammer up here. Gave up more than a tenth and a half at the starting line. That's not going to work. John Dinkle. The stage 3 machine over there on the left side, alongside the Hemi car over here on the right of Joe Jacob. Well, neither one of them will be too proud of their reaction times. But 9:54 at 139 gets it done. Jacob, again, had more than a tenth and a half. He also missed the tree by a tenth and a half. John Dinkle breaks it out by 11 thousandths of a second. 10:65.9 on the 10:67. The high-winded Mustang over there. Jimmy Ronzello, he'll crank that thing to the moon. Drop the hammer. Carlton, Michigan. Home over there on the right side. Yep, just like that. Nice lap, 15 on the tree. 9:29 on the window. 9:29 on the scoreboard. 22 total on a time or on a bye run. That lap probably would have won every single pair that went down the track, and he used it up on a bye run. But that's okay. He's back for the next round. Box, you should be in the lanes. Come on down if you're not in the lanes. Box, we need you to the staging lanes now. And we're just going to keep rolling here for a few more minutes as box eliminator. This is round number 2. Probably going to see a handful of doubles here in the category. If you are doubled, hopefully you got to the front of the lanes, because we're going to turn you around here pretty quick. We'll issue a standby call for super gas. Standby call for super gas Won't be very long until we'll be calling you to the lanes. Evan Davis coming up first, Charlotte, Michigan. 497 on the dragster. He'll be chasing down Tyler McCurry. McCurry, Westland, Michigan in the Cutlass. 628 is the dial. I believe Tyler and Doug are splitting the ride here. But the Cutlass gets a head start. McCurry in some trouble. The dragster is in control of that. Had plenty of room down there to work. As McCurry flat missed it. 659 on the 628. Not sure what happened there. Evan Davis for the win. 512 on the 497. That was kind of an odd lap all the way around. Coming up next to the Buick Regal over on the left-hand side. Vance Brown out of Charlotte, Michigan. Skylar Drews. Right side, and his Oldsmobile 556 left side. Skylar Drews 591 gets to lead first over here on the right. Two-door cars side by side, top end of the track. It's going to be Drews with the automatic win as the 004 red light for Vance Brown gets him. Drews 2 under 589 at 116 on essentially a time pass. Vance Brown 555.8. 2,000 too quick, but he'd already red lighted his chances away. Super Gas will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Is that right? 5 and 6. How about that? Super Gas 5 and 6. Super Gas 5 and 6. Carly Duffy, one half of the Duffy Girls Racing operation out of Canada. The S&W car over on the left-hand side, dialed to 488. She'll be chasing down Jared Bennett. Bennett right side, Comstock Park, Michigan in the 66 Chevy 2. We're off and running, both sides. Both of them turning green, win light. How about Carly? 2 over 490 for the win. Had the better light as well. Jared Bennett stayed out front, went 3 thou under, took 11 thou down at the top end. Could have took 8 or less to be your winner. Joe Samalik, the Carmen Gia, alongside the super quick Camaro, and the Camaro already with the green light and win light. Nick Serra for the win, 492. Right side for the Camaro getting the win. Fortunately for him, as he had missed it on the starting line, Joe Samalik turns it red, 009 in the Carmen Gia, 564 on the 65 dial-in, and the red light start. Two dragsters coming up now. Rob Lutzke over here on the right-hand side. 487, and he gets more than a bulb head start on the Christmas tree as Mike Savoy will be on the chase. He's got it dialed 426, and he's going to break out. Over there on the right-hand side in the little blower cars, he's caused 425 and 424 on every single pass. He's got it dialed to 426. Doing the junior dragster bump in by throwing your body forward. Well, Savoya, ta-da, 001 red and 425.9 on the 426. As I told you, Rob Lutzke was perfect on the tree, trip, zip, and then 490 at 142. Go back and replay that, Mike. Chelsea Duffy, the other half of the Duffy Girls Racing team, backs up right now from the burnout. Amherstburg, Ontario. The school teacher over there skipped school earlier this week to come race. Well, I guess they're probably out of school by now. I don't know, in Canada, do they get out They do whatever they want up there, right? Steve Smith over here on the right-hand side, the insurance guy. Heck, they might still be in school. I don't know. They go through the summer and take the winter off, for all I know. Chelsea makes it 2 for 2 for the Duffies. 477.8, dead on 8 at 146. Nice run there for Miss Chelsea. Steve Smith, 010 red light, 465. 2 under. Super Gas will take you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. We will take you to the staging lanes. Toby Croning coming up now, little S10. He's been sharing the seat on that little race truck. And Paul Wolf, right side, Olivet, Michigan. The Mack Sherrill built patina look dragster over here on the right. 501 right side, 605 left. 2 bulb head start for the little S10. Croning with the starting line advantage and the wind light at the top. 005 on the tree, 606.8 at 110. Paul Wolf took 11 thousandths at the stripe, broke out by 9 thousandths. 5 flat with a 1 on the 501. That's a 9 thou breakout for Wolf. Croning for the win. One of the Bramlett cars over there, Mac Bramlett, out of Monroe, Michigan. He'll roll up left side. Thinks he's going to go 472. Mike Nietzsche over here on the right. The Camaro Roadster. I like the new look on that car. Really sharpened it up. 547 right side, 472 left. And the little Roadster is going to get the head start. Away he goes. Here comes Matt Gramling. They're 1 thou apart at the starting line, and the Roadster won over for the win. 548 on the 547. Nietzsche was 17 on the tree. Gramlich was 16. Nietzsche was 1 over with a 3. Gramlich was 2 over with a 4. Steve Loaf over there, the Batman machine. And Tim Stout off and running in his S10. Top end of the track, Firebird's not getting there. He's slow rolling at the finish line, 638 at 91 miles an hour. Tim Stout for the win, 679 at 92. He was looking for that Firebird and it wasn't getting there. Here is your winner from last night, Randy Whitaker in the Gen 1 machine. And this is one of the Swain brothers in the Jeep. 569 on the dial-in board at right side. Neil Swain, Randy Whitaker left side in the white Daytona, the Gen 1 machine, 656. Again, a 2-bulb head start. This time goes to Whitaker. He's off. Here comes the Jeep. They're 8 thou apart, leaving the starting line. And your winner keeps on winning, Randy Whitaker. 657 at 104 gets the win by 6 thou. As Neil Swain, 570 on the 569. 12 to a 20 at the starting line, advantage to Whitaker. Dave Mullins, Milan, Michigan, the S10, taking on Austin Bennett. Bennett's Nova right side, leaving on a 642, 608, the dial in over there on the left-hand side. The Nova had the better light, 007 on the tree, and the 643 for the win at 105 for Austin Bennett. David Mullins was a little bit behind up front, a little bit further off at the top end. 609 with a 4 on the 608. So, Bennett for the win. Bob Miller, Lane Ledford. Pair of dragsters. Miller's dragster is older than my oldest child. Built in 1982. Lane Ledford with the racecraft car over here on the right-hand side. 469 and 541 are the dial-ins. Which dragster's going on to the next round? It's going to be Ledford. 475 at 135 out of the throttle at the top end. He was 007 on the tree, was holding 300. Off the reaction timer, Bob Miller, 548 on the 541. He was 7 off at the top end. Ledford 6 off. Ledford with plenty to work with. Jim Hamilton, Keith Helsel come up now. Hamilton's dragster over there out of Fraser, Michigan. Got one of the little polished baby blowers. Feeding the air in there at 448. He'll be chasing down Keith Helsel. The checkered flag Super Sport over here on the right-hand side. Helsel off and running. Here comes the dragster. Helsel was behind on the starting line by 6. It goes 1 over 6 for the win. 585 on the 584 at 119. Hamilton was 2 off, 450 on the 448. Margin of victory, how about 0.004? 4/10,000ths of a second goes to Keith Helsel in the door car. John Erskine with the Kelly Green Camaro over on the left alongside Andy Wingo's Fiero. 539 and 624 the numbers. Head start goes to the Camaro right side. Super gas, final call. Super gas, final call. One of them's perfect off the starting line. And that's the guy turning on a win light. Erskine, trip zip, then goes 2 over with a 5, 626, 110 for the win. Andy Wingo was 92 on the reaction timer. And the Fiero goes 540 at 130 to end his day here in round number 2. Dave Berghardt, James Vanderbroek coming up next. Berghardt, Ypsilanti, the 68 Camaro. He'll stage up, trying to go 662. He'll get the head start left side. Vanderbroek put it in the final round last night, would like to do the same today. 609, the number for the young runner out of Fife Lake, Michigan. That stylized Yinko paint job there on that car. Well, he's got a chance. In fact, he's got a real good chance as the Camaro slows before it got to the finish line. 674 at 78 for Vanderbroek off the throttle. He already was better up front with an 011. Berghardt, 899 at 53 miles an hour. He has taken his time to get to the finish line or to the first turnoff down there. Dragster door car coming up next. Chris Kozlik, the mystery machine over here on the right. Mike Kozlik. And Kozlik needs to roll the window up. There we go. Our crew got that figured out. Anthony Benedetti alongside Romulus, Michigan. The undercover dragster with some wild animal strapped to the top. I'm not sure what that is. A Tasmanian Devil. Okay. 537 and 627 are the numbers. Little race truck in some trouble. Double breakout win goes to the dragster. Anthony Benedetti, 535 on the 537. He breaks it out by 15 thousandths of a second. Mike Kozlik breaks it out by 18 thousandths of a second as he goes 6:25.2 on his 6:27. Double breakout win goes to Benedetti. How about that big old Land Cruiser over on the left, Jim Hamilton? His 65 Impala, off and running on a 718 in the red car with the red light. Nate Alexander with the automatic win in the Vega. Alexander 6'11 at 110. He goes under by a little bit, but that's okay. He had a free look at it via the red light for Jim Hamilton. Hamilton red and dead on. 718 on the 718. But the red light got him. Super Gas, you should be there. I think I gave you your final call, but if not, you're going to get one now. Final call, Super Gas. How about this classic confrontation? The dragster and the door car. Dragster left side, that's Evan Davis. Saw him already once this round. Jimmy Johnson over here on the right. Johnson out of Lansing, Michigan for Jim and Sandy Johnson. 65 Belvedere, 592 on the scoreboard, 497 on the right-hand side for the dragster. The dragster trying to make up some ground. Gave up a little bit at the starting line. Johnson had 100 in his back pocket, converts it to a dead 7 win. Jimmy Johnson, 592.7 on the 592 for the win. Evan Davis, 2 off 499 at 137. Jared Bennett, Kyle Yacko coming up now. Blue on the left, blue on the right. Bennett, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Comstock Park, Michigan, 646. He is off and running, rolled it through to a red light. Kyle Yacko gets the win. Yacko's Daytona 666 on the 669. He's 3 under. 102 for the speed, but he is your winner as Jared Bennett left before the third amber. That's what the computer says, was rolling on the start, and then coast to a 939 at 46. Final pair here in category. That is Jeff Burdess. Left-hand side, the Malibu wagon doing the G-body shuffle over there on the left-hand side. Burdess will roll up. He'll be taking on the dragster of Don Deach. Deach out of Rosebush, Michigan, excuse me. Mopar powered dragster. Not a lot of those in existence. But he's 008 on the tree, 502 at the top end to take the win. Don Deach, your winner, 008, 502.2 at 137. That is 30 total. Jeff Burdess was 28 on the tree. Had a 2-thou window to try to get inside of and couldn't do it. Burdess, 570 at 119 to take the L. And with that, box is complete for round number 2. Super Gas making their way towards the water box. A box. Double entered box cars. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Double entered box, or excuse me, double entered no box, excuse me. Double entered no box. We will take you to the lanes, please. Double entered no box. We will take you to the lanes. You're up after Super Gas. No box doubles to 7 and 8. Come on down. Super Gas rolling up, 990 on the scoreboards. Cut this field in half. Scott Mackey over on the left-hand side, the Florida runner. Comes up here to race with his buddies. And Rock Haas alongside the Corvette for Haas and Carruthers. They revamped this machine over about a year ago. It's almost like a brand new car over here on the right. Don Davis originally built the car, and they did a lot of work on that car to give it a makeover. Haas and Mackey and their Corvettes Rock Haas, 991.7 for the win. He was 007, 1 over 7. That's 24. Scott Mackey was 18 on the tree. Again, he had a window, but couldn't get inside of it. 992 on the 990, and Scott's day is done. Paul Brown coming up, his little Mopar Roadster over on the left-hand side. Cass City, Michigan, the Dodge Roadster, alongside Dave Copestick. Eaton, Indiana, the pool delivery guy for River Pools in his 92 Cutlass. That's how we used to do it in Super Gas and Pro Stock. Both of them racing to the quarter-mile mark. You heard the throttle stops doing their jobs down there at the top end. It is a double breakout win for Copestick. He's 004 on the tree, 989 at 163. Paul Brown was 007 on the let-go, and then goes 986. So Brown is 4 under, Copestick is 1 under. Copestick wins on the double breakout. Sounds like there's a little bit of activity going on over there in the staging lane areas. Maybe one of the pros hot rods is not firing up right now. We're trying to give him opportunity to get that car fired and bring it up. Apparently been reported that there's a fuel pump problem over there. As soon as they get that car fired up, they'll hustle it up here into the water box. And apparently somebody found the right hammer to smack the fuel pump with, and it started. And just like that. Nathan Prose. And Steve Mikas in the Rally Nova. I'm liking this pair. Steve Mikas, left side of the track, the Rally Nova, from up here in Michigan. And Nathan Prose, the young man out of Terre Haute. No box, no box. We'll take you all to the staging lanes now. No box. We need you now to the staging lanes. Singles and doubles, no box. To the lanes. Mikas out front. Not a lot of throttle stop going on there. Here comes Prose. Charging at the top. It's Prose, dead 6 for the win. Prose was behind up front by 1/8 thou. Mikas did his job on the starting line, but the car could not convert the number. Prose 990 with a 6 at 146 for the win. Mikas 3 over 993 to end his day. Pat DeBottis, Leo Zinda III. These two have seen each other a whole bunch of times in their careers. DeBottis left side, that's the Dakota. Leo Zinda III, that's the Cavalier right side. This time around, it is the pickup truck getting it done, and getting it done at the top end. 993 at 167. Pat DeBottis is your winner. Better on the let-go by 0.02 of a second. Leo Zinda, 992 at 172, a little closer to the index. But DeBottis, 993, good enough to convert for the win. So sounds like Super Gas is complete. We got a time run coming up here for a top sportsman car. Blake Richardson, I believe. The Richardson part's right. I know that, because I see Rose out there. Brian Richardson. New top sportsman car for him. He sure looked pretty comfortable in it the first time around. Going to give him a hit here while we got an opportunity. And no box loads the lanes over there. No box. If you're not there, we need you now. No box. Round 3 to the lanes. Well, there's not a thing wrong with that. 480 at 144. Not a thing wrong with that. Driver looked pretty comfortable in there, and thing went straight as a string. I believe we've got another time run or licensing run coming up here. Side of the car, I believe, said Michael Lyons on it. Michael Lyons going to get a licensing pass here as we got a moment or two between now and our no box round number 3. Lyons will back up the all green machine over there on the left-hand side. Not sure if he's So Michael getting comfortable in the car once again and doing what he has to do to work on his license there as he made a moderate pass to half track. 902 at 99 miles an hour there for Michael Lyons. No box coming up now. Round number 3. While you got a moment over there, if you haven't had a chance, stop by and pick you up some ice cream. That's where I'm going to head here in a minute. Get a little ice cream and cool off on a beautiful Saturday afternoon out there here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex.
We're just wrapping up some starting line prep here, and we are getting ready to go with the start of round 3 of eliminations. No box category will be coming out there in the stadium lanes. Heinig Racing Chevrolet Vega in the right-hand lane. Coming up in the right lane, going to be down 606 and 646 for Mark Hancock of the Mustang. Round number 3 of the Saturday 5 Grander. Opening pair on the line, Heinig and Hancock. Winner going to go Mark Hancock, 0:16 reaction time, dead on the dial in. A red light out of the Vega by 10. Take him out. Ron Hagar going to race Mark Daniels next. Chevrolet IROC down to 604. Ron Hagar, the start fire in the right lane, down to 833. Good one here between Mark Daniels and Ron Hagar. Finish line winner going Mark Daniels, 008 and 1 over the dial in. Ron was 035 and 2 thou under the dial in. It was all react. It was the determining factor in that one. Mark Daniels will advance to the 4th round. Ron Smith going to race Jaden Durst. Jaden right hand lane, down 648. Ron with a Chevy 2, down 688. Finish line, left-hand line winner, Ron Smith running dead on the dial at 688 on 688. Tom Artikas and Heinz Haller on the line. Here we go again. I feel like I've already seen this. Heinz in left-hand lane. S10 down 630. Tom with the Dakota down 646. Here we go. Both drivers in, tree down, both green, and this one is over off the starting line. It is going to be all Tom Artigas, 0:17 reaction time, and Heinz just missed it a little there. We Paul Wolf coming right hand lane. The Vega down 599, and Brian Kiefer with the Malibu down 586. Both out on green lights here. One of them's 00. Finish line. Win light going to the 00 guy. 006 and 2 over. Right lane Paul was 018, but then went 3 under the dial in on the right side. Ken Hansen going to race up against the Duster in left-hand lane. 697 in the left. Ken in the right-hand lane down to 842. We got a good one on the 8th mile right now. Down the finish line, winner left lane. Ken Hansen was 006 in the right lane, went 400s under the dial in. Left-hand lane went way over, had an 015 and let him go down there, and we had a breakout. Mark Martinez going to race Brad Talbot. Brad in right-hand lane, the Camaro, down to 617. Left lane, Mark Martinez, the Chevy 2, down to 603. Eighth mile stripe, Brad Talbot, 006 reaction time and 3 over the dial in. Mark was 2 over the dial in with an 048, so it'll be Brad Talbot in the Camaro going to round 4. Rick Mathis, the Roadster, backing up in right lane. We got a 522 dial in. Paul Adamitis going to go back to the burn box. I feel like maybe not. No burnout needed here. Ford Mustang left-hand lane, Idlewild, Michigan. Struggled to get the tires to turn back here, and I kind of thought he might back up, and nope, we're going to go forward, see what happens. 634 and a 522. Super Comp semifinal to the lanes. Super Comp semifinal to the lanes. Both drivers in. Here we go. Mustang out of the gate first. Here comes Rick Mathis. Rick with a much better reaction time here. That'll get his win light to come on. He was 008 with the Roadster and 3 over the dial in. Left lane 3 over as well, but had a 147 reaction time. Brian Vlasic and Kelly Smith. Kelly in the right-hand lane, the truck dealt 629. Brian with a Dodge Dart Sport dealt 597 in the left lane. Red light by 10 for Kelly Smith. Brian Vlasic with a win. Left-hand lane, he's 018 green and runs up 596 on a 597. Brad Bird going to race up against Jason Mikula, Chevy 2. Jason left lane down 597. Brad right lane down 569. Finish line here, win light going left-hand lane. Jason Mikula, 023 and through the dial-in. Brad Bird's 067, dead on. Runner up on that pair. Once again, Super Comp semifinal round of the lanes. Charlie Reynolds and Pat Nye. Chuck in the left-hand lane down 672. Pat down 631 with a dart in the right lane. Both out on green lights here. Pat Nye is near perfect on his let go. Now the finish line, win light going Pat Nye. 005, dead on with a 4. 9 total for Pat. Left lane Chuck went 3 under trying to make it close down there. He had an 049 reaction time. Pickup truck of David Mullins coming up in left-hand lane with a down of 609. Taking on Al McChesney's Belvedere with a 628 dial-in. We've called the semifinal round of Super Comp to the lanes. Semifinal of Super Comp to the lanes. Stock and Super Stock, you're on a standby call. Stock, Super Stock, you're on a standby call for your third round of eliminations. Good one here, a 008 to an 014. Finish line, win line going. Right-hand lane, Al McChesney. 008 and 2 thou under beats an 014 and 12 thou under. McChesney goes to round 4. Kevin Huntley, Chris Messberg in the Chevy 2 in the left lane, down 727. Kevin in the Dart right lane, down 585. Both out on green light starts here. Advantage red car, winner red car, 024 and 1 thou under for Kevin Huntley and his Dodge Dart. Chris Messbergen went about 300ths under with a Chevy 2. Mike Stokes can race Jason Jenkins. Mustang on a 721, going to get a big head start from the Challenger. He's down 536. All right, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, we will take you for round 3 to the lanes, please. Round 3 of our Stock and Super Stock Association to the lanes. Mike Stokes going to get a win light here. He's 537 on a 536. Left lane, a 11 red for Jason Jenkins. Dustin Loynes going to race Jeff Pitts. Dustin left-hand lane, down 587. Jeff in right-hand lane is Camaro down 593. Both drivers in, here we go. They're both out, and they're both green. About 300 separate them here. Finish line win light going to Dustin Loynes. He's 009 and 300s over his dial-in. Jeff Pitts is 039 and 200s over his dial-in. So once again, we have the Super Comp semifinal should be in the lanes. Super Comp semifinal should be in the lanes. And Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, round number 3 of eliminations to the lanes. Doug McCurry's Oldsmobile Kellison right-hand lane with a 626 dial-in, taking on Dennis O'Connor's Chevy 2, Portland, Michigan, down 597. In a red light for Doug McCurry, Dennis O'Connor going to be the winner in the Chevy 2 on a 597. He runs a 598. Doug McCurry is dead 0 in right-hand lane, but turned on the red light. Jason Hicks, Mike Stanton Jr. Up next, Mike in the Chevelle in right-hand lane, dialed in at a 5:44. Jason Hicks, Oldsmobile Cullis, out 6:87. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Little advantage there to the Oldsmobile to the left lane on reaction time. Finish line winner, Oldsmobile, 6:89 on 6:87. Had an 0:16 reaction time. Mike was 100th over his dial-in, but had an 0:73 that time. Josh Chinden going to race Russ Thompson. Russ in the left-hand lane. Perry, Michigan. Firebird dial to 721, and Josh right lane, the Mustang, going to dial in at a 6:26. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light, red light. A 003 red light for Josh Chinden will take him out. Russ Thompson will get the win. And he runs way over the dial-in down there, 7:35. But he will advance. Barracuda coming up with Jeff Heining, right lane. Harrison, Michigan, down 660. Taking on Lou Robertson's S10 truck, down 575. Big advantage here for Lou Robertson and a win light for Lou Robertson. Left lane of 5:89 on a 5:75, and he had an 0:34 winning reaction time. Jeff went under just a little bit, but was dead late on reaction time. Do a little mopping on the starting line here. Ken Overstrand, left lane, Whitmore, Lake Michigan. The S10 dialed in at 6:22. He's going to race Chris Roth from Essexville, Michigan. The Camaro dialed 6:02. So we should have our Stock and Super Stock Association to the lanes. And we should have our semifinal and Super Comp in the lanes. Green lights a pair here. Chris Roth holding the advantage when he went by the Christmas tree. And he gets the win, a 6:03 on a 6:02. He had a 008 winning reaction time for Chris Roth. Will Steckley going to race Mark Hancock. This is a dandy here. Both these guys been 100% on their game for 2 days. Hancock left-hand lane the Mustang, going to dial 646. Will right lane the Charger. He's going to dial 568. He was a runner-up last night. A former Moneymaker $5,000 winner here just a couple years ago. Finish line here, winner going Will Steckley, 0:11 reaction time and 2 over the dial-in. Mark went dead 0 with the Mustang, but had his worst light of the weekend, an 0:58. Ron Smith going to race Tim Stout. Ron left lane down 688. Tim in right hand lane with a 671. In a red light in the left-hand lane by 006 for Ron Smith, Tim Stout with an 024 green light, and he's 672 on a 671. Joe Percy, Davison, Michigan, the Mustang on a dial 654, and Ken Hansen back around with the Impala, 842 dial in. Big head start for the Chevrolet. Here comes the Ford Mustang down to the 8 mile finish line. Win light going. Ford Mustang. 657 on a 654 for Joe Percy. He had a 002 winning reaction time. Kyle Yacko, Keith Grubaugh next. Ford in the are making a Mopar in the right hand lane. 668 dial in for the Daytona. Chevrolet Chevelle left lane down 661. Green lights a pair and 5 fouls separate them. A 007 to an 012. Finish line winner going Yacko. 007, 2 over the dial in. Left lane 012, 2 over the dial in. 6 thousandths at the stripe for Kyle Yacko. John Van Haren and Neil Swain. The Jeep CJ9 left lane dialed in at a 569 for Neil. John 595 for the 65 GTO. They're both out, they're both green, they're both late. Finish line winner, right lane. By 4 thousandths of a second, John Van Haren, 094 and 1 over, beats an 092 and 1 over. We won't brag about that one much, but one will win and one will lose. Bill Wilson and Warren Smith. Warren in the right-hand lane. The Mustang down 616. Bill Wilson with the Chevelle, 590 dial in. Warren was a winner last night. Wilson went deep in eliminations with that Chevelle. Down the finish line here, it'll be the right-hand lane. Warren Smith, 001 reaction time and 2 over the dial in. Bill Wilson was out of it with an 055 reaction time. So Warren moves on another round. Jaden Durst, Mark Daniels. Mark in the left, 605 dial in. Jaden in the right, 648 dial in. In a red light for Mark Daniels, immediately gets out of the throttle there. Jaden with a win, 017 light and a 646 on a 648. Mark went 19 red. Chevrolet Vega rolling up in the left-hand lane, down 606, taking on the Dodge Dakota right side, 646. Andrew Heinig and Tom Artikas Jr. Great race here. A 002 to an 010. Finish line winner. Right lane. Got it. Double breakout winner for Tom Artikas. He's 010 and 6 thou under. The Vega is 002 and 12 thou under. Kelly Smith, Brad Talbot. Brad right lane has already, I believe, put his first entry through to the 4th round. He's out 6:18, and Kelly Smith, I believe this is his final entry. The truck dialed in at 6:31. Final pair here in this round. Kelly Smith, Brad Talbot, Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada Camaro up against the White Cloud, Michigan Chevy S10. 8th mile finish line. Winner going right lane. 6:23 on a 6:18 by 6 thousandths of a second. The Camaro advances. Kelly way over the dial in there. Something going away with the truck. The by-runner of the round. Ron Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan, Starfire. Be on an 8:33 dial in. He used to be known as Ron Hagar. Now he's Donnie Hagar's dad. Everybody knows that. He's a negative 012 here on the buy run on an 8:33 dial in. He will put up an 8:32 with a 4 and go to the next round. And that will do it for round number 3 of No Box. We are getting ready to go to the semifinal round in Super Comp, and then round 3 of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association sitting on deck back there. Here we go, the semifinal round of the $5,000 to win Rockin Super Shootout Super Comp class. And look at this. These guys came in the same trailer. Nathan Probst in the left-hand lane. Miller car out of Terre Haute, Indiana, taking on his dad, Bob Probst, in the right-hand lane, Terre Haute, Indiana. Well, one of them will be in the final round, a race for the $5,000. Nathan Probst and Bob Probst. So father versus son for the right to race for $5,000 this afternoon in Super Comp. Here we go. Both out, they're both green. Old Dad's got a little advantage on reaction time here. They head down the finish line. See if son can pull a rabbit out of his hat. He can pull a rabbit out of his hat. Nathan Probst wins the double breakout 8:89.5 to an 8:89.1. He was behind on reaction time in 0:30 to an 0:16. So Nathan Probst continues an incredible 2025 season in the super classes. He'll be back around to take on the winner of this one, Dean McElvain or Pat DeBottis. Pat will be in the right-hand lane out of Howell, Michigan with an M&M chassis car. Taking on the McElvain Race Cars Dragster out of New Carlisle, Ohio. The main man down there, Dean McElvain. Winner takes on Nathan Probst for $5,000 here in about an hour in Super Comp. See who's going to be matched up with him here. Both drivers in, here we go. And a red light by 001 for Dean McIlvain. Pat DeBottis will go to the final round, and he runs a 92, and he had an 030 light. Left lane McIlvain ran a 93 down there, driving the finish line a little bit. But he had a 001 red light, so Pat DeBottis and Nathan Prose in the finals for $5,000. Here we go, getting ready to roll into round number 3 of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association event. We will take our box class to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3 of eliminations. Box, lanes 3 and 4. A big round of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association coming out. Round 3 of eliminations. We narrow the field down. And here we go. Round number 3, Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. The opening pair coming out of the state lanes, Dave Gerald out of Durand, Michigan. The convertible Chevrolet Camaro will be on a 1075 dial-in, taking on Jim Kakel Jr. 1970 All-Star sponsored 442 Oldsmobile will be on a 1090 dial-in. Both drivers up into the pre-stage beams, looking things over before they start bumping forward. Now they're both in. Here we go. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, round number 3, and we're starting out with a good one. An 0:12 to an 0:18 reaction time here. Who's going to round 4? Finish line, give it to Kakel. 0:12 by 1,000 of a second at the finish line. He is 0:12, one over with a 1. Dave Gerald is 0:18, dead on with a 6 for the loss. Kakel advances. Dr. Todd Lochner in the right-hand lane to Midland, Michigan. 2022 Copo Camaro with a 973. He's got a toughie in the other lane. Randy Running, the Oldsmobile Achiever from Lapeer, dialed in at a 937. Both drivers in. Here we go. Copo is out. Here comes Randy in the Achieva. Copo holding the advantage on React. See if he can run the dial in this round. Down the finish line, win light going. Randy Running. The Copo broke out by 0.03 of a second, handing it to Randy. He's 0:42 and 1 over the dial in. Dr. Todd was 0:27 on React, but then went down there and broke out. Al Wisniewski. Here's the seniors in the class. John Denbrook in the left lane, the Vega. The Grumpy's toy car, he's going to dial 883. Look at the dial-ins on the scoreboard. Al Wisniewski's going to match him. Pontiac Sunfire dialed 883. The 2 quickest cars in the class running here in round number 3. Here we go, tree on the way down. They're both out and they're both green. Slight advantage to the Grumpy's toy Chevy Vega. Wisniewski on the chase, down the finish line, win light going. Left lane, and they're both dead on. 883 for both drivers. John Denbrook with an 0:19 winning reaction time. Grumpy's toy will go to round number 4. Jessica Comer and Joe Jacob coming up. Jessica in the left-hand lane. The Oldsmobile out of Lansing, Michigan, going to get a big head start here. 12:16 dial-in. And Joe Jacobs, new Mountain Hemi Plymouth Belvedere, He will dial in at 948. Joe's car did not sound the way he wanted it to sound when he left the starting line. Let's see what happens here. He's going to get the win, 954 and a 948. Jessica just took too much stripe down there, went 200s under her dial-in. Jacob with a 167 winning light and 6 over the dial-in. Doug Wright and Brett Sauerbaugh. You're welcome. Brett Sauerbaugh. Here's the two most popular cars in the class if you ask the announcer. The Corvette in the left-hand lane, West Olive, Michigan, dial 1001, and Doug Wright's Nostalgia Superstock AFX car, the Belvedere, dial 908. Here we go. They're both in. Tree drops, wheels up for the Corvette, and a red light. Belvedere turned at 11 red. Brett Sauerbaugh will go to round number 4. Left hand lane, a 10.02 and a 10.01. Brett advances. The Varsity Ford Cobra Jet coming up in the right-hand lane. Patrick Downing down 1064, taking the kid with a Mustang from Grand Rapids. Blaine Zaskowski's in a dial 1036. We've called the box class back to lanes 3 and 4. Should be out there, box, lanes 3 and 4, please. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Varsity Ford car out first. Here comes Blaine Zaskowski pulling the gears in the Mustang in the left-hand lane. He holds the advantage on React. Finish line, pulls up beside Downing and turns on the win light with a 1042, taking 7,000 stripe down there. Blaine Zaskowski will go to round number 4. Jamie Ronzello's high winding little Ford Mustang will come up in the left lane. Carlton, Michigan, going to dial 931, taking on the 68 Barracuda. Paul Racer Brown down in at a 1004. He will get the head start. Little stick shift 302 Ford going to chase him down. Final pair on the line. We got a bye run back here behind Ronzello and Brown. Trying to get to round 4 here on the Saturday Gray Lake Stock and Super Stock Association Event 3 for the 2025 season. This will be a good pair. Green light, green light. 010 to an 027. Ronzello with a slight advantage in the Ford, chasing on the Mopar. Win light going right hand lane. He gave it back by 002 down there. Paul Brown will advance. 027 reaction time. Ronzello is 010 and 300ths over the dial in a close one. Paul Brown advances, and so will Scott Wright. The 62 Plymouth, Oakland Township, Michigan, getting the bye run right here. This car is a mystery machine right now. 012 light, and it's been an every other run. It hooks, don't hook, hooks, don't hook, hooks, don't hook, lane to lane. He will advance. That'll do it for round number 3 of the Gray Lake Stock and Super Stock Association. Our box cars out there getting ready. We'll put a little glue back down on the starting line. Before we bring those cars out, we will take what will be our Super Gas round number 3. Those drivers will start getting those cars ready, buttoned up, and head to the stage lanes, please. Here we go to start of round number 3 in our box class. The top ET class, Toby Croning and Mike Kozlik. Leading them on the side of the lanes. We're going to run the trucks right off the bat. The red truck in the right-hand lane. 625 dial in, Toby in the left-hand lane. Boy, the old tongue went crazy here. 605 in the left, 625 in the right. Both drivers out on green light starts. Toby Croning, Mike Kozlik. Finish line winner, Mike Kozlik. 0-15 and 1 over the dial in. Toby is 0-28 and 1 over the dial in. Kozlik advances to round 4. Tim Stout going to race Joe Samalik. The Advanced Auto Part Gia. Left-hand lane going to dial 565. Tim in the truck dialed 672. We have called Super Gas back to the state lanes, please. Super Gas back to the lanes. On the finish line here, win light going for the truck. Right-hand lane, Tim Stout. 0-17 reaction time, 100th and a half under. Joe is 0-32 and 200ths under. Margin of victory 0-0-5 for Tim Stout in the truck. Carly Duffy going to race Nick Serra. Nick in that Camaro in the right-hand lane. He's going to dial 487. Carly in the left lane, the dragster, going to dial 489. Head start actually going to the dragster by a couple of hundredths of a second. So Nick Serra, under the guidance of Leo Zinda up there, putting the Camaro into the beams, 487 dial in. Carly Duffy on a 489, and here we go. Whole shot to the Camaro here. Finish line side by side, win light left lane. Duffy dead on the dial in, 489 on a 489 with a 5 at the end with an 023 winning light. Serra was double 05 reaction time and went 400ths over the dial in. Rob Lutzke going to be in the right-hand lane. The drags here dialed 487. Jared Bennett, Chevy 2, left lane dialed 645. Super Gas, we need you bad. Super Gas, we need you bad. Both drivers in. Here we go. Jared Bennett and Rob Lutzke. Green light. Green light. Door car holds the advantage. Win light. Door car. 009 and 2 over the dial in. Rob is 024 and 1 over the dial in. Margin of victory 005 at the finish line. 0.005 of a second for Bennett in the Chevy 2. Paul Wolf backing up in the right-hand lane. He's going to dial 5 flat. And John Erskine, 69 Chevy Camaro, Freeland, Michigan, dial 624. So Super Gasoline's 5 and 6. Super Gasoline's 5 and 6. Both drivers in. Here we go. John Erskine and Paul Wolf. A 009 to an 019. Finish line winner. Right lane, pulled it off. Paul was behind on react. He had an 019, went dead on the dial-in. Erskine's 009, and he runs about 21 under his dial-in. Winner in the right lane. Mike Nietzsche going to race Chelsea Duffy. Chelsea left-hand lane down 477. Mike with a Camaro Roadster down 547. Chelsea had the stage light of blinking and it went red. Winner going to be right lane, Mike Nietzsche on 548 and on 547, but she was blinking. The stage light was going on and off, and the winner will be Mike Nietzsche. Yeah, we'll send Chelsea down the track here. Evan Davis going to race Neil Swain here. Swain will be in the Jeep in the right-hand lane. Dialed in with a 569. Evan in the left-hand lane going to dial 497. Both drivers out on green lights here. Evan Davis and Neil Swain. Finish line winner, Evan Davis. 499 on a 497 with a 25 reaction time. 053 light for Neil that time. Lane Ledford and Jeff Burtis. Jeff in the left lane dialed 570 with a Malibu wagon. Lane in the right hand lane dialed 470 with a dragster. Both drivers out on green lights here. Dorcar holds the advantage. Winlight going dragster. 024 dead on with a 1. Jeff Burtis was 013. Then went 300ths over the dial-in. Matt Gramlich and Skylar Drew is going to run. Skylar in the right-hand lane. Oldsmobile Calais Dell 589. Matt left lane 474 with his dragster. You know, AJ and Larson been kind of standing beside each other each round. Now one's over there and one's over here. I'm not sure what happened here. Their dads decided to race each other. Dragster Dorcar matchup here. Winlight going dragster. Skylar got there first, went 100th under the dial-in, running a 588 on 589. Matt 300ths over his with an 019 light for the win. Randy Whitaker going to race James Vanderbrook. James, the right-hand line, dealt 609. Randy, last night's winner. Oh, yeah, we got a repeat here. The final round from last night. Randy Whitaker in the left, James Vanderbrook in the right-hand lane, 609 to a 656. Last night it was Randy Whitaker in that Daytona in the left lane getting the win. Little rematch action here in round number 3. Good one here, an 019 to a 004. Finish line winner, right lane. This time it's James' turn. 004, 2 over the dial-in. Randy's 019 and 1 over the dial-in. Margin victory 005 at the finish line. Vanderbrook will go to the round number 4. Anthony Benedetti going to race Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy in the right-hand lane, Lansing, Michigan Belvedere, dealt 592. And Anthony left lane with his dragster, dealt 536. Jimmy Johnson, Anthony Benedetti. Win line here going. Jimmy Johnson. He lays one down here in round number 3. 004 dead 2. 6-pack for Jimmy Johnson. Anthony Benedetti. 100th over and 17 react. Not good enough. Bill Smith going to race Keith Helsel. Bill in the left-hand lane with a 611 dial-in. Keith in the right-hand lane dealt 585. Finish line winner going left-hand lane. Bill Smith, 031 and 2 over the dial-in. Keith missed it a little bit that time. Then he went under the dial-in as well. Austin Bennett, Cal Yacko. Cal left lane, dialed in at 667. Austin with the Nova dialed 643. Round number 4, double entered. Round number 4, double entered, no boxers, so lane 7 and 8. Round 4, double entered, no boxers, lane 7 and 8. Still carrying 2 entries in round 4. We need you to the front of the line, please. Green lights apparent, only 1 thou separate them. Win light left lane, 021, 2 over. It was Austin getting there first in the right-hand lane, 020. 100th under the dial-in, took 37 stripe, needed to take 27 or less to get the win light to come on. Don Deitch will make the bye run here, the dragster in left-hand lane out of Rosebush, Michigan. Don in the left-hand lane with a 509 on his 5 flat. Sound like he may have not had the RPM up when the green light dropped. We're kind of rolled off the starting line there. He'll be back in the next round. So here we go, Super Gas. Round 3, we're going to start with a bye run. Dave Kopstick, the bye run of the round, the Oldsmobile Cullis out of Eaton, Indiana. Switch everything back to the quarter mile 4/10 Pro Tree. So quarterfinal round here in Super Gas. 5 drivers still in it for the $5,000 to win Super Gas. 0:18 reaction time for Dave Kopstick here in his bye run. And on the 990, runs 990 with a 3. 0:18, dead 3. He'll be ready for the semifinals. Look at this matchup. Pat DeBottis and Rock Haas. Pat in the left-hand lane, the Dakota out of Howell, Michigan. Rock in right-hand lane, driving that Davis Corvette-bodied Haas and Carruthers Roadster. Pat DeBottis and Rock Haas running out through there, win light going. DeBottis 993, 172. Rock runs an 89, but it was all reaction time advantage for Pat DeBottis. An 0:20 reaction time will send him to the semis. Paul Richardson and Nathan Prost going to run their Camaro Roadsters here. Woodburn, Indiana for Richardson, left-hand lane. Nathan out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in the right-hand lane. He is in the $5,000 final round in Super Comp. Easy for me to say. Super Comp, and he is trying to put the Camaro Roadster in the semifinals here in Super Gas. Six thousandths of a second separate them. Slight advantage for pros. Down the finish line, winner going Nathan Prost, 0:16, dead 6. Left-hand lane Richardson's 0:22 and a 91 on the 90. So Nathan Prost will go to the semis. Michael Lyons, if you're planning on going on the track, we need you to the front of the line here right now. No box, no box. Open seating lanes for no box. Round number 4, no box. Lanes 7 and 8, please. No box. So we'll go into our in-between round starting line prep. We'll do some dragging and throw some glue back down as we get ready to start round number 4 of the no box category. Just a reminder, concession stands open. Need something to eat or drink. Concessions open. We've got hand-dipped ice cream available over there at the concession stand. All right, here we go. Round number 4 of no box. Saturday 5 grander, getting ready to roll out. Lane 7 and 8. Here we go, start of round number 4. The 5 grander, Lou Robertson, Brad Talbot gonna run. Brad in the right-hand lane, the Camaro. Battling at a 618. 576 for the S10 of Lou Robertson. Super Comp final round to the lanes, please. Super Comp final round to the stadium lanes. Brad Talbot and Lou Robertson here in no box. Finish line, win line, going. Brad Talbot, a 0:21 reaction time and 4th out under, beats an 0:72 and 300ths under the dial-up. Tom Artikas in the right-hand lane. The Dakota truck down 647, taking the Mopar in the left-hand lane down 696. Running down through here, finish line, win line, go on right-hand lane. Tom Artigas, 656 on a 647. And much better reaction time, helped to get the win there. Pat and I can race Ron Smith. Ron in the left lane. Toledo, Ohio, Chevy 2 down 688. Pat and I, the Dart in the right lane, down 630 for the Homebrew. In the Super Comp final round to the lanes. Super Comp final round to the stadium lanes. Red light for Pat and I by 13, so Ron Smith will take the Chevy 2 to round number 5. High Precision Plymouth coming up in the right-hand lane will be Al McChesney. He's going to dial in at 627. Brian Balasik, the Dodge Dart Sport, dialed 597. On the finish line here, give this one to Al McChesney. 0.29 and 1 over. Brian Velasic had him by about 14th thou on react and then went 11th thou under his dial-in, taking too much stripe down there in the left lane. Al McChesney will advance. Kevin Huntley, Mark Hancock. Mark dialed 646. Kevin on a 584 dial-in with the dart. Both drivers out in green lights here. Mark Hancock and Kevin Huntley. Win light going. Mark Hancock, double breakout winner. He's 11th thou under in the left-hand lane and about 16th thou under for Kevin Huntley. Margin victory 005 for the Mustang. Dustin Loyne's going to race Mike Stokes. Challengers on a 538 dial-in. Dustin and the Firebird dialed 586. Stock and Super Stock, Gray Lake Stock and Super Stock. Quarterfinal round to the stadium lanes, please. Both drivers in, here we go. Tree drops and a red light in the left-hand lane. Mike Stokes will move to the next round, and he runs a 537 on a 538. 004 red light for Dustin Loynes. Russ Thompson and Jason Hicks. Oldsmobile Kellis left lane down 687. Russ in right-hand lane, Perry, Michigan. There is Pontiac Firebird with a 721 dial-in. Once again, the Gray Lake Stock and Super Stock Association quarter-final round to the stadium lanes, please. Down the finish line here, give this one to Russ on a Pontiac. 044 and a couple hundredths over the dial-in. Russ will advance. Jason had his worst reaction time of the day. That cost him. Brian Kiefer going to race Ron Hagar. Ron right-hand lane down to 831. Brian left lane. The Chevrolet Malibu dialed in at 586. Clare, Michigan for Brian. Ron from Clark Lake, Michigan. How about a 001 to a 004? Finish line winner, right lane, 001, 300ths over. Keeper's 004 and almost a 10th over the dial-in. Tim Stout going to race Jason Mikula. J&M Racing Chevy 2 dialed 597. Tim Stout's truck dialed 670. Eighth mile finish line winner, right lane. 049 and 1 over beats an 062 dead 9. Tim Stout advances. Chris Roth, Chevrolet Camaro in right-hand lane, Essexville, Michigan with a 603 dial-in. Brad Talbot coming up here with his second entry, the Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada Camaro, dialed 618. Finish line here, win line going left-hand lane. Brad Talbot, 0-20 and 1 over the dial in. Chris Roth is 0-49 and 7th out under. Talbot will advance with that entry to the next round. Dennis O'Connor taking on John Van Haren. Dennis left lane, the Chevy 2, dialed 597. John with a 65 GTO, dialed 595. Both drivers out on green lights, about 100 separate them. Down the finish line, winner going, Van Haren. 0-32 and 1 over the dial in. Left lane O'Connor was 0-46 and 2th out under the dial in. So John Van Haren advances to the next round. Joe Percy Jr. in the right-hand lane. Taking on Warren Smith in the left-hand side. Warren dialed in at 6:15. Joe in the right-hand lane dialed 6:54. Green lights a pair here, a great race, a 006 to an 012 light. Finish line winner, left lane 006, 1 over the dial in. Joe Percy is 012, 1 over the dial in. Margin of victory, 0.005 of a second in a great drag race right there. Jaden Durst and Rick Mathis. Rick in the Roadster, dial 522. Jaden in the truck, dial 647. Jaden Durst, Rick Mathis, down the finish line winner, left-hand lane. Jaden Durst, 019 and 500s over the dial in. Rick was 039 and 600s over the dial in. Kyle Yacko going to race Mark Daniels. Mark in the left lane, dialed 605. Kyle with the Daytona, right lane dialed 667. Get down to the end of the line here. So we have our Super Comp finals sitting in the wings over here, and we do need the Great Lakes Sock and Super Sock Association quarter final round to the stadium lanes. If you're not already there, quarter final round. 8 drivers still in it for the GLSSA race. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 100th better reaction time for Kyle Yacko in the right lane. Finish line winner, right lane. Left lane, Mark Daniels actually got to the finish line first and went 3,000ths under his dial-in. They handed it over to the Dodge Daytona. Will Steckley and Tom Artikas Jr. Tom in the left lane, the Dakota, with a 645 dial-in. Will Steckley, the Charger, 568 dial-in. Will made it to the finals yesterday, Milverton, Ontario, Canada. Both drivers out on green lights. America in trouble here. Oh, Canada. Will Steckley, 0-12, 4 over the dial-in. Artikas is 1 over the dial-in with an 0-53, so the Canadian will advance to round number 5 with that entry. And that'll do it for round number 4. We are getting ready to go to the $5,000 to win final round in Super Comp. So we'll crown our first champion of the day here. This will be a good one. Pat DeBottis and Nathan Prose sitting in the burn box for the Super Comp final round. DeBottis, left-hand lane out of Howell, Michigan. The retired undercover Detroit cop taking on Nathan Prose, the 20-year-old Terre Haute, Indiana, NHRA Super Comp up-and-comer that has had a killer 2025 season, trying to put a Rockin' Super Shootout crown on his list of accomplishments this year. At DeBottis, he's been to a couple races, looking to win the Rockin' Super Shootout in Super Comp for the first time. $5,000 to win final round. So Warren just pointed out, we believe both of these drivers are still in competition in Super Gas. So somebody could have a $10,000 day here. They want to win this one here first. Prost is in, DeBottis is in. Here we go. They're both green. Check this out. 009 to a 008 for reaction times. Down the finish line, it'll go right lane Prost. 008 and a 91 beats a 009 and a 92 in the left lane. So Nathan Prost will be our first champion of the day, the $5,000 final round winner in Super Comp. The concession building and the souvenir stand, fuel building, will be open until 5:30 this afternoon. So if you need something to eat or drink, or want to get some racing fuel to finish out the event, they'll be open until 5:30 as we shoot a little glue back down the starting line before we go to the quarter-final round of the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association event. Actually, drivers not in their cars yet, so it might be a minute or two. 8 drivers still in competition. While they're getting ready, we'll take our box class back to lanes 3 and 4. Box back to lanes 3 and 4. 14 drivers still in competition in box. Lanes 3 and 4, please. I do believe I hear fire in the hole here for Super Stock round number 4, the quarterfinal round of eliminations. We'll narrow this field down to 4 cars. 8 drivers still in contention here. And here we go. Paul Racer Brown and Joe Jacob. The first matchup. Joe, the 65 Plymouth Hemi Belvedere, the Mountain Hemi car. Nadal at 9:52, taking on Paul Racer Brown. Top 3 finisher last year with the Barracuda, Cass City, Michigan, Dal 10:04. Win, and you are in the semifinals here. Joe Jacobs ready to go with the Mountain Hemi car. The Barracuda of Paul Brown's in. Here we go. First pair, quarterfinal round. Paul Brown holding the advantage on reaction time. 10:04 is what he's looking for. Finish line, give it to Paul Brown. He runs 10:10, 124 miles per hour, 0.64 winning reaction time. A little bit over and a little bit late for Joe Jacob right there. Jim Cagle Jr. and Scott Wright going to match up. The All-Star Performance 442 Oldsmobile out of Hartford going to dial 1090. Scott Wright, 62 Plymouth. He'll be in the right lane with a 965 dial in. Both drivers in stage. Tree on the way down. Green light, green light. They're both out. A 001 reaction time for the Mopar of Scott Wright. He's in hot pursuit of the Oldsmobile. Finish line, brake lights on, 969 and a win. Scott Wright will go to the final 4 in a 001 winning reaction time. And check out this matchup. Brett Sauerbaugh, West Olive, Michigan, 427 Corvette stick-shift car in the right-hand lane. Down 1001, and John Denbrock, Howell, Michigan, the Grumpy's toy car. He'll be down in at 883 in the left-hand lane. Sauerbaugh's in. John Denbrook pumping forward the Grumpy's toy. Here we go. Green light. Green light. 019 to an 040 reaction time. Sauerbaugh holds the advantage with a 67 Corvette. Finish line, winner going. Sauerbaugh, 10:03 on a 10:01 with an 019 reaction time. Denbrook was 3 over the dial and had an 040 reaction time. Blaine Zaskowski and Randy running next. The Oldsmobile Achieva, Lapeer, Michigan, Super Sleeper family on a 937 dial-in, taking on the Zasco family with their new young hot shoe, 16-year-old Blaine Zaskowski with a stick-shift car. He'll dial in at 10:35. Final pair here in the quarterfinal round. Tree on the way down. Green light, green light. Only 4 thou separate them. Randy running in the Oldsmobile, Blaine Zaskowski in a Mustang. Down to the quarter-mile finish line. Give it to left lane, running by 8 thousandths of a second. He's dead on the dial with a 1 at the end. Zasco is 1 over the dial-in. He had a 46 reaction time. Margin of victory 008. Randy running will go to the final 4. Super Gas, Super Gas. We are looking for you to the lanes. Super Gas to the stadium lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes as we get ready to go into our box category, round number 4. 14 drivers still in it in the box class. And here they come, round number 4 in the box. Top ET class, Evan Davis in left-hand lane, Charlotte, Michigan, and Mike Nietzsche, DeWitt, Michigan, Camaro Roadster, 547 to a 497. One bull bed start going to the Chevrolet Camaro Roadster, Mike Nietzsche. We have called Super Gas back to the stadium lanes for your next round. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Green lights a pair, slight advantage to the Roadster. Finish line, win line going, Roadster. 0-15, 1 over the dial, and Mike Nietzsche will advance to the latter round. Left lane 0-27 and 100th over the dial for Evan Davis. Carly Duffy and Kyle Yacko. Kyle in the right-hand lane, the Daytona dialed that ever popular 666 in the right-hand lane. And Carly Duffy left-hand lane with a 489 dial-in for the Amherstburg, Ontario Duffy Girls Racing Dragster. Can win here, you go to the ladder round in Top ET. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light. Green light. 8th mile finish line. Win line going. Right hand lane. An 0-18 reaction time. 1 over the dial in. Carly got there first and went 488.7 on a 489 3/1000 under the dial in. Jimmy Johnson and Don Deach going to run. Don the left-hand lane to Dragster, down 5 seconds flat. Jimmy, 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, down 592. Don's ready, waiting on the Mopar. Now the Belvedere in stage, tree fires, red light. A 006 red light for Jimmy Johnson will take him out of contention here. He runs a 90 on the 92. Don Deach runs a 499 on a 5 flat, and Don Deach will go to the ladder round. Jared Bennett, the Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane with a 647 dial in. And it'll be Nate Alexander's Vega with the hired gun, Bill Smith, sitting behind the steering wheel, right-hand lane, down 612. And Jared Bennett in total control here with a Chevy 2. He will get the win, 649 and a 647. Bill Smith went dead on the dial-in. Jared had a 006 light. Bill did not. His light was a 179. Matt Gramlett going to race Mike Kozlik. Kozlik in the truck, dialed 625. Matt in the left-hand lane, the dragster dialed in at 474. So we should have Super Gas out there in the seating lanes. Super Gas should be in the seating lanes. Matt Gramlich and Mike Kozlik down the finish line. Win line going Matt Gramlich, 478 on 474 with an 016 reaction time. Mike Kozlik went 500ths over the dial-in, and he missed the tree a bit there. Lane Ledford going to race Tim Stout. Tim in the left-hand lane down 670. Lane in the right-hand lane, the dragster down 470. Timonen stayed, waiting on the drag through of Lane Ledford. He's in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Red light. A 005 green light for Tim Stout, and he'll run the 672 at 100 miles per hour. Tim will go to the ladder round. Paul Wolf in the right-hand lane. Olivet, Michigan dragster going to be down 499. He's going to race James Vanderbrook in the left-hand lane. Fife Lake, Michigan. 610 dial in. James was not only on the ladder last night, he went all the way to the final round. Any double entered no boxers? If we have a double entered, I know we do. Double entered no boxer to the front of lane 7 and 8, please. Double entered no boxer for round number 5. Giving you a little head start here to get up to the front of the line. Final pair here, Paul Wolf and James Vanderbrook. A red light for James, a win light for Paul. He runs a 498.5 on a 499 with a 20 light. James is 19 red over there in the left lane. We are getting ready to go to the semifinal round in the 990 Super Gas class. All right, we're going to open up the stage lanes for no box. Round number 5. All cars, round 5, you're still in no box. Round 5, set lane 7 and 8. Yep, they're still serving ice cream, I see. Ice cream available at the concession stand until about 5:30. And here we go. Big round here in Super Gas, trying to get to the final $5,000 final round. Nathan Prose and Dave Kopsick. Dave in left-hand lane, Eaton, Indiana. 1992 Cullis up against the Camaro Roadster out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Nathan Prose. He's already stuck $5,000 in his pocket. He won the 890 Super Comp class. Wins here, and he'll have an opportunity to race for $5,000 one more time. Don't forget, this is the car about 2 rounds ago that barely made the call. They could not get the car fired back here in the Sata lanes, and ended up had a timer running back there and ended up getting it started and making it up here, and obviously still working his way through the field. Well, Dave Kopsick out of Eaton, Indiana. Oldsmobile Cutlass. If I'm not mistaken, Dave has been in a final every time he's been here for the last few years on one of the days. Trying to get to another one. And right now, Dave Kopsick is in charge. They head down the finish line. Win light going. Kopsick on a double breakout. 006 reaction time and an 89.4. Nathan was trying to take it down there. He took a 100 stripe and went 300s under. He had a 20 reaction time. So Dave Kopsick will race Pat DeBottis in the final round of Super Gas. Pat with a Dakota truck earning the bye run here at 3 cars. Howell, Michigan. He was a runner-up in the Super Comp runoff Well, he's going to have another shot here in Super Gas. Pat on the free shot here. He let go a little early there before the green light, and he'll run an 89.0, 173. Pat DeBatis and Dave Kopsick. Final round of Super Gas. No Box should be lining up out there in lane 7 and 8. No Box will be started round number 5 eliminations. No Box. This will be the determining round to set the ladder in No Box. Here we go, the start of round number 5 of eliminations in our largest class. We started out with about 100, and we're going to narrow it down to 8 right here. Mark Hancock and Tom Aratikas Jr. Mark in the left-hand lane, Cedar Springs, Michigan, the Ford Mustang. He's going to dial 645, and Tom Aratikas Jr., the Dakota truck, dialed 647 in the right-hand lane. Winners move to the ladder round of 8 cars. Stock and Super Stock semifinal round to the stadium lanes, please. Stock and Super Stock semifinal round to the stadium lanes, please. Here we go, opening pair. They're both out, they're both green. Aratikas and Hancock, finish line, win line going. Tom Aratikas, 028, taking nothing at the finish line to be 100th over. Left-hand lane, Mark Hancock was 051, and he's a little bit under his dial-in. So Tom Aratikas will go to the round of 8 cars. Brad Talbot, Heidelberg, Ontario, right-hand lane with a 618 dial-in, and Ron Smith, the Chevy 2 left lane, dialed 688. Not 100% sure, I haven't looked, but Aratikas may be back around with that Dodge Dakota. He may be doubled still. I think, well, now I've been corrected. Brad Talbot on the starting line, the right-hand lane, he's the only driver that's still doubled. Chevrolet out of Ontario taking on Ron Smith from Ohio here. They're both out, they're both green, they're both good. Down the finish line, win line going. Camaro, 017 and dead on the dial with a 5. Ron Smith is 020, dead on with an 8. Not good enough in this pair. John Van Haren and Jaden Durst. Jaden in the left-hand lane, Fostoria, Ohio. Mentioned it a few times, one of the best from that area. He's been having a great year down there at Norwalk and Dragway 42. He's dialed in at 647, taking on John Van Haren. The together again, Pontiac GTO out of Chesaning, Michigan. He will dial 595. A red light by 002 for Van Haren will send Jaden Durst to the quarterfinal round. And he runs a dead on with a 1. 020 dead 1. Van Haren was dead on with a 4, but had a 002 red light. Kyle Yacko and Tim Stout. Tim in the left-hand lane, Carson City, Michigan, S10 down 671. Kyle Yacko, right-hand lane, the Daytona down 667. Tim has a different kind of double up going. He's already on the ladder round in the box class with the S10, trying to get to the ladder round of the no box class. They're both out and they're both green. 100th better on reaction time for the right lane. Win light going right lane. 024 and 300ths over beats an 034 and 300ths over for Tim Stout. 5,000ths margin of victory for Kyle Yacko. Al McChesney and Mike Stokes. The challenger in the left lane, dialed 536. Al McChesney with the Belvedere, dialed 627. Now Stokes prefers the right-hand lane, and he's getting pushed over there to the left side here. Green light, too close to call. Here comes Stokes, finish line, Stokes. 538 on a 536 with a 41 reaction time. Al McChesney was 059 that time in the let-go. That's the worst he's been all day, so Mike Stokes advances to the ladder round. Ron Hagar, the old wheel Starfire in the left lane, on an 831 dial-in, and Russ Thompson, the Firebird right-hand lane, dialed 721. They're both out and they're both green and they're both good. 8th mile finish line winner going left lane, Hagar. 0:20 reaction time dead on the dial-in. He was behind on React though. Russ Thompson had an 0:12 in the right-hand lane. Went down there and took too much stripe, breaking out by 0.03 of a second. So we got another pair to go. The Camaro came back around with a second entry. We got a bye run to run yet. We've called the Final Four in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association back to the lanes. Final Four for the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association to the stage of lanes. Box, when you come back up, you will be on the ladder. This is the way the ladder will go down in box. It'll be the number one qualifier was Tim Stout. He will have a bye run here with 7 cars left. It'll be Nietzsche versus Wolf. Nietzsche with lane choice. Bennett versus Yako. Bennett with lane choice. And Gramlich versus Deach. Gramlich with lane choice. Those 7 drivers, when you get them cooled and fueled and charged and ready to roll, they'll match you up out there in the state of lanes 3 and 4. This is Will Steckley. He gets the bye run here with 15 drivers left. As that other pair gets buckled up and ready to roll here, we'll send Will down the track first here. The Charger out of Milverton, Ontario, Canada. We'll go to the quarterfinal round. Former IHRA World Champion. .006 reaction time for the Charger. 5:68. He's holding a little bit there. A 5:643, 122. Here comes that final pair in round number 5. We had one driver doubled up, came back around and took a real quick cool down, fuel up, and get the tires ready, and he's back up in the burn box here in the left-hand lane. Brad Talbot and Warren Smith going to run. Talbot in the left-hand lane, Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada. 82 Chevrolet Camaro will be on a 618 dial-in. Warren Smith, Temperance, Michigan, Ford Mustang. Won the event last night. Reigning WDRA champ with a 615 dial-in. Both out, they're both green. One of them's 002, the other 025, finish line winner, Camaro. 002 reaction time and one over the dial-in. Right lane dead on the dial of the Mustang with an 025. Not a terrible run by any means, but not good enough on that pair. Brad Talbot will be one of 2 Canadians going to the quarterfinal. Here we go. 4 drivers still in the Great Lakes Soccer Super Sock Association semifinal round. They're coming out of the stadium lanes. Box class back to the lanes, please. Box back to the stadium lanes. Gramlich, Deach, Bennett, Yeko, Nietzsche, Wolf, and Stout. Here we go, Paul Racer Brown and Scott Wright, our first pair. Wright with a 62 Plymouth in the right-hand lane of the 964 dial-in. Taking the Barracuda, Paul Brown left lane down 10:04. Win and you go to the final round. Paul Brown, Scott Wright trying to turn on a win light here for the right to race in the final round. Here we go. Wright is in. Brown is in. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. Slight advantage to the Barracuda. Still room for Scott Wright to get in there, though. Heading down the finish lane. And it looks like the Barracuda turned it sideways down there. Right-hand lane, Scott Wright pulling off a miracle. I have no idea what happened, but honestly from the tower, it looked like Paul Brown may have looked back and lost track where he was on the track and had that thing sideways. So Scott Wright goes to the final to take on the winner of this one. Randy Running and Brett Sauerbaugh. Sauerbaugh on the right lane, the 67 Chevrolet Corvette out of West Olive, Michigan, dialed in at a 10:03, running with that Oldsmobile Achieva from Lapeer. He'll be on a 9:36 dial-in. Great run here in the semifinals. An 0:23 to an 0:25. Down the finish line, give it to Sauerbaugh. 10:03.1 on a 10:03 dial-in with an 0:25 reaction time. Randy Running was 0:23 and 100th over, and he will be semifinalist, and Brett Sauerbaugh will take the 67 Chevy stick shift Corvette to the final round. Getting ready to roll into the quarterfinal round of our box class, the top ET class. Super Gas, final round. Super Gas, final to the lanes. And here we go, 7 drivers still in it in the box category. Paul Wolf, Mike Nietzsche, first pair come out of the safety lanes. Nietzsche in the right-hand lane. The Camaro Roadster going to dial a 547. Paul Wolf, the dragster in the left-hand lane, dialed a 498. So winners here advancing to the semifinal round. Nietzsche and Wolf on the line. Here we go. Tree fires, green light, fourth. I'll separate them. Down the finish line, win line going. Left-hand lane, 030 and dead on with a 5. Beats an 026 and 2 over the dial-in for Mike Nietzsche. So Paul Wolf goes to the semifinal round. Jared Bennett, Kyle Yacko. Yacko in the right lane with a dial of 668. Bennett in the left-hand lane, 646 dial in. Tree on the way down, green lights a pair, and 1,000 separate them, an 017 to an 018. Finish line, win line going, right-hand lane, Yacko. 018 and 200s over the dial-in. Bennett got there first and went a 645 on a 646. That will take him out here in the quarterfinal round, and Yacko goes to the final 4. Don Deach and Matt Gramlich going to run. Matt in the left-hand lane. Drags her down 473, and Don Deach right-hand side dialed in at a 499. Green lights a pair here. Matt Gramlich in total control. They go to the finish line. He will get the win, 477 on a 473. Matt with a 006 winning reaction time right there. Tim Stout will advance to the final 4. Carson City, Michigan truck, the number 1 qualifier. He gets the bye run here at 7 cars. .006 reaction time here on the bye run. Tim Stout clicks it off early and goes through at 7:15. He'll be back in the semifinals. We have our Super Gas final round out there in the stadium lanes, or heading to the stadium lanes. We need our no box quarterfinal round to the stadium lanes, please. $5,000 to win no box quarterfinal round to the lanes. Drivers getting in and buckled up for our $5,000 to win Super Gas final round. And here we go, the 990 final round getting ready to come out. Dave Kopsick and Pat DeBatis here in the final. The Dakota truck is going to go to the left-hand lane. Howell, Michigan. 2000 Dakota truck with a 648 cubic inch big block Chevrolet taking on Dave Kopsick. Eaton, Indiana. Oldsmobile Kellis got here late yesterday afternoon. Finds himself in the final here 24 hours later. Taking on Pat DeBottis for $5,000. Both drivers bumping forward. Kopsick stages first. Pat and the Dodge, they're ready. Green lights, a pair. Once again, it is the Oldsmobile Kellis of Dave Kopsick holding the advantage as they head down to the quarter-mile finish line. Win light goes left lane. DeBottis pulled one out down there and a double breakout victory. Kopsick was 005 in the right lane. DeBottis was 022 in the left, but a double breakout winner will be Pat DeBottis running a 988.8 to the 987.6 of Dave Kopsick. Pat DeBottis, $5,000 winner in Supergas. Getting ready to roll into the quarterfinal round of the Saturday 5 grander. We got one driver hanging on to 2 entries. He'll be coming out first. Brad Talbot's Chevrolet Camaro out of Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada. He's kind of looking at the ladder here. Right here he's going to take on Tom Artikas Jr. That's not probably a cakewalk. And then he's going to have to come back around and take on Ron Hagar with his second entry. An all-star quarterfinal round here in no box. Artikas in the left-hand lane, the Dodge Dakota. As we mentioned a couple million times, the World Super Pro Challenge winner, the only person to do it on the bottom bulb without a delay box. He's here dialed 647, taking on Brad Talbot. Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada, 82 Chevrolet Camaro, carrying 2 entries here in the quarterfinal round. He dials 619. This is his first entry. Talbot goes in first. Now Artikas is in with his truck. They're both out. They're both green. 0:14 and 0:29 reaction time. Better light to the truck. Finish line winner, truck. Tom Artikas Jr. 0:14 dead on with a 3:17 total. Brad Talbot was 0:29 on the let go. Could not win that round. Mike Stokes going to race Jaden Durst. Durst, Fostoria, Ohio, S10 to the left-hand lane, down on a 6:47. And Mike Stokes in the Challenger, right-hand lane, Beulah, Michigan, down in at a 5:36. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree falls, green light, 006 to an 036 down the finish line. Win light going. Durst, 006, 2 over the dial-in. Stokes was 036, 1 over the dial-in. Jaden Durst carries his entry to the semifinal. Will Steckley and Kyle Yacko. The Daytona in the right-hand lane. Trenton, Michigan down 668. Will Steckley, Milverton, Ontario, Canada in the left lane. 565 dial-in for the Charger. Semifinal in box can head back toward the stadium lanes. Steckley, the second Canadian driver here in the quarterfinal round. He's out of the gate, chasing on Kyle Yacko. Down to the finish line, give it to Will Steckley. 004 reaction time. Running a 568 on a 565. Will Steckley goes to the final 4. Yacko actually could have pulled that one off. He was behind on react there, an 030 to a 004. And maybe Steckley messed that up down there just a smidge. Yacko got there first and went a thou under his dial-in with that 30 light. He got there first by 13 thousandths, needed to be 12 thou or less, get the win light to come on. So Will Steckley, former world champ, going to the final 4, last night's runner-up. So we will wait for Mr. Talbot to get back around with that red Camaro. He's going to take a shot at Ron Hagar in our final pair of the quarterfinal round of the 5 grander. Great Lakes Stock, Super Stock, final round to the stadium lanes, please. We have a parts call for a tire plug kit. Tire plug kit. Take it up to the front of the stadium lanes if you have a tire plug kit. The gentleman that was looking for the tire plug kit, if you go back to the front of the lanes, they will get you a tire plug kit. So we don't need any more tire plug kits. They got enough tire plug kits. Apparently everybody carries a tire plug kit. We only need one. We've got 14. Our final pair getting in and buckled up here, quarterfinal round. We have 3 winners so far. We need a 4th. Ron Hagar and Brad Talbot going to run here to finish up the quarterfinal round of the 5 grander. Ron is coming up in the left-hand lane, that Oldsmobile Starfire, Clark Lake, Michigan. And put it on an 8:31 dial-in here. And Brad Talbot, he went down with his first entry. Here's his second chance. The Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada Camaro on the right lane, dialed 618. So Ron Hagar actually on an 8:30 dial in here. Brad Talbot on the Camaro right line dialed 6:18. So the final pair here in a no box. It's getting big run. You advance to the final four, $5,000 to win still on the line. Our Great Lakes Stock Super Stock final sitting back here in the wings. They'll be right behind them. Ron puts a deep stage on the left side. Tailbot brings it up a little bit, starts bumping forward. Flicker, flicker, here we go. Both out, they're both green. Finish line winner, Talbot. 008, 2 over the dial in the Camaro. We'll have the one entry going to the final four. Ron Hagar was 034 and 200ths over. He will be the quarterfinalist. And here we go, right into the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock final round. Here they come, the final round. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association started out with almost 60 entries entered in the event, and we're down to 2. So Scott Wright's Mopar on the left lane, going to dial a 963. The double A stock Chevrolet Corvette in the right-hand lane. Brett Sarbrough. So Scott Wright in the left, Brett Sauerbaugh on the right, West Olive, Michigan, 67 Chevrolet Corvette on a 1003. 62 Plymouth left lane dial 963. This is the final round. Stick shift, Chevy Corvette up against the automatic transmission Mopar. Red light for the Corvette. Win light for Wright, and he went up and smoked right off the starting line. It don't matter. The picture will look the same on the internet. Scott Wright will be the winner, running 4/10 over the dial-in. Brett Sarbrough with a 40 red light here in the final round. We need Matt Gramlich to the stage lanes, please. Paul Wolf, rear engine dragster in left-hand lane, Olivet, Michigan, down 498. Tim Stout, right-hand lane, Carson City, Michigan, truck down in at 672. Semi-final round in the box class. We'll take the semi-final round in the no box class back to the stadium lanes. Big handicap head start here going to Tim Stout. He had lane choice. He put Paul over in the left-hand lane. And here we go. Tree down, green light. Green light. Advantage truck. Finish line winner. Left lane dragster by 1,000 of a second. 019 dead on with a 7. Tim Stout was 006 in the right lane and went 674 on a 672. So Paul Wolf will go to the final. The other half of the box semifinal round. Winner here comes back to take on Paul Wolf in the final. Matt Gramlich. Rear engine dragster going the left-hand lane out of Monroe, Michigan. Gramlich Family Racing down 473. Kyle Yacko's Dodge Daytona, Trenton, Michigan to the right-hand lane, down in at a 667. Dragster door car matchup here in the semifinal round. We already got one dragster heading to the final. Matt's in, Kyle's in. Here we go. Green light. Green light. Kyle Yacko with a big advantage in the door car. Can he turn the wheel light on? Yep, he can. 0:12 reaction time and 1 thou under. Matt in the left-hand lane was 0:53 on the let go, then 3 thou under. So Kyle Yacko from Daytona will take on Paul Wolf in the box final round, door car versus dragster. Semi-final round in no box. Back to the lanes, please. They'll match you up out there on the ladder. Kind of looking at the semifinal round coming up. It's going to be Talbot versus Artikas again. Talbot with lane choice. And Steckley versus Durst. Steckley with lane choice. Right now Durst is going, I don't have lane choice? Nope. The winning lights last round in the quarterfinal round of no box were 008, 004, 006, and 014. That was the 4 winning reaction times at 8 cars, and we're down to 4. Talbot versus Artikas, Talbot with lane choice, and Steckley versus Durst, Steckley with lane choice. Here we go. Final four. $5,000 to win. Saturday night moneymaker, no box shootout. Will Steckley. Milverton, Ontario, Canada. Charger in the left lane, dial 564, taking on Jaden Durst. Fostoria, Ohio, S10, dialed in at 647. Semi-final round. 4 drivers still in it for $5,000. Both these drivers were 00 in the quarterfinal round. Durst was 006. Steckley was 004. And here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light, green light. They're within 3,000. Both of them in the 20s here. They head down the finish line trying to get the final. Give it to Steckley by 4 thousandths of a second. 024, dead on with a 1. Jaden Durst is 021, dead on with an 8.004 at the stripe for the driver from Canada. For the second day in a row, Will Steckley will go to the final round. So here we go with the other pair. Don't forget, in the quarterfinal round, it was Talbot versus Artikas. Talbot was doubled, and Artikas took one of his entries out. Now they are matched up again here in the semifinal round at 4 cars. Tough to beat the same guy twice, and then you got to do it back-to-back rounds. And here we go. Tom Artigas Jr. Dakota pickup truck in the FTI lane down to 647, and Brad Talbot, the Camaro. Could we have an all-Canadian final? I can assure you that's never happened. Talbot in the right-hand lane, Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada, Camaro. 619. Will Steckley, the Canadian, already in the final round. Artigas has to beat Talbot for the second straight round here. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree on the way down. Green lights a pair. Talbot and Artigas down the final. It is Talbot. 022, dead 7. Artigas 049 here in the semifinal round. And Canada. Talbot versus Steckley in the final round. And you know what? We already did the conversion. They're racing for $6,822. The purse just went up in Canadian cash. Box final round to the seeding lanes, please. Here we go, getting ready to go at the box final round. Paul Wolf, Kyle Yacko made it down to the final pair. Paul will take his drags through the left-hand lane. Out of at Michigan, down in at 498. Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan, Daytona. He's going to run the right-hand lane, and he dropped that dial in by one number. 666 dialing in the right, 498 in the left. Paul Wolf, the 2023 track champion in this class, driving his dragster here in the final round. A Max Sherrill chassis car. Down in at 498. And Kyle Yacko, the Trenton, Michigan Daytona, was doubled, running box and no box. He made it to the box final round here. He's in stage, waiting on the dragster. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. Yacko is perfect on the let go. Finish line, it'll be Yacko. Trip, zip, perfect. And 667 on a 666. Paul Wolf is 0-11 and 100th over his dial-in. Kyle Yacko by 0-0-4 will put the Daytona into the winner's circle. Well, we're down to one final round, our no-box final. Team Canada runoff between Brad Talbot and Will Steckley. Those two drivers, you get them cooled and fueled and charged and ready to roll. Bring them around. We'll run you for $5,000. We need our no box final round of the stadium lanes, please. No box final round. If we're going to run you, this is more time than any in-between round today. I mean, we can call it a night if you're splitting your $6,800 Canadian funds, and we will just divide it up and let everybody get on with the evening. But if you want to run that final round, you've been specially invited to the stadium lanes. Here we go, final round, $5,000 final, and it has come down to two Canadian racers. Will Steckley, the former IHRA world champ out of Milverton, Ontario, Canada, going to come up in the left-hand lane with his Charger dialed in at 564, and Brad Talbot, Heidelberg, Ontario, Canada, 82 Chevrolet Camaro. He was doubled all the way down to 8 cars, and now he's made it to the final round. Couple of Grand Bend Motorplex racers here in the final round for the Saturday $5,000 to win no box final. So Will Steckley was our runner-up last night, the driver in the left-hand lane. He was a moneymaker winner out here last summer. Now he's trying to win another one. Here we go, tree fires, green light, 100 separate them. Advantage to the Camaros, they head down the finish line, it'll go Camaro, 020, dead on with a 3 by 3,000ths of a second. Brad Talbot will be our $5,000 winner. Will Steckley goes back-to-back runner-ups, day 1 and day 2. And that will do it for our second day here at the Rockin' Super Shootout Moneymaker Weekend. We will be back out here tomorrow morning, back on the track at 10 a.m. Same deal as today. Everybody gets one time trial run before we go into eliminations before 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. We'll see you out here tomorrow morning. Everybody have a safe evening.